Woo! Today is Saturday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Saturday, more like Saturday. Obviously, normally on Saturday I would say it's Saturday Fun Day, but of course this Saturday we're gonna be doing a lot. We got a lot going on. Okay. Purple over yellow jersey. Yeah, it's sick, don't you think? Okay. I like it. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news as it is the first day of March. It's March 1st, 2025. I'm live. I'm alive. There's a lot going on in the world, and we're going to get to all of it. We're going to talk about all of it, but this is, of course, yes, Ramadan Mubarak, first day of Ramadan. I'm obviously not fasting, so everyone's going to be very annoying about that for the rest of the month. I know. Okay. Having said that, however, regardless, okay. Personal news-wise, there's a lot going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Let me tell you what I mean by that. Okay, first and foremost, ended the broadcast last night, 7 hours. Okay. What is that? That's a half day. You already know. Why was it a half day though? Well, I got a pretty good reason for it. And that was because I was hanging out with the freaking boys. All right? I was hanging out with the freaking boys. Not these ones. Not them. Yuck. Okay? Just kidding. Not yuck, but like I'm just very jealous and I'm petty and I don't care and I will admit that I'm super jealous. Yes. Lud and Pokey and Squeaks, like they went and they had much closer seats than myself, but I went with my boys. I went with Nice Wig, Greek, Elam, Saikuno, Buddha. That's right. We went and we watched the Lakers game because it was, yes, I'm forgetting Shake Drizzle, but that's on purpose because honestly, he got the epic chop on that. But anyway, last night was the Lakers game. It was Luka's birthday. He turned 26. Congratulations. Happy birthday, Luka. Okay. Dude, what is Bro, this man is out of control. Bro, I'm live right now. You know it's 11. You know it's 11 p.m. I'm live and everyone can hear you.
Okay, thank you for telling me that.
Yeah, it's 11 a.m. Pacific. You know what I'm doing at this point.
Okay, man, whatever. You know, I don't work on the weekends.
Yeah. I know. I know. We got to get your ass to work right away.
I am working. I have a job.
Okay. Well, I miss you, and you were supposed to be here today, by the way. Chat, this is Alexander Lol Overruled, and he was supposed to be here, but I already hit my Judaism quota with Brace last night. I already... Yeah.
Okay, well, that's anti-Semitic, unsurprisingly.
Yeah. No, it's cool. No one's coming tomorrow too. I mean, you're cut. I think you're cut from the rotation.
Queuing it up this weekend.
I am, yeah, and you're cut from the rotation. You were supposed to be here. You were supposed to be here today to do some gay shit. Actually, I wasn't gonna do it, but I thought you would at least come.
Well, I'm not gonna come if you weren't gonna do it because you didn't want to do it.
Yeah. Alex wants to do gay shit.
Tell them what it is.
I don't even know how to explain it. It's like some music video for like an artist about
Jordan,
what is it?
It's Jordan Firstman. He's like a gay comedian, and he's making a song called "I Want to See My Friend's Dick."
Yeah.
And he wanted Hassan to be in the music video.
Yeah, and I was like, I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I have time to do that. But anyway.
Yeah, you're busy going to the Lakers game and trying to smell LeBron's.
Dude, okay, to be fair. Okay, first of all, having sex with LeBron would not be gay. Okay, hear me out. LeBron is basically a deity. He's like, this is something that transcends beyond like gender. Does that make sense? Like, it's more so pan, I would say.
Yeah, you talk about this a lot.
It's like worship. It's like you're doing your pilgrimage, and then you're doing like, you know, you're doing the bidding of LeBron. You know.
Okay. I think. All right, just think about that a little bit. But okay, so Zoran Mondani, he wants to come on the stream.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, I would love to. I'd love to have him on. Oh man,
okay, yeah,
I should.
Cuomo is about to drop. I think Cuomo is now coming into the race, which is really bad.
I should probably. I know. I mean, yeah, he's been teasing it. I've been. Maybe I should fly out to New York for that though, instead of.
Let's go.
Instead of having him come here, I mean, instead of having him like come on via Discord. But yeah, we'll figure it out.
You can come out here and not hang out with me again.
Yeah, I probably would do that. Yeah, I'll probably hang out with like Zoran and then not you, honestly, because he seems a lot cooler than you.
All right, man. Well, have a great stream. Have a great day.
All right. It's nice to hear from you, Alex. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Wow, he didn't say it back, chat. You see that? He didn't say it back. Who doesn't say it back now? Who doesn't say it back now? Notice? Hurt people. Anyway, Jordan Firstman is good friends with Charlie XCX. You should have agreed to be on the music video. I mean, I don't. No, it's cool. He doesn't love me. It's fine. It's all the anti-Semitism, I think, that I've been doing. That's what it is. He's like, you've been slacking on being anti-Semitic. You need to do more. That's why I don't love you no more. But yeah. Anyway, the reason why I ended the broadcast early was because I was going to hang out with the boys, and I did, and also watch Luca on his birthday. Happy birthday, Luca. He's 26 years old. He dropped more than his age last night, and also be in smelling distance from the GOAT. Now, of course, like we were on the 11th row, so I technically wasn't in smelling distance from the GOAT, but like his aura is so powerful. His aura is so powerful that I could feel it. Like I could feel him inside of me. You know what I mean? Like I could feel my GOAT inside of me, and his energy and his presence, and it felt amazing. It felt amazing. It felt so sick. No, not Kawhi. Shut up. Ew. No. Shut up. Not even in the same. We're not even on the same page here. Okay. Did you run into the field to hug him? I did think about it. I did think about it. But also, it's kind of like, it's like unacceptable. You know what I mean? It's basically, it's unacceptable for me to do that. Like he has to receive me. You are so weird. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, he did. He penetrated my senses. So, I don't think you were on the TV side. It was sad. Yeah, I mean, I don't really give a shit. It was a very fun experience. It was a fantastic experience. I got to do more stuff like that. I just got to hang out with the boys shit every now and then. But what is happening? Why is there so many people being like, Hamas Spiker is live again? Someone called Tom home and he's a terrorist. What happened? Is there like a new meta again? Is there? You're on Drewski's Insta story? I know, he DM'd me. And I realized I actually DM'd him in 2022 and I was like, would you ever come on Twitch? New Asmin vid? Oh, did Asmin make a new video? Nice. Yes, the number one destination for saying America, okay? America should stop killing people. You were right on them Harden shoes. Them things ugly as fuck. Yeah. Asma says you're too mean to Rick Scott. Oh, yeah. Not right wing, by the way. But where was I? The new meta is trying to get you banned for being mean to Rick Scott. I wasn't even like being directly mean to Rick Scott. What I was saying was like, if the Republican Party truly cared about like monitoring medical bankruptcy, they would literally apply the capital punishment. Like if they did, they don't. And I mean, he is a world-class Medicare fraud guy. So you can cry about it all day, every day. You can cry about it, try to get me banned for it. Maybe I will get banned for it. Who knows? But it's not going to change the dynamic or the reality. It's not going to change what's going on. Same people crying about free speech in the UK. Yeah. I can't believe her being mean to billionaire Voldemort Rick Scott, who is responsible for the deaths of thousands and also did the largest. Him and X were crying about it. Yeah, they can suck my entire dick from the back. That's what I think. Okay. Asman said directly that Israel sucks, which is good to hear from him. Oh man, great. Yeah. Dude. Rick Scott oversaw the largest Medicare fraud in the nation's history. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Defend that, Asman Gold. But yeah. Also, saying that Israel sucks is the lowest of bars, dude. What are we talking about? Other than that, everything is chill in the world. Yeah, I had a fantastic time last night watching the game, watching my GOAT. I have some opinions on Luka. I love, as you guys know, as a schlubby white boy, like I love schlubby white boy gameplay. Okay. His stat line is kind of crazy. And like watching it in real time actually shocked me. Okay. Watching it in real time, it kind of was shocking. Like until the fourth quarter, my man was on like brawny stat line, like fucking 2 threes that he made successfully for on like 11 attempts or something. It was crazy. Like it was a wild. He has a wild shot percentage is all I'm gonna say. He still popped off, obviously. I mean, he like dropped what, 30, something like that. So, I mean, he's still incredible. He had a lot of turnovers as well. I don't know what was going on, but he's been off from 3 since he got in the Lakers until he made it 2 in the row. Yeah, no, the 2 threes in a row was incredible. Calm down. Braun was 2-7 on threes last night. Okay, listen. Shh. It's okay. Literally all I saw from that game was Luffy. Yeah, it was sick. You honestly don't know ball. Wait, what? Dude, I'm a Clipper fan. Stop and move on. Terrible defender. Yeah, I was actually going to talk about that part of it as well. I think that's also kind of funny. But Luka does the classic, like, lazy defender who has really good hands. That's the other thing that he does, where he's just like straight up. If you've ever played basketball, you've encountered a guy who will let you pass him and then hook you from behind. Okay. And like push the ball out of your hand. Okay. Now it's ironic because he's doing that to James Harden, who is also like that, you know, who also does that as well. But he got one charge that was called on him as a foul. That was bullshit. Okay. And I mean, he got 5 fouls by the fourth quarter. He gets a lot of fouls because he defends like that, you know? Does Hassan play basketball? He does his best. Excuse me. I ball freaking super hard. Anyway, but this chatter is just coping because the fraudulent Clippers got absolutely eviscerated by Lake Nation, by my GOAT LeBron. So it is kind of wild though. The Lakers lineup is wild considering that it's just like the most. It's insanely top heavy. Like it's crazy. You know, in a game where there's like 100+ points, is like 60 points coming from 2 dudes is wild. But And they almost lost because the refs just kept helping the Clippers. Crooked Clippers. The referees were on their side. They need new glasses. In Turkey, we have a saying, Hakeme gözlük, eline de sözlük. It means give the referee glasses and give him a dictionary. Like put a dictionary in his hand and give him glasses. Okay? And that's what I kept saying. I also kept yelling that James Harden was fat and he should get on Ozempic, thinking maybe that he could hear me, but I don't think he heard me. Yeah, I was Lakered up. I totally am I don't really care. Ultimately, I don't really care about anything in terms of basketball. James Harden missed like 10 threes. He also missed a layup too. Lakers fan complaining about refs. Cannot survive as a fan man in his community. LaMafayette. No, that's a joke. I was not courtside. I was close though. I was like row 11. The refs hate Luka. Yeah, they do. Actually, that's not even fully fair because like they did give him a lot of calls. I mean, he did get fouled a lot, but they gave him a lot of calls. When he was going in, you know, he got a lot of foul calls on offense. But refs hate Giannis. Everyone else gets indifference. But what else? Yeah, we did you see any celebs of the game last night? Yeah, there's Ludwig Ogren. I saw him. He was there. And Pokimane. Yeah, those were the only celebrities I saw. Was Luffy there? Luffy was there, yes. Like Luffy from the live action was there. I wanted to bring Matt with me too, but he couldn't come last night. But yeah, Ludwig from video games was there. Pokimane from video games was there. Squeaks was there. There was another guy, but I can't remember. He just kept he was cut out from all of the he got hard cut, even though he was dressed up as Luffy, ironically enough. Yeah, Shaky Gurga. I'm Squeaks in my she right now. Yeah. Shake Drizzle, also known as Shaky Gurga, was he got the ultimate chop there. But yeah, it was a really fun activity. It's like kind of stupid of me to just say something so obvious, which is it's cool to do things with friends. It's cool to do activities with friends. It's great. But it is true. Also, yeah, this morning I woke up, worked out, and now we're here. I have a lot of stuff going on today. Obviously, this weekend is a big one. We have today, I have the Oscar-nominated No Other Land documentarians who are going to be in the building. I'm going to be talking to them about, you know, the future, about what's going on in Israel, and hopefully they will win. Hasan, you got your shoes? What does that mean? Hasan, we need you on the Lakers ASAP. Did you see Drewski reclaiming the word woke? No, Drewski is using the word woke in the appropriate way that it was initially created, which was a black community meme. And he's actually bringing it back. He's bringing it back to the origins. Like, that is the actual meaning of the term woke. That's just the OG. I guess technically you're right. That is what reclaiming means. You're right. Anyway, yeah, Gal Gadot is presenting the Oscar for the best documentary this year. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic there as well. Also, Crash Dummies Podcast is here. Also, tomorrow we got a 3v3 tournament. Me and nephew, Jason the Ween and I. And I don't know who the third guy is. But I think he's like the handsome dude. It might be. I don't know. He said his name is. I don't know. Me and Jason, and then I think it's a dude that is not in phase, but he's like, hold on. What is that? You guys might know who he is. Let me see. Where the frick is the text message? Marlon. His name is Marlon. So is me, Marlon, and Jason, and Lacey is throwing a 3v3 tournament, and I'm gonna be streaming it as well. But suit question, retweet on the subject. Yeah, we'll get to all that. Hold up. So yeah, is me. You guys are winning? No, there's like actual pro ballers that are gonna participate, I think. So we probably won't win. No, not Marlon Wayans. But yeah, it's a single elimination bracket, 11 teams competing. And yeah, it's gonna be. I'm not wearing a Doncic jersey. I couldn't get a Doncic jersey; they were sold out. But I got a LeBron one, which is fine. LeGoat. I also got the shirt that they gave. They gave exclusive shirts out. For the night. It was Eiichiro Oda drawn Luffy in a Lakers jersey. You basketball game is pretty good though, bro. We should be good here. I think so. We'll see. But anyway, yeah, that's that. Like I said, we got a big week ahead of us. Big weekend ahead of us. And I can't see this post. I don't know why. Did LeBron say hi to you? I wouldn't be here if LeBron said hi to me because I would have died a happy man. Yes, I saw that I was on Drewski's Insta story, man. I know. I saw. Please check out Elon Musk interview. Yeah, if we have time, because we have so much going on today. It's gonna be hard. But we'll see. Unc would be under them covers with LeGoat, or at least I would. Would you ever do an appearance or a recorded message for a local YDSA pro-Palestine concert? I work with a local chapter and want to raise money and awareness. Sure. Okay. The Elon Rogan Suckfest is going to be boring and annoying because it always is boring and annoying. They just sit around and then Elon just says a bunch of like right-wing Republican nonsense, and then Joe Rogan goes, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's sick. Joe Rogan has become, you know, the most annoying dick rider of wealthy billionaires, like Mr. Independent Voice over here. All right, let's blast off. Ukraine madness continues. Did you ever fast during Ramadan? When I was a kid. Asmongold demands I get banned. Drama. No other Oscar noms for No Other Land are in the building to talk Israel Palestine. Not gonna lie, I'd love to see how you'd react to a successful rage bait while fasting. I would go crazy. I would lose my mind, I think. Yeah, Crash Dummies Pod returns. Plus training for 3v3 later with Jason. Get in now. PKK Turkey ceasefire, is that significant? Yeah, that is significant. We'll talk about I haven't read enough about the Turkey stuff because obviously the Ukraine stuff was going crazy. So I'm not super up to date on what the hell's going on, but it's not shocking to me that Turkey is at the table. Why don't you try fasting like one day? No. Yeah, I said Ramadan Mubarak, okay, in the blast off as well. Do we have a Astaghfirullah? Bro, I am not a good Muslim. Don't even test me on this. There's never been a moment where I've been a good Muslim, okay? I've always been a bad Muslim. Don't start with me. All right, do we have a blast off meme or not? Let's see. Knee brace. That's funny. Okay. All right. We'll use that one. Let's go. All right. Where is it? Okay. Jokic owns LeBron. Original woke is not a black community thing. Original woke is a weed, LSD, shrooms user thing. It's so annoying how it got reappropriated. Okay, I don't care. No other land guys are coming at 1. And I'm kind of early for that reason as well, because there's a lot I want to get around to before they pull up. It didn't show me you were live. I had to click on your profile. What? Holy shit, Twitch didn't notify me? Yes. Chatters, Twitch does not notify sometimes when I go live before my regular allotted time. And that's what happened today. Okay? I went live before the normal time that I go live at. The normal time that I go live at is 11 a.m. I went live at like 10:48. All of a sudden, it bricks Twitch's notification system. Okay? That's it. That is the major reason. This is why we have a Discord. This is why our Discord notifies people. This is why I also spam. This is why I also... Are you being shadow banned? Maybe. Maybe Twitch will ban me. Who knows? This is why I also update people on here. On Twitter. This is why I also update people on Instagram. The reason why I do it on every avenue I can is because I know that it is difficult for people to figure out when I'm live, even though I'm live pretty much at the same time every single day. Okay? Pretty much every single day. The Drewski repost is gone. Maybe he deleted it. He did. maybe he got the boss call and someone was like, bro, what are you doing? Don't post him. He's problematic. And he deleted it. I don't know. I only rely on your IG stories to know when you go live. That's the only way I've ever known if you're live. Yeah. It is pretty funny that I'm considered more problematic than like people who routinely make problematic jokes. You know, God forbid. Yeah, can't be pro-Palestine, baby. You do all your social media yourself. I use Chatterino and blast that old "oh my gosh" sound clip when you or Iron Mouse goes live. You are pro-terrorist, not Palestina. Viva si yo si. Yeah, dude, I know. Except, weirdly enough, everyone who's pro-Palestina is called pro-terrorism, if you noticed. Isn't that suspicious? Isn't that a little weird? That, like, everyone who is an outspoken advocate for Palestinian emancipation is suspiciously always called terrorists? Isn't that odd? Isn't that a little weird? I wonder what that's about. What? Why shirk off what I said and just say, oh, I don't care, or what doesn't matter? Maybe consider how implicated drugs and being able to break away from the capitalist construct are, even though I know you aren't a weed head. Weed heads are a good community. Okay, dude, please stop being annoying. Sometimes when I say, hey, I don't care about that, that's actually to save you, okay? Because then I'm saving you from the trouble of going through this like advocacy for weed heads, which is not going to garner you any sort of support in this community and most likely make you look annoying. You know what I mean? Just smoke your weed and enjoy it. I don't care. You know, have fun. They're back from a 1 week timeout and they came back worse. Unsurprising. Unsurprising. All right. Obviously, yesterday there was an insane meeting that took place between Ukrainian President Zelensky and American sociopath Donald Trump. I covered this extensively. I hope that it's I covered it extensively, and the YouTube video is finally out on my YouTube page. Don't know why we talked about the Trump administration releasing the Epstein docs first. My editors have been slacking a little bit lately. I don't know what the hell's going on there. They're just like uploading things back to back to back and also uploading them like 3 days later. But luckily they uploaded this one. You can go check that out. But in any case, here's where we are. Yeah, it's because I don't pay them. That's probably what it is. It's because they're trapped in my basement, slaving away.
Reaction around the world to the White House face-off between President Trump and Vice President Vance and Ukraine's President Zelensky, plus new drone strikes overnight between Ukraine and Russia.
We have team coverage this morning in Washington and overseas, so let's begin here with ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang in the nation's capital. Good morning, Selena.
Hey, good morning, Gio. What played out in the Oval Office yesterday was shocking, something we've never seen before. You had the president publicly berating the leader of a country that's been fighting for its survival ever since Russia invaded Ukraine 3 years ago. Now, the future of Ukraine and American support for the country are all unclear.
If you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have...
This morning, shockwaves around the world after peace talks implode between President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky. The Oval Office meeting turning explosive after Zelensky warns that if Russia takes over Ukraine, America will feel the pressure.
You have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
You
We're going to feel very
you will
good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very
I'm
good and
telling
very
you,
strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed
From
yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a good
Brown,
position. You don't have the
saying-
cards right now. With us, you start having
not playing
cards.
cards.
But right now, you
I'm
don't.
very
Yeah, you're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
Vice President J.D. Vance jumping in to berate Zelensky.
Have you said thank
I hate him so much. I just like I hate everyone, but I really hate JD Vance. Like the way that he came in and be like, "Have you said thank you once?" Like, and his bitch ass, "Have you said thank you once?" was presented by the White House as a flex. It's just like, it's so incredibly lame and gross, especially because, yeah, he did. Okay. The very fact that Zelensky is even sitting there is because he's there to grovel. Like, you already know the power dynamic in this circumstance. Like, what do you mean? Have you said thank you once? Like, yeah, dude, he did. He did multiple times. What do you want him to do? Like, what do you want him to do more? Like, get down on his knees and start sucking like JD Vance does? Is that what it is? There is not more bowing down that he could do, okay? The very fact that he was like, "I don't want to do a mineral deal." And then a week later, he's like, "We are going to sign mineral deal." A week later, okay? After Trump called him a dictator, said he ain't shit, said he sucks over and over again, said he was responsible for his country getting invaded, all this stuff. Like, he's already there. He is already proverbially sucking it and also trying to do his very best. Like, he desperately obviously needs a ceasefire to and American support to continue. Well, since you put me on blast, I mentioned I'm coming back from 1BA and apparently coming back worse. I'm going to stick up for myself because you guys are the ones that are annoying. I was just trying to talk about the original woke is a drug thing. Why is this annoying? Dude, I don't know if you're going to understand this. The reason why you're being annoying is not because you have a just cause and people are undermining it. It's because you're being selfish. Okay? This is something that people like chatters, individual chatters sometimes can't comprehend. You know, think about this like a group of friends, okay? Think about the chat room like a group of friends. I'm going to very quickly try to explain this to you. Imagine if the group of friends have moved on to a different subject matter and you're still holding on to the previous subject matter, and then someone in the group gently tells you, "Hey, we've moved on, okay? Just, don't be annoying." And then you turn around and make the conversation about your feelings. Right now, you're making the conversation about your feelings. Except this is not just a group of friends. This is 20,000 people, okay? This is an arena full of people. And you're literally going, "Please talk to me about my own personal feelings." This is why you got probably banned last time around as well. So I urge you, please, whatever, fine, bye, it's fine, sorry. No, it's okay. People do it all the time. But you understand the dynamic in this community. I obviously respond. I see pretty much everything, okay? I see pretty much everything that's going on in the chat. I really value the back and forth that I have with chat. And sometimes people turn around and try to make it about themselves a little bit, okay? I love you, chatters. It's okay, sometimes you get in your own way, okay? Let's get back to this.
War III.
Vice President J.D. Vance jumping in to berate Zelensky.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting, have
today,
you said thank you?
Zelensky
Have you said thank you once? He has. Okay? Not only is his appearance there on this day to sign this mineral deal the endless thank you, okay? But also on top of that, he did say thank you directly numerous times. But this is not about thank yous. Or rather, it should not be about thank yous. Okay? It should not be about thank yous at all. It should be about, like, this conversation should have taken place privately. Okay? And under different circumstances, regardless of party loyalty, regardless of whether it was Republicans or Democrats, this conversation does take place, usually. It just takes place behind closed doors. The very fact that it happened in front of a press pool is crazy. Like, your ego is inconsequential in the matter. Like, what are we doing? That we're just now doing foreign policy on the whims of like a narcissistic madman? It's crazy. And I still don't believe that is what is going on. I can't believe that the American machine could be at the mercy of one psycho. You know what I mean? Like one psycho in his like thin skin. That's insane. It's wild. And I think that they will course correct eventually. But having said that, it is still shocking that this took place in the way that it did. I guess I should be more in an I told you so posture, because normally these kinds of conversations do take place. Normally these kinds of assurances and this kind of back and forth and this kind of negotiation does happen. It just happens behind closed doors. And then on the optic side, on the public facing side, America and our allies are like this, right? And then leftists are the ones who are supposed to say, no, you don't understand. This kind of conversation, there was a lot of back and forth that happened in this negotiations process. Ukraine wants more. America doesn't want to give it to them because America doesn't give a shit about Ukraine. And then every liberal is supposed to yell at me and say that I'm a campist, tanky Adolf Putler lover for saying it. But because it happened in broad daylight this time around, there was virtually no way for liberals to deny the reality that they're seeing. This is in many ways, with the exception of the optics of it all, the back and forth, the underlying sentiment, the lack of interest in giving everything that Ukraine is demanding to Ukraine and simply using them as cannon fodder against Russia because they're stuck being invaded by Russia and are desperate for our resources and our help is precisely what has been going on. Okay? That's precisely what's been going on. The only difference is like Trump is accelerating it in the more reactionary direction as he has done so far. And he's doing it very publicly. Doing it very publicly changes how soft power dynamics work for America and our allies. Okay?
Unable to reset the tone.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I answer?
Wait a minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
The White House blaming Zelensky for the blow-up. Trump kicking Zelensky out, canceling their press conference. Zelensky abruptly leaving without signing the deal for Ukraine to share its mineral resources. Later, Zelensky declining to apologize to Trump, but telling Fox News he's grateful.
I'm thankful to President Trump and to Congress bipartisan support. And I'm speaking like a president of a people who are in this struggle.
This was really interesting. Part of the reason why it was interesting is because you have to go on Brett Bayard to talk to Donald Trump and possibly the entirety of the base of support for Donald Trump, which is crazy, right? In and of itself, even if you're a foreign nation's leader, even if you are the leader of a foreign nation that was invaded. Okay. So that in and of itself is already wild. Okay. But what's also wild about it is that I think Zelensky falsely assumes one of three different things. Either he has a misplaced faith in European security partners carrying Ukraine to a better position of defense without the United States of America, which I think in the long term will not be successful. Or he thinks that the American public is not unimaginably selfish and will actually listen to reason, because he didn't stand down on Brett Baer's broadcast. He did not apologize. He didn't stand down. He just straight up was like, he just said it like it is. The situation on the ground is terrible. We obviously need support from America. I'm the president of my nation. I'm not going to, let my people be undermined. He took a bold stance. He took, dare I say, an idealistic stance. Okay? He was very honest about it. He was very honest about the situation, but I don't think he understands that showing conviction like that is not going to move the needle for Americans. It's certainly going to piss off Donald Trump even further. And because he's an absolute sociopath, I feel like he's just going to respond in the worst way possible to this. Okay? But then again, he's in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because he also has political pressures back home to worry about as well. He obviously can't grovel and beg as Trump regularly tries to humiliate him. And even outside of everything else, even if he were to grovel and beg, as he has done within the confines of reason, there's no assurances that Trump will play ball. If that makes sense. No, I do understand the position he's in. He has no practical option. No. That's precisely what I'm saying. I'm saying that there is literally nothing he can do in this situation. This is a horrible, horrible situation to be locked into. Okay? So, I don't know. I don't know what happens from this point on, because Trump is so petty, even though foreign policy still moves in whichever direction, regardless of what Trump's statements are. And we've seen that with the way he's communicated with Israel, right? About Israel saying, like, you can do whatever you want, go kill, we're going to ethnically cleanse Gaza or whatever. And then Steve Witkoff will come and play the role of cleanup to be like, he doesn't mean it. Like, he just wanted our Arab partners to get more involved in this deal or whatever the fuck, right? Like they'll always like end up playing catch up. After the fact, they always will sweep for Donald Trump and try to fix the posture and make it seem more reasonable when it's not. But like, with respect to Russia and Ukraine, it's obvious that even if Zelensky was super pro-Trump, which he has been, I think Trump simply doesn't care. He wants to bully Zelensky to posture as a very strong man. Ested had a really interesting take on this as well. Yeah, my immediate thoughts, this direct to consumer politics is core to the White House appeal, same as televised cabinet meetings. Also, huge gap in media coverage of Zelensky, positive and moralistic, and plummeting voter support for Ukraine aid. Course correction was politically overdue. Never seen anything quite like this, says David Cleon. This is the kind of exchange we read about from high-level leakers who were in the room, but they're carrying on like they're not surrounded by the press. Wild. So that's why that was what was so shocking. It wasn't shocking that Trump was like bullying Zelensky, okay? Because that is how we treat our allies. That is how we treat our proxies. Because the reality of the matter is, we do hold all the cards in this situation, right? I'm not an avid viewer, but this is the dumbest take I've ever heard. Okay. You can maybe elaborate on why you think it's dumb or what your opinion is, and we can work on that. But he needs to eat his ego. Dude, he did eat his ego. You're wrong. Zelensky already ate his ego. Zelensky appearing here today to sign a mineral deal that he said he doesn't want to sign initially was already him eating his ego. And Trump took advantage of that and used it to further undermine him. That is my point. Like, he was there to kiss the ring. Like, what else is he supposed to do? He's stuck. He needs American help. Okay? Oh, Lex Friedman. Wait, Lex Friedman deleted. Lex Friedman deleted his post. I said, I want a ceasefire and wished for Biden to secure one when Ukraine had max leverage and libs called me an Adolf Hitler lover for years. Zelensky came to sign a mineral deal after Trump called him a dictator and falsely blamed him for Russia invading his country. You are dick riding. And then he deleted the tweet. It was because he had this like long tweet about how he's like, I just want peace and I think Zelensky did the wrong thing. He made a follow-up. I regret engaging in the political dumpster fire of the Trump-Zelensky meeting. I simply want to do my small part in building bridges and pushing for long-lasting peace. I'll try to focus on that through long-form, nuanced conversation with people on all sides. I love you all. Yeah, the amount of disrespect President Zelensky showed to Donald Trump and the American people today was insane. This was a mistake. I have tremendous respect for President Zelensky and the heroic actions he took in the early days of war. I genuinely don't understand how you can look at the situation and be like, how dare he talk back? Like, at all. Like, do people not understand the dynamic leading up to this moment? Do people not comprehend, like, how much dick eating Zelensky has had to do up until that moment already? Like, what are we talking about? Donald Trump literally called him a dictator, said he was responsible for his country getting invaded, said he's going to take all of his natural resources, said that, you know, we've been giving you so much money, you're a failed comedian, yada, 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 all this shit. And Zelensky still, obviously, understandably, because he needs American support, came to the United States of America to sign a fucking mineral deal that he didn't want to sign initially. And then in that very moment, Trump is like, no, you stop talking. And they kicked him out. Like, that's crazy. That is crazy. You have to be so hopped up on cult fumes to look at this dynamic and be like, yeah, Zelensky really fucked up here. Like, what is he supposed to do? What more can he do? What more is he supposed to do? Like, I'm sorry. I mean, this is ridiculous. I did not think he was being disrespectful. I think that I did not think he was being disrespectful at all. Unless you thought that he was supposed to get on his hands and knees. He was being disrespected. He was being disrespected endlessly. And he still was just there to kiss the ring to the best of his ability. And I think they still, like, I think that they, you know, still very obviously wanted to use this as an opportunity to completely destroy him, to shit on him. Zelensky should have done his homework. Watch Fareed Zakaria explain how to handle Donald Trump on real time. No, all of these guys are wrong, okay? You want to know why I think all of these guys are wrong? Because they're making it seem as though like this is a Shinzo Abe situation. Shinzo Abe, beloved by Donald Trump, was always demonstrating fealty to him, okay? Always. He was one of the few American allies that from the jump was super pro-Trump. When all of the other European allies were shitting on Trump, he was there by his side, okay? R.I.P. Shinzo Abe. Now, that is a different dynamic, though, because Donald Trump already thinks Zelensky is an op. Okay? Donald Trump already thinks of Zelensky as an op. He does not see Zelensky as a asset, even. He thinks that Zelensky is a fucking op. He thinks Ukraine is lib shit. Okay? He thinks Zelensky should have given him blackmail so that he should have never lost to Joe Biden. And he is an op from day one, okay? He's an op from the last time. And he thinks, perhaps because of the unimaginable amount of support, mostly from the Democrats towards Ukraine, that he and his base attribute Ukraine to liberal nonsense. Like they think Ukraine is just lip shit. It's crazy how you profit off this bullshit. Whew. I'm a political commentator, brother. I don't know. Maybe you'll understand it one day. That's just kind of how it works. Profit off the shit. Runs no ads. All the revenue comes from voluntarily people subscribing because they want to support the show. Okay? Doesn't even monetize most of the content. Allows his fans to monetize it to the best of their ability. And you're over here still fucking complaining, still chirping. Go yell at somebody else. Anyway, JD's like that weak kid on the playground who always asks, are you going to let him say that about you trying to egg on a fight? My Ukrainian friend says Zelensky should have been smarter and a better diplomat to understand that Trump is a mad king kind of president. I get that, which is why I thought he would have apologized on Brett Baer. Okay? Dude, as a Ukrainian, I expect our president to do whatever it takes to save lives here. If he cannot endure some verbal remarks, he's not doing his job wrong. If they say to bark, he should bark. Okay, people are dying, useless assaults here. No, I understand that, guys. I do. But I'm telling you, the situation, at least for Zelensky with Trump, is a little different. Okay? I think that Donald Trump is thin-skinned enough to basically, even on the in the interim, even aesthetically, ruin a deal. Okay? This doesn't mean that it will always remain that way. But I do think that Donald Trump, I think we all understand Donald Trump is insane. Everybody gets that, okay? But I think Donald Trump's attitude here is completely, it's completely unacceptable.
In a strange way, I do feel like Zelensky should have studied this a little bit more. He's an emotional guy. I've met him many times. He's very brave. He's been fighting a war, and he let his emotion get the best of him. The way to have gone in there is first.
Dude, I'm sorry. People fucking... How is this happening? How am I the guy who's saying, after years and years of guys like Fareed Zakaria and all liberals yelling at me saying I love Adolf Hitler and I hate Zell Disney, how am I the guy defending Zell Disney and these guys are defending Donald Trump? What is going on? Like, what was he? I don't understand what these people are saying. His emotions got the best of him. He was getting dunked on by Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend, dude. And he still was just sitting there and eating it. He was taking it. What the hell? Look, and the reason why I'm mad about all this is because I want a ceasefire. Okay? That's what's so frustrating about this is that Donald Trump unironically is cooking the ceasefire negotiation that he is supposed to bring to the table. Okay? On the one hand, bringing Putin to the table and negotiating with Putin is a necessity if you want the bloodshed to end. Okay? That is just how it works. It doesn't matter if we agree to it or not. That is how it works. So on the one hand, yes, Donald Trump is doing the right thing by bringing Putin to the negotiations process, bringing Putin to the table. Donald Trump, on the other hand, is doing it in the worst ways possible and also cooking his own deal. Because in that process, every side has to get W's. Okay? You cannot just simply chop down Zelensky and the Ukrainian position. You cannot do that. Okay? That is ridiculous. You are an insane person. Like, you have to give them something back. So many people have died. Are you out of your mind? Like, it's insane. It's insane to just like use every opportunity you have to suck off Vladimir Putin as hard as you can, to a degree where you're also directly undermining Ukraine in the process. And I think the real reason why he's doing that is because he just is a petty bitch. Okay? Straight up. So many people had to die, yet it's right to give Zelensky more weapons. That's not what I'm saying, dude. What are you talking about? I'm saying that if you put forth a ceasefire and a negotiation, okay, and bring Vladimir Putin to the table while also undercutting Zelensky and undercutting the Ukrainian position and saying that they're responsible for Vladimir Putin invading them over and over again, okay, you're literally, you're not coming to the table in good faith. You're just actively telling everybody that your goal is to offshore and dump all your older weapons on Ukraine, undermine the Russian military, and then pick apart the rest of the country for scraps. Like, he's just saying the quiet part out loud, but in the process, he's also developing an unimaginable amount of resentment from Ukrainians. Okay. And there is no, like, you're making it less likely for any kind of real ceasefire negotiation to take place. And as someone who is an advocate for a ceasefire in perpetuity, I get very frustrated when I see that. Okay? I think part of the reason why, however, he did that is, as Ested says, to course correct, to basically not just bully Zelensky, which is, you know, great for him. He wants to do that for sure, but also to basically get the media to understand what's what. Like, he's not a careful dude. He's not a particularly smart guy. But I think I understand like what Ested is saying here, which is he is trying to directly tell America the past 3 years of pro-Zelensky coverage that you saw about like Russia is losing the war, Ukraine is winning the war, all that shit is gone, okay? Done. It's done. It's not. Ukraine is a proxy. We've always used them as a proxy. We're going to continue using them as a proxy, and there's no more like standing ovations for Zelensky and propping him up as like a bold, brave person trying to defend his country. Okay? I think that's what Donald Trump is trying to do, but he's doing it in the way that, I mean, I don't even think he should do that, by the way, for the record. I don't think that it's appropriate of him to do that, but I think that's what he's actively doing here. While also telling everybody there is no soft power. Would you do this for free? Yes, as evidenced by the fact that I am. Like, you're literally watching for free. Think about that. And I did for many years. You're watching for free. You're currently watching for free. And do you actually think that Ukraine needs a security guarantee that Zelensky is arguing for which Trump seems to not prioritize as much? So in terms of that back and forth, in terms of like Zelensky saying, we need a security guarantee, and Trump being like, you're not going to get it. Fuck off. Right? That conversation should not be happening in broad daylight. That's my, like, or under normal circumstances, that conversation does not happen in broad daylight. Because when it does happen in broad daylight, that means America is becoming even more actively violent and taking ownership over their selfish nature. And in some ways, I think it's a radicalizing moment for a lot of people. And, I hope people learn the right lessons, but I think it's going to break the brains of a lot of people. They're not going to learn the right lessons from this. They're not going to be like, oh, I get why Hasan always says America bad and then explains the reasons as to why. I think they're just going to look for alternative reasons. You know what I mean?
Years, and they just want to hear that America on our side and that America will stay with us, not with Russians, with us.
Trump has brushed off concerns that Putin could violate a peace deal, refusing to guarantee Ukraine's security so Russia won't invade again. I asked the president who he trusts more.
Do you trust Putin or Zelensky more?
Look, I don't trust or distrust anybody. I just want to get a deal done. And if the deal happens, good. But you can't embolden somebody that does not have the cards, and all of a sudden that person says, oh, well, now I can keep fighting.
And sources tell me the Trump administration is now considering cutting off all ongoing shipments of military aid to Ukraine. And this is a strong signal of this dramatic plunge that we've seen in relations between wartime allies, even though at this point it's unclear what the effect of that would be on the battlefield, guys.
Unclear indeed. All right, Selena, thank you so much. And as you can imagine, we are getting lots of reaction this morning to that Oval Office shouting match from around the world. ABC's Tom Soufi Burge is in London with that side of the story. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Gio. Yeah, alarm bells are really ringing out across Europe this morning after that jaw-dropping bust-up. European and other Western leaders are rallying behind President Zelensky in Ukraine, but Western diplomats now have their work cut out to try and mitigate the damage. The reaction in Ukraine so far is a near consensus that President Zelensky stood up for his people, trying to correct misconceptions and even at times disinformation from the Trump administration about the war, and also fighting for Ukraine's baseline, that they can only accept a peace agreement if there are security guarantees to prevent Russia invading yet again. Now, despite his principal cause, some analysts are questioning whether Zelensky, at a disadvantage in a foreign language, might have misjudged the moment. And there's now deep concern about the impact this will have on US military support, which was already in jeopardy. Without it, Ukraine will suffer a significant blow. The winner out of this is Russia, the Kremlin savoring the moment, praising Trump and mocking Zelensky. And the European Union's top diplomat now suggesting America's role as leader of the free world could be over and Europe should now work to fill the gap. Moments ago, Zelensky touching down here in London ahead of a European summit tomorrow amid a unique sense of crisis on this continent. Janae?
Unique sense of crisis indeed. Tom, thank you for that.
Why is nobody talking about China, man? All right, here is the CNN exclusive. You don't see all the things that lead up to this. Rubio defends Trump. Okay? All the Trump supporters in my work have been quiet since the election. This situation is the first time they've talked outwardly. So I think there's two different kinds of Trump supporters here. Hassan, I agree with your standpoint on the subject, but what is your take about those videos where we see Ukrainian officials yanking men off the streets and often beating them up and taking them away, unroll them by force, send them into the trenches? Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying, obviously, it's time for a ceasefire. Okay? I have long maintained this position, but it's obvious, especially now, that Ukraine has run out of manpower. Unless they lower the age of conscription to 18 from 25, which is what Biden suggested on his way out, okay? And Trump even entertained it for a brief moment, and they start pulling younger and younger men and just completely eviscerate their next generation, there is not much more. There is not much more time that Ukraine has in this process. On the other side, it's not like Russia is cruising through this either. Okay? They're not cruising through this as well. It's not like they're having a great time here either. So, you know, before all the Z pushers say like, oh, dude, they're also killing it. Like, no, it is in both parties' best interest to wrap it up. The only party that doesn't necessarily care about the length of this and you know, is just trying to make out with as much money as possible from this process as they have so far is the United States of America. But because of the terms set on the battlefield, I think that Ukraine has two options. Either they go back to their European partners and America as well and forcibly deport all of the able-bodied Ukrainian men that are of age, okay, and then instantly start training them and forcibly conscripting them to go out and fight, and then also simultaneously continue getting weapons from America, continue getting weapons from Europe and whatnot, and you know, continue the war of attrition and potentially eviscerate their next generation, okay? Or they have to do a ceasefire. But in this process, America holds all the cards on the Ukrainian side. And therefore, I think we owe it to the Ukrainians to make sure that we give them the best possible deal we can. It is insane to me that this is like out of the question from the Trump perspective. The notion that like the responsible party is Ukraine and that the Ukraine is not playing ball and being annoying is psychotic to me. Okay? Is completely psychotic. It's ridiculous. Yes, I'm fairly certain that Zelensky himself also recognizes the conditions on the battle lines. Okay, he's not delusional. He sees it. Everybody that even OSINT Twitter sees it. Okay, the only people that don't see it are people that only hear about this stuff every now and then from MSNBC and New York Times or whatever, because like there is also an active war of information happening as well. Russia keeps saying they're cruising and it's awesome and nobody died or whatever. And Ukraine says basically that their battle lines are hardened and that they're totally doing a great job and that any day now they're going to push back the Russian forces. And the Kursk offensive was a massive success and they took Russian territory and therefore, they'll have a bargaining chip in that regard. And I think that the casualty numbers, I suspect that the casualty numbers are fairly high, like very high, higher than the way that it has been presented for both sides. This new pro-Ukraine HasanAbi is great to see. What? This is not a new take. I have been an advocate for a ceasefire in Ukraine under the Biden administration and regularly yelled at the Biden administration over and over again. This is not a new position. Why should the U.S. care about giving the best deal possible for Ukraine? Because we expended them. Like, what do you mean?
And my source tonight is the Secretary of State who is in that room today, Marco Rubio. Thank you so much, Secretary Rubio, for being here. We just heard from President Zelensky. He said he does not think that he owes President Trump an apology for what happened inside the Oval Office today. Do you feel otherwise?
I do, because you guys don't see, you guys only saw the end. You saw what happened today. You don't see all the things that led up to this. So let me explain. The president's been very clear. He campaigned on this.
Yeah, the take I've always had is finally the most pro-Ukraine take in liberals' eyes because they have arrived at my conclusion years later. Okay? After years and years of yelling about how I love Adolf Hitler with out-of-context clips that I found out later were directly advocating for the exact opposite thing that they claimed I was advocating for, by the way. And moments where I like lose my shit on a chatter and respond to them for 10 seconds, as though that in and of itself is indicative of the, hundreds of hours of commentary on this process. Finally, they've also arrived at the conclusion that like maybe a ceasefire could be a good opportunity, and they're like shedding their delusion on this, or maybe even recognizing that America has been using and abusing Ukraine because they're not interested in Ukrainian emancipation, but simply interested in making money. Lo and behold, and also, undermining a foreign adversary. That finally they've arrived at the similar conclusion that I've had. So now they can turn around and say, "Oh, wow, you're pro-Ukraine, I guess."
He thinks this war should have never started. He believes, and I agree, that had he been president, it never would have happened. Now here we are. He's trying to bring an end to this conflict. We've explained very clearly what our plan is here, which is we want to get the Russians to a negotiating table. We want to explore whether peace is possible. They understand this. They also understand that this agreement that was supposed to be signed today was supposed to be an agreement that binds America economically to Ukraine, which to me, as I've explained, and I think the president alluded to today, is a security guarantee in its own way, because we're involved. It's now us. It's our interests. That was all explained. That was all understood. And nonetheless, for the last 10 days, in every engagement we've had with the Ukrainians, there's been complications in getting that point across, including the public statements that President Zelensky has made. But they insisted on coming to D.C. This agreement could have been signed 5 days ago, but they insisted on coming to Washington. And there was and should have been a very clear understanding. Don't come here and create a such scenario where you're going to start lecturing us about how diplomacy isn't going to work. President Zelensky took it in that direction, and it ended in a predictable outcome as a result. It's unfortunate. That wasn't supposed to be this way, but that's the path he chose. And I think, frankly, sends his country backwards in regards to achieving peace, which is what President Trump wants at the end of the day, is for this war to end. He's been as consistent as anyone can be about what his objective is here.
But what specifically do you want to see President Zelensky apologize for?
Well, apologize for turning this thing into the fiasco for him that it became.
Real psycho hours, dude. We've devolved so much. It's crazy. What should he apologize for is a great question here. And the answer always is just like basically nothing. Okay. It's just like, oh, he should not have responded at all. Okay. Like the very fact that he's there over and over again, thanking the administration like a million times over, thanking them over and over and over and over and over again. Like, what more? What do you want? He's just been eating it. Like, what is really messed up that he didn't get on his hands and knees and beg. It's also interesting to see Marco Rubio say this because he's supposed to be the reasonable war hawk, okay? Obviously, when you're in the Trump administration, reason kind of goes out the window. But on the one hand, Marco Rubio is supposed to manage the direction, manage the trajectory of the allegiances, and basically turn around and be like, oh, Trump didn't mean it like that. But it does seem like they're just actively going after Zelensky and saying he is at fault here. So I guess, I don't know. We're just cutting Ukraine off completely. I don't know what the hell's going on. Like, is there a realignment happening? Who knows?
There was no need for him to go in there and become antagonistic. Look, this thing went off the rails. You were there, I believe. It went off the rails when he said, let me ask you a question to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Well, this is a serious thing. I mean, thousands of people have been killed, thousands. And he talks about all these horrible things that have happened to prisoners of war and children. All true, all bad. This is what we're dealing with here. It needs to come to an end. We are trying.
It's crazy. Yeah, okay. You explain all of that. Not to be too libbed up here. But if you explain all of that, how do you also simultaneously explain Donald Trump being like, and all of that is the fault of Zelensky? How does that make sense? Like, I don't understand it. What do you, even if your position is that Ukraine bit off more than it could chew with Russia, okay, and really egged on Russia and you know, found itself too comfortably in the bosom of Western empire when it's supposed to be like the boundary, the Russia's red line in perpetuity that the NATO allies also understand, okay? Even if that's your position, how the fuck is that still Zelensky's fault? At that point, you should be blaming previous administrations. But you can't do that because Donald Trump also was a previous administration president. And in the process, he, you know, continued the same foreign policy perspectives with respect to Ukraine. So for that reason, you can't really say previous administrations really fucked it up too, which is why you arrive at this situation where you have to blame Zelensky, the most insane position you can arrive at. That's it. That's it. That's literally it. Okay? How do you defend saying, JD saying, have you said thank you enough? What an insane thing to say. Yeah, I know. It's not only awful in terms of form, like it was just so gross of him to say that, but it was also so stupid. Like you're like, who are you? You're not even here. Like you're not even a part of this admin, little bro. Okay. You're just kind of here as like Peter Thiel's blood boy who just communicates all the secret closed door meetings back to him directly.
Trying to bring it to an end. The way you bring it to an end is you get Russia to the table to talk. And he understands that attacking Putin, no matter how anyone may feel about him personally, forcing the president into a position where you're trying to goad him into attacking Putin, calling him names, maximalist demands about Russia having to pay for the reconstruction, all the sorts of things that you talk about in a negotiation. Well, when you start talking about that aggressively, and the president's a deal maker, he's made deals his entire life, you're not going to get people to the table. And so you start to perceive that maybe Zelensky doesn't want a peace deal. He says he does, but maybe he doesn't. And
dog, why is he there then? Why is he there? You guys have legitimized denying actual truth. No, why is Zelensky there to begin with? Clown Lensky's a corrupt puppet and war criminal. He and his EU-US cosmopolitan globalist backers are scared of a ceasefire killing their cash cow, dreams of color revolutions, and ruin the endless destabilization of the whole region. He feeds on chaos. A ceasefire means his political death. Stop being a skibbity toilet. Dog. I don't even know where to begin to address this. Okay? Donald Trump is literally the EU-US cosmopolitan globalist backer. He is that guy. What do you think his solution is here? Like what? No, this is such an insane thing to say. Donald Trump is the president of America. He is not a Maoist third worldist, dude. Wake up. Okay? No, I will be skibbity. And you need to stop phantom taxing. Okay? I will be so skibbity. I will stick out my gyat for the Rizzler. Stop it. What the fuck? What are you saying?
And that active
like, dude, Unk, you're washed. You brain rot isn't convincing. Okay. The question I always have for these guys, is this. Okay. If Donald Trump is not this like globalist guy, he's a real isolationist, why is he advancing the Brandonian agenda of Saudi nuclearization and potentially even sending troops to Saudi Arabia to protect Saudi Arabia and troop escalation in the region that he has not scaled back on, and as a matter of fact is giving Israel quintillions of dollars of weapons, just like Biden did? Why is that the case? Can one of these fucking MAGA communists respond to this question? Can someone explain to me what the Maoist third worldist position of Donald Trump is? And you know, how did that happen? How do you square that circle? Explain that to me. Why is he just deep-throating Benjamin Netanyahu on a daily basis? How does that work?
Open undermining of efforts to bring about peace is deeply frustrating for everyone who's been involved in communications with them leading up to today. And I think he should apologize for wasting our time for a meeting that was going to end the way it did.
You yourself have said previously that Putin cannot be trusted in negotiations. That was the point that President Zelensky was ultimately making during that conversation, is that there cannot be an agreement without security guarantees, because he was talking about all the ceasefire agreements before, or agreements that Putin has just blown past. I mean, do you still feel that way, that Putin cannot be trusted in these negotiations?
Well, I was there yesterday when the president said in front of the media that our
yeah, this is also the liberal position here is also kind of silly too, because like when you're in the midst of like securing a ceasefire deal with the other party, yeah, you're not going to constantly talk about like how they can't be trusted. They can't be trusted. Like, what do you mean? That's the one aspect of Trump's commentary that if he wasn't an insane person, I would understand. I'd be like, yeah, you can't, like, we get it. Okay. I understand. Yes, Vladimir Putin can't be trusted. Okay. I know. Trust me. I know. Look at the last 3 years. But the point is, if the options in front of us are unlimited battle and trench warfare, as both parties are just butting heads in the meat grinder, okay, and a conditional ceasefire agreement that might actually fall apart once again because of destabilization from the Russian side, then you go back to square one. That's it. You go back to permanent war. That's it. That's it. That is literally my argument, and was my argument when liberals used to get mad at me all the time. They were like, appeasement. You're doing appeasement. You're doing appeasement to Russia when you say you want a ceasefire. It's like, no, dude. I see the situation. I see the writing on the wall. When it comes to nuclear arms, when it comes to nuclear nations, the dynamic is very different. There's a reason why there is no no-fly zone over Ukraine. Why do you think there is no no-fly zone over Ukraine right now? Ukraine wanted it. It's a perfectly understandable desire. Why is there none? Think. That's because two nuclear armed nations are not going into conflict with one another because the nukes will start flying.
Our approach is going to be trust but verify. President Trump's made deals his entire life. He's not going to get suckered into some deal that's not a real deal. We all understand this. We understand it on our end for certain. And so the goal here is to get to a place we have to explore whether peace is possible. I've said this repeatedly. I don't know. I think it is, based on what they've said so far, but we have to explore that. How else is this war going to end? I ask people, what is the European plan to end this war? I can tell you what one foreign minister told me, and I'm not going to say who it was, but I can tell you what one of them told me, and that is that the war goes on for another year. And
bro pointed to his ear. When he said one of them told me, he meant he actually heard them from 7,000 miles away, actually. Okay? My man's got satellites on him, dude. This is crazy work. He's like, yeah, one of them told me, as in they were talking in a private meeting 7,000 miles away in an underground bunker, and I heard it.
At that point, Russia will feel so weakened that they'll beg for a peace. That's another year of killing, another year of dying, another year of destruction. And by the way, not a very realistic plan in my point of view. So if there's a chance at peace, even if it's a 1% chance, that needs to be explored. And that's what President Trump is trying to do here.
I mean, okay. All right. Here he is trying to moderate it. Okay. He is trying to moderate it. Okay. This is. Okay, the last part of this, he stuck the landing. Okay, he did. He flubbed in the beginning, but ultimately the damage control implies. This is why I said what Rubio says is more significant than what Trump says in the meetings, because while they have to defend Donald Trump's feelings, which is such an insane thing to say, but he is an incredibly emotional person and very thin-skinned, and these guys have to basically play ball with a psycho, okay? Marco Rubio is old school politician, and that's the reason why he's in charge of the State Department. So what he says, I think, is more important than what Donald Trump says. So while the first part of this was just like basically saying like, oh, you know, Zelensky is corrupt, or, you know, he should have groveled further or whatever. Then he turns around and is like, but, you know, we have to give peace a try. We have to do, no matter what the no matter what the alternative is, you know, this is what we're going to do. This is what this admin is going to move forward with.
President Trump said just when he was leaving the White House after that meeting that he doesn't think President Zelensky wants peace. But isn't that why the Ukrainian leader was in the Oval Office for that meeting?
Great question by Caitlin Collins. Is correct. My question as well.
Today?
Well, he was in the Oval Office to sign a minerals rights deal. That's what he was in the Oval Office to sign today. But again, when you have comments that deliberately appear to be I mean, after having discussed this repeatedly, deliberately appear to be geared towards making the argument that peace is not possible. You know, again, he turns to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Almost as if to say, these people, you can't deal with them. You can't have any negotiations with Putin because he can't be trusted. And
There's not, no. No, there, brother, then he wouldn't have showed up. Like, what are we talking about, man? What are we talking about? They are trusting Putin, so stupid. No, Marco Rubio's statement there is not incorrect. Even if there's a 1% chance that there could be a ceasefire, we have to take it, is not incorrect, especially when, as the head of the State Department, he's also laying out the truth of the matter in terms of what the battlefield looks like, okay? He's saying that, look, read between the lines. Understand that this is not a normal cabinet, okay, where Donald Trump will both be brutally honest and very ruthless in times and demonstrate American ruthlessness in broad daylight, but also is very narcissistic and kind of short-tempered and short-sighted, so much so that he will fuck up a ceasefire deal that that his people, the Marco Rubios of the world, put together. Okay? Trump administration wants public apology from Zelensky to mend relations after Oval Office clash. Bloomberg. He is literally lying about what Zelensky said and wants, though? Yes, I know. The reason why he's lying about what Zelensky said and wants is because, one, we don't give a fuck about our proxies. We don't give a fuck about our allies. He can just betray them and shit on them all day, every day. And two, he certainly has to play ball with Donald Trump. He has to play around Donald Trump's feelings. He has to run defense for Donald Trump. Because if he doesn't run defense for Donald Trump is going to be like, okay, you're done. You're a rhino. And his idiotic base is also going to be like, okay, I guess Marco Rubio was always a war hawk and a rhino. Because in some ways he is. I mean, he absolutely is a war hawk.
You're just wasting your time on negotiations. Well, he's directly, basically undermining everything the president has told him he's trying to do. Look, there's no need for that. You start to suspect, does he really want an end to this war? Does he just think that, you know, we have to do whatever he says and give him anything he wants without any end game? That was the Biden strategy. That was the Biden strategy. We were funding a stalemate. We were funding a meat grinder. And unfortunately, for the Ukrainians, the Russians have more meat to grind, and they don't care about human life. We've seen it, human waves, the North Koreans, etc. And so,
by the way, this, without the backdrop of Donald Trump's statements, this is what you would hear from a reasonable Republican. Like, not the first 5 minutes, okay? But this is what you would normally hear from a cabinet that was changing like that was trying to pack up the Ukraine situation, basically. A more polite approach to this would basically be, it's a meat grinder. Ukraine doesn't have enough manpower. Either they lower their age of conscription and also force European allies and the United States of America, or ask European allies in the United States of America to start deporting able-bodied Ukrainian men back to Ukraine so they can hold weapons and engage in this war of attrition, okay? Or we have to give peace a chance. That is what you would normally say. Okay. And then the back and forth and the yelling at one another would probably happen behind closed doors. And then some leaker would explain to us that that is what happened behind closed doors. And then I would point to that leaker and I would say, see, America doesn't give a fuck about Ukrainians. And then all of the liberals will yell at me and say, I'm Adolf Putler lover. I'm Mr. Lover of Adolf Putler. America does care about Ukrainian emancipation. And we would have this back and forth. The reason why we're not having that back and forth is because Trump is basically openly doing it in broad daylight. Why does he voluntarily go on CNN instead of pro-Trump media? What do you mean? Because this is him fixing Trump's insanity in his way. He's trying to do damage control. He's trying to give assurances to, you know, the military-industrial complex and the capital owners who still listen to CNN and aren't like brain-broken QAnon dick riders for MAGA world. Yeah, this is his attempt at trying to do damage control. But he knows that Donald Trump is going to hear him, and he knows he has to play a role here, and you know, spare Trump's feelings while simultaneously saying like, these are the real reasons why we need to do a ceasefire.
So this is a very complex thing. It's very delicate. It's very costly. It's very bloody. It needs to be brought to an end, but it isn't going to be brought to an end with public pronouncements and maximalist demands in the public, but in real diplomacy. The vice president was right.
When you say they don't care about life, are you talking about the Russians or the Ukrainians?
Well, the Russians, I mean, they're conscripting by the hundreds of thousands. They brought in North Korean troops that were slaughtered in Kursk, and they keep going because they got more people. That's the other fact. Look, and it's, you know, again, we go back to the same point. I'm not going to fall into this trap of the who's bad and who's evil. People can make those conclusions. People have seen how this narrative has played out and where we are today and how this all started and so forth. The point now is it has to end. And the way it ends is you get people to a negotiating table. And the president, who's the ultimate deal maker, knows you don't get people to a negotiating table when you're calling them names and you're accusing them of things, because at the end of the day, this is not a political campaign. Okay, this is high-stakes international diplomacy and an effort to bring about an end to a very, very dangerous war.
But you yourself, sir, have said before that you believe Putin is a war criminal, that is a widely accepted fact. You've called him a butcher. And you've said that as a Secretary of State, you do believe it's important for someone with such global influence as you have to speak with that kind of moral clarity.
Yeah, and at this moment, as Secretary of State, my job working for the president is to deliver peace, to end this conflict and end this war. Ultimately, that is the job of the State Department. The State Department doesn't fight wars, it ends them. It tries to end them. And that's usually, by the way, celebrated.
Okay, Cap.
I mean, throughout history, I've watched presidents.
The State Department doesn't start wars, it ends them. The American State Department, okay, dog. Yeah. Security guarantee is what Zelensky wants. Yeah, the entire point of contention that should have been done privately, but is being done publicly, is that security guarantee is what Zelensky wants. Trump thinks mineral agreement is basically that because Putin wouldn't dare to fuck with Trump's money. Yes, exactly. And Zelensky thinks, for understandable reasons, no, Putin would definitely fuck with your money. And he would definitely go back to the drawing board and restart conflict. That's the point. That is the point of contention here. Okay? My point is, I don't give a fuck. I want people to stop dying, which is why I think for as long as you can commit to a ceasefire is a good thing. Is a benefit. The notion that this gives Russia an opportunity to re-up and rearm and then pummel Ukraine further is silly. It's the same principle behind the Israeli-Palestinian ceasefire that was implemented, and I had the exact same position then, warning people that Israel most likely is going to re-up and rearm and likely pummel and permanently annex the West Bank, but it's still ultimately a good thing that people are not being fucking slaughtered in the process. That was my position on Israel-Palestine, and it's the consistent position I have for Russia and Ukraine.
to bring about an end to wars and conflicts, and people celebrate that. They applaud it. I think we should be very proud and happy that we have a president whose prime objective is not to get into wars, but to prevent wars and to get out of wars. That is a very noble, laudable goal. Everyone should be applauding it, and he should be given the space to do that, not undermined by demands that he call Putin names or that we say things that impede the ability to conduct real diplomacy, as the vice president said today.
To follow up on what you just said a moment ago, are you saying that you have doubts that President Zelensky wants this war to come to an end?
What I have doubts about is whether he's willing to say and do the things that we need in order to get a negotiation. Again, you guys, this has been going on for 10 days. And, you know, to see things in the press saying we're not coordinating with the Ukrainians, that's absolutely false. Over the last 10 days, the Ukrainians have met with the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of State, the Vice President of the United States, had a phone call with President Trump, and he was in the Oval Office today. I've talked to the foreign minister of Ukraine 3 times in the last 10 days. The argument that we're not engaging, but yet you keep reading these press accounts about, oh, well, they're leaving us out, we're not involved, we're not engaged. None of these things are true, and it continues. So all that led up to today in a deep sense of frustration. And my hope is that this all can be reset and maturity can kick in and some pragmatism, because this war tonight, people will die in Ukraine. Tonight, people will die in this conflict. We're trying to bring an end to this conflict, which is unsustainable. It's an unsustainable, bloody war that has to come to an end. And right now, the only leader in the world that can even have a chance.
Even if Zelensky doesn't like the deal, it does not matter. Because America holds all the cards in this process, they are supposed to be more reasonable and not fucking humiliate Zelensky and undermine him. Especially because, like, we're in the process of looting Ukraine. Like, what are we talking about? We are quite literally in the process of looting Ukraine. Everybody, every reasonable person, and I think Zelensky himself, understands the power dynamic here. Okay? So if every single person understands the power dynamic here, how the fuck are you going to actively undermine your supposed ally in the process, your proxy in the process? Undermining and humiliating your proxy in the process undermines your standing. This is my point. Trump's ego is getting in his own way of actually securing a reasonable ceasefire negotiation. That's my point. He is such a fucking man-child and so goddamn thin-skinned that even if he brought forth reasonable positions initially, it's impossible to say that he brought forth reasonable positions because it was sandwiched between insanely unreasonable shit that he was doing in terms of, you know, taking all of Ukraine's resources and also simultaneously bullying Zelensky. Like, he has more smoke for our proxy in this process than he does for the adversary. Okay? That's wild.
Of bringing about an end to this is named President Donald Trump. And we need to give him the opportunity to try and do that. And when you see efforts to impede it, when you tell someone, don't say, let's not talk about these things, let's not go in this direction because it makes it harder for us to engage, and they insist on doing it anyways, you start to wonder. I don't like to impugn people's motives, but you start to wonder what's behind it. So, look, again, let's hope that this can be salvaged, but I'm not sure after today.
You don't believe that this can be, you're not
the
sure.
adversary is strong, the proxy is weak, so it makes sense? No, it doesn't make sense. And the reason why it doesn't make sense is because America is still stronger than Russia. I can't believe people are still saying, how is Ukraine a proxy to the U.S.? I'm losing my freaking mind, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm losing it. Like, oh. If that was not the case, Zelensky would not be coming to the United States of America yesterday after Trump called him a dictator. Okay? Please. Donald Trump has been actively undermining Zelensky nonstop. And Zelensky, even after being kicked out of the White House, has been thanking him over and over and over again. Why do you think that's happening? The United States has been using Ukraine to fight against Russia. This is not a secret. This is what they have been openly stating. I don't know how people still at this stage refuse to recognize that when virtually every politician has actively said it. Okay? I saw a piece from Lloyd Austin who said as much. America is on the right side, being on Ukraine's side in this process, as I have said over and over again. Ukraine is the country that was wronged. It was invaded by a larger adversary. Russia is in the wrong. Ukraine is on the right. Having said that, however, America's interests with Ukraine are not for emancipatory reasons. It is not. And every single politician has basically recognized this reality and openly stated it. What's wild to me, however, is that even in this moment, people still act like that's not the case, and I don't understand.
Let's face it, we're waging a proxy war. We're waging a proxy war, but we're not giving our proxies the ability to do the job. And for years and years now, we've been allowing them to fight with one hand tied behind their backs, and it has been cruel. It has been cruel, and we need now to give them what they need.
There's Boris Johnson, the great deal maker himself, the British deal maker. But it's not just that. Hold on. There's more. I mean, you got like the most reasonable heads, the most reasonable foreign policy heads, not even like the demented Brandon team. I'm talking like, you know, people who actually are in charge of the foreign policy. Also openly stating it. This is from an op-ed by Megan K. Stack. Okay. Here. U.S. officials usually describe this war in noble terms, extolling their unflinching support, $175 billion worth, for heroic Ukraine in the fight against the monster Mr. Putin. Sometimes, though, they are blunter, such as when Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told reporters in Poland a couple months after the invasion that the United States wants to see Russia weakened. The comments suggested that the United States would weaponize Ukrainian patriotism and spend Ukrainian lives because of prolonged war. Even a war that could probably not be won suited U.S. interests in chipping away at Mr. Putin's staying power. This was 3 years ago. I believe it's right to call Ukraine a proxy war because I think it's reasonable to conclude that the Biden administration has supported the war not only in deference to righteous Ukrainian determination to fight off Russia, but also because the war was a chance to debilitate our enemy without directly engaging in it. Here's from the AtlanticCouncil.org, January 12, 2023. The West reaps multiple benefits from backing Ukraine against Russia. Now, people will look to this stuff as not an admission, but as simply a way to sell the continued support to Ukraine because Americans are selfish. They will look to Joe Biden saying, oh, but we have artillery shell. We have artillery shell facilities in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Like all of the dollars that we're spending on Ukrainian defense is actually being spent in the United States of America to beef up United States of America contracting, like that's actually building our manufacturing capabilities, right? They say this. And people point to that and say, oh, it's because we want to, it's because we want to sell it to Americans. No, those are actual moments of truth, brutal honesty. Okay? That is what the truth of the matter is.
Sure that this can be salvaged. I mean, can this relationship between Zelensky and Trump be repaired in your view?
I think anything is possible, but it has to go back to the point that President Trump is interested in being involved in this for the purposes of bringing about an enduring and lasting peace. That's what he wants to achieve. And I think if I'm a country, okay, that's involved in a war with a bigger country, who's losing thousands of people, who's had 3 million people leave my country because they can't be there, who is facing these challenges, I would be thanking a president who's trying to help bring about an end to this war. I would be thanking him, and I would be supportive of what he's trying to do, at least in my public pronouncements and in my public posture. And we didn't see that today, and we haven't seen that for the last few days. Now, will that change? I hope so. It should, for the purposes of global peace and stability in Europe and around the world.
Do you think you can make the argument that he hasn't said thank you?
Well, I think the vice president said he hadn't said it today. He hadn't heard it today in that meeting, and we were.
He did. This stuff is so stupid. He did.
We're hoping that meeting would begin by thank you for everything you've done for us. We wouldn't be where we are today without you. We wouldn't even have a chance to negotiate a peace without the help you gave us. By the way, without the help you gave us when you were president in the first term, because President Obama refused to provide them defensive capabilities in terms of military hardware. He did provide him blankets.
Yeah, and
he
that
did
was
provide
brought up
him
today
humanitarian
during
aid.
that meeting.
And it was brought up, but I was there. In fact, I vividly recall at the time Vice President Biden saying to me in a meeting that we had at the Vice President's residence that the reason why we didn't want to provide them those weapons is because they might use them. That was his exact quote. And that was the attitude. I remember clearly then the Ukrainian leaders saying, we don't need more blankets or MREs. We need weapons to defend ourselves. And they didn't do it. President Trump did. He provided them weaponry, some of it, much of it, which was used at the beginning of this war. And without those weapons being in their stocks, this war could have been over very quickly, 2, 3, 4 days. Another pot shot that Zelensky took today, when the president pointed that out, you know what Zelensky said? He said, yeah, we've heard that from the Russians. That's not a Russian narrative. That was the official position, okay, of the United States. I vividly recall being briefed by leaders in the Biden administration telling us that this war was going to be over in 5 to 6 days. They believed that was their assessment at the time. And it wasn't the case because of the weapons that Ukraine had in its stocks because of President Trump in his first term. So he should have been grateful for that and grateful for what we're doing now. And one more point. It's not just President Trump. There's news reports out there from NBC News, at least is one of the places I recall, reporting that Biden had a shouting match with Zelensky for not being grateful and not being thankful for everything that was provided back in 2022. Now, that didn't happen in front of the press. That was leaked, but it got out there. These frustrations are not unique to President Trump. There was those frustrations in the previous administration, if NBC News is to be believed.
Right. But obviously we've never seen anything like what we saw today. But the point that Zelensky was making there is that everyone predicted his demise, and Ukraine was able to fight and to survive. Zelensky was able to survive. The Ukrainian people have been fighting for 3 years. You yourself have said previously that the United States should assist Ukraine as long as the Ukrainians are willing to fight. So I think the question coming out.
Why do people's brain break when you cover this issue? Very simple. American exceptionalism and unimaginable amounts of consent being manufactured in one direction from outlets and institutions that they care about, that they trust for years and years. It's a faucet of propaganda. And when you have a moment where that kind of breaks because Donald Trump is president again, people have two options. Either they desperately try to cling on to the old ways of thinking, or try to re-examine their biases and try to re-examine their social conditioning. And most people don't want to do that. That's it. Like, I don't think most liberals are thirsty for endless war all around the world. I think most Americans are not thinking about it like that. There are certainly, NATO heads on Twitter or whatever who reassert some semblance of American power, and that makes them feel powerful. If you dominate like weak enemies, vulnerable populations, then all of this stuff, the fact that I don't have fucking healthcare means something, That's why they flex on Yemen and post about how, oh, Yemen's going to learn today what it's like to, why we don't have health care, like, you know, that sort of stuff. But most Americans don't think like that. I think most Americans are just looking at the situation and hearing over and over and over again that correctly, Ukraine is on the right side and we're on the right side for once. Like, please let us have this. And that, you know, we are bravely and boldly supporting our allies in this regard. And it's actually a selfless endeavor. That's the part that I think is like the biggest lie. The biggest lie that the media tells is that we're selfless. We've never been selfless. There's never been a moment, like, nation states don't engage in selfless, morally righteous acts. That is not the case. They only operate in the interest of whatever the interest of the nation state is. For America, it's capitalism. So obviously, it's always going to be, we are always going to be beholden to capital owners, whether it be the military-industrial complex or, you know, any number of different corporate executive and corporate interests. Okay? But that's what it is.
Out of that meeting is what happens next year. I mean, you are the U.S. chief diplomat. Is there a path for diplomacy? Is a ceasefire still a possibility tonight?
Well, number one, you know who else said that Ukraine is very brave and very valiant? President Trump. He said it today. He said it repeatedly. Your soldiers have been very brave. Your fighters have been very brave. Your people have been very brave. He said that repeatedly. And everyone recognizes that. But we're 3 years into a war that has no end in sight and no exit strategy. The EU doesn't have an exit strategy. I saw the comments tonight from the leader of the EU saying there needs a new leader of the free world. I mean, these people are just playing silly games and saying these things. What is their exit strategy? What is anybody else's exit strategy? The only person on the planet who is actively trying to bring an end to this conflict is named Donald Trump, the President of the United States. He's the only one that's trying to do it. And we should be helping him to achieve it. And so do I think it's possible? Yeah, I hope it's possible, because that's what we do try to do at the Department of State, is we try to bring end to conflicts, not start new ones, and certainly not extend them.
Senator Lindsey Graham, after having lunch with President Trump today, said Zelensky either needs to resign or they need to send someone over that we can do business with. Do you feel that President Zelensky needs to resign?
Well, that's Lindsey's feeling, because he feels very passionately. You know, he's been a very strong supporter of Ukraine. Lindsey Graham has been one of the strongest voices for Ukraine. Well,
Lindsey Graham is lower than dirt, okay? I don't no. Lindsey Graham does not care about a single Ukrainian life, okay? He does not care, unless, you know, it's maybe someone he's having sex with, but that's besides the point. He only cares about maintaining loyalty to Donald Trump. He is a ginormous ass kisser. Lindsey Graham historically even turned around. He literally historically turned around and sucked up to Donald Trump after Donald Trump shit on his best friend. Okay? Shit on his best friend, the Maverick John McCain. He does not care. Okay? He is just a simple brown noser through and through. That's the only thing he cares about. Lindsey Graham only cares about Lindsey fucking Graham and maybe Israel. He cares about Israel. He is not a principled person.
United States, the president's taken no position on that. What he said today is let him come back when he's ready to do peace. That's what he said. Let him come back when he's ready to do peace. So I can't speak for what anybody else said. I can only go off the words from the president of the United States, and that is today this is not going to be productive any further. When Zelensky's ready to make peace and he's serious about peace, let him come back then, and that's when we'll re-engage with them. And what he means by that is when he understands. And how will you measure that? Well, I think it's everything I've said already, and that is, how are you going to get Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation to a table to discuss even the opportunity, even to explore whether there's an opportunity for peace? You're not going to do it by calling them names. It makes everybody feel very good. You can pass resolutions. You can put out very strongly worded statements. Senators can do it. I did when I was in the Senate. House members can do it. Commentators can do it. And countries that have no real skin in the game can do it. But when you are the president of the United States of America and you're trying to bring about peace the way Donald Trump is trying to bring about peace, the only way to do it is you have to create space for people to come to the table and talk. And that is something we should all be applauding, not criticizing. And not pretending that we can just extend this war forever until and that everybody has unlimited resources to continue to fund it on both sides, by the way.
And President Zelensky has said he does want this war to end. He just cares about how it ends. We heard that from the other European leaders who came to the Oval Office also this week. President Trump said to me today, before that shouting match erupted in the Oval Office, that he doesn't believe there have to be security guarantees in place before the ceasefire, that you can come to a ceasefire agreement and then put those in place. Do you agree with that?
That's not what he said. What he said is, why am I going to be talking about security guarantees? Let me get a peace deal first, is what he said. That doesn't mean they can't happen as part of that negotiation, but you have to have an agreement. What peace is there to secure if you first don't have an agreement on peace? Like, what do the Russians need in order to end this conflict? What
so you're saying it would happen as part of the negotiations?
Well, again, how do you end a war? You have to find out what the combatants require in order to stop shooting at each other. What are the Russians' needs? What do they need to see in order for them to stop fighting? What do the Ukrainians need in order to stop fighting? And then once you have that in place, then you can decide the next step, which is, and what do we need to do to make sure this never happens again, that it doesn't happen in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. I don't think President Trump is interested in a one-year ceasefire.
Okay, my takeaway from this, maybe people get mad at me for saying this, but my takeaway from this is that it seems like they're probably still going to go back and you know, continue with the ceasefire. Like, they're going to get the mineral deal and continue with the ceasefire, and they'll do like back deal assurances to Ukraine that, like, of course, if you know, there's American contractors present there, then obviously, like, that will be the baked in security. Like, that's it. I love your optimism, but come on. I'm not giving you a prediction. Obviously, I would never make predictions on especially Russia related things. But I'm expecting they are doing a mineral deal and Trump will say it's an assurance, but Russia will break it and Trump will say fucking nobody cares and it will just end up like Gaza. I feel like Marco Rubio in outside of just don't everybody hyper focuses on Marco Rubio playing the role of defending Trump and like bullying Zelensky, and because of that they don't hear the parts where he keeps saying we have to do a ceasefire, we have to do a ceasefire, we have to come to the table, we have to do a ceasefire. And I think that part is more significant. That implies that you know, either they're just going to cut Ukraine loose, which would be insane, or, you know, they're going to continue with the pre-existing deal. I don't know. I just like, I don't even know how many minerals Ukraine even has. I feel like this is more so just like to sell this idea to the base that they're like getting something out of it, because Americans are deeply selfish. After years and years of saying Ukraine is bullshit, we shouldn't have given Ukraine a single dime, what are we doing? They're just like, oh yeah, we're getting something out of it, I promise, when they're not really getting too much out of it at all. Like, I think that they see it mostly as like a distraction from the real villains, which is China. You know what I mean? that lie is probably told towards Trump to make sure he does a deal. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I don't know how many minerals we have to begin with in Ukraine. You feel me?
I don't think he's interested in a 6-month ceasefire. He wants this thing to end. He has said that repeatedly. But again,
Don't know if you saw me post this earlier, but France announced that they were going to open up their arsenal for nuclear deterrence. I think that is like I think that right there is unironically a world destabilizing moment. Like Europe deciding to leave the American security partnership is like I can't even comprehend what that would look like, especially without like cutting a deal with China or something. You know what I mean? Like I just don't know. I can't even close my eyes and imagine what that would look like, especially when you think about the historical precedent right there in terms of militarization in Europe. Okay, that's number one. And number two, I mean, a lot of their equipment is equipment that they bought from us, and you know, maybe tweaked a little bit, if they have any equipment at all. Sean the Black, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream.
he's not going to use the kind of language that maybe plays well in the public sphere or in the political sphere for people that want to take shots at him, but it's not going to allow us to have a negotiation or even to explore a potential negotiation. President Donald Trump is a man who's made deals his entire life in business, and he's bringing those principles to government, and he's the only one in the world that has any chance. If Donald Trump tomorrow decides, I don't care about Ukraine, I don't care about Russia, and I don't care about this war, and he walks away, I ask you, I ask everyone, well, who on this planet has any chance whatsoever, even a 1% chance of getting the combatants to the table? The answer is there is no one. He is the only one on earth right now that has any chance. If there is a chance at peace, he's the only one that has a chance to deliver on it.
Do you still see a meeting happening with President Putin there, President Zelensky, and President Trump? Is that still possible?
Well, I think that's premature. I mean, what would they? You first need to make sure that this is even a possibility, and you have to explore it. And look, there's good signs, I think, maybe, somewhat about at least the Russians' willingness to engage. And but we have to explore all that. But that's not going to be done in front of cameras. It's not going to be done in an open ballroom. There's a lot of work to be done before we get to this point. This is a complex war that has causes behind it that go back a number of years. There's a lot to navigate. A lot has been invested on both sides. Gains have been made by the Russian Federation in some places. All of these things have to be worked through, but it's not going to be done through press conferences and in the media. It has to be done through what the vice president said today, the serious work of diplomacy. It's a lot easier to just say, well, we're with Ukraine all the way, no matter what, however long it takes. Well, 15 years, 12 years? I mean, that's absurd. That's not sustainable, and everybody knows it. The president wants to end this war. He wants to explore whether there's a possibility to do it and do it quickly. He campaigned on it. It was a promise of his, and he intends to when he says these things, he doesn't just say them, he means them, and he's doing it. And it's the first time we've seen that in a long time in American politics.
Secretary,
what are the chances Trump will just go on meeting with Putin anyways, lift sanctions, let him do whatever in Ukraine for EU to deal with? That would be truly unprecedented. That is unironically
we want to bring in
how NATO and American hegemony ends.
NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, who, of course, is just back from the front lines in Ukraine. Richard, this quickly became the Oval Office outburst seen, heard around the world, obviously in horror in the eyes of many European allies, those in Ukraine as well. What is the reaction in European capitals and in Ukraine to what we just witnessed?
Well, I think you had it exactly right. First, it was shock. This event happened pretty late last night. So the European capitals were already into the evening. They didn't really react to it in real time. But now with the...
Oh, I want to also get back to this ass kisser. To the hand-wringing Europeans who felt offended by President Trump, rejecting being lectured by President Zelensky, be my guest. Defend Ukraine from Putin. It is long past time for the Europeans to show they're capable of defending their own continent. They've allowed their militaries to be hollowed out, and when Europe speaks, no bad guy listens. I say this with great sadness. The last group of people that I would count on to defend freedom are the Europeans.
The passage of a little bit of time, that shock has become horror, and you've seen almost every European country, big and small, put out some sort of statement saying, we express solidarity with Ukraine. You can never blame the victim. You should blame the aggressor. Germany, in particular, taking a very strong stance. One legislator there saying that he was shocked that the United States could stab an ally in the back. Now the European...
Come on, man. Come on, man. Is it really that shocking? When have we not done that? When have we not done that, man? There are very few instances. Actually, there is no instance. Look at World War II. What did we do immediately after World War II? What did we do? Right after World War II, we were like, all right, it's time. It's time. Okay? Israel wasn't stabbed. Israel doesn't count. It is an extension of America. Israel is not an ally. Israel is America. Okay? It's just more America. There is no moment where America has not stabbed their allies in the back. Stab in the back myth part 2 just dropped. Even the Marshall Plan ended up undermining the European economy. There has never been a moment, okay? We saved Europe with our military and rebuilt it with the Marshall Plan. Okay, great. There was a very profound and very important reason for why we did that. We did that so we could use Europe for the next 100 years as a cum sock. Look at Europe right now. Look, I mean, it's a very funny time to say that. Obviously, that chatter is joking. Like, he's taking the position of a hog. But, like, once again, why did we do that? I mean, look at where that allegiance has led Europe to. A lot of us Europeans had high expectations of Trump. Now we're all terribly disappointed. Wait, what? I'm European and I'm disappointed in Trump. I trusted him. I expected solid policies and the creation of a quality peace agreement. This is a real disaster and a disappointment. How do we have fell for it again awards for Europeans? I thought this was a truly American hog thing. I didn't realize that Europeans also had their own version of the fell for it again award. No way. Nah, Europeans have like a pan-European supremacist attitude in general. I don't think that they would ever look at a crass guy like Donald Trump and ever see him as a positive. That is hard to believe.
Europeans are trying not just to show Zelensky's support, but they're trying to potentially replace the United States as the
Europeans don't even like like Democrats. Europeans don't like any American politician, let alone someone like Trump.
The key diplomatic player, the key backer of Ukraine. And Keir Starmer in the UK, you said Zelensky just arrived in London. It is because the UK is now trying to organize.
Trump is still better than Holocaust Harris? Come on, dude. Come on. I mean, the most I will give credence to is that, like, American foreign policy is bipartisan regardless of who is wearing the hat, okay? The idea that Trump, come on. In terms of maintaining American dominance and proceeding to find a manageable exit from Ukraine, I think that the Democrats most likely would have played a softer game. They would have kept these conversations behind closed doors, you know? Or maybe even forced Ukraine's hand to lowering their age of conscription to 18. I don't know. One or the other.
Organize an emergency summit. And Zelensky did put out a series of messages this morning on social media thanking President Trump, thanking the United States repeatedly, but insisting that they need security guarantees. They can't just take Vladimir Putin's word for it that he will stop the invasion, that he won't invade Ukraine again. Ukraine said, and President Zelensky has said time and time again, Putin's words aren't to be believed. They're not to be trusted. We need security guarantees. President Trump clearly doesn't want to provide them and had this outburst when Zelensky kept pressing the point, and he was called, being disrespectful to the office. Europe is now trying to turn its shock and horror into some sort of action, but it is not likely, Peter, that the Europeans are going to take this burden and be able to shoulder it alone. They still need American participation. It is the essential partner.
So then, Richard, is there any hope that this gets repaired, that this relationship can get patched up?
Well, I think it really depends on whether this incident was a setup. Was he ambushed? And some have suggested that. Many people I've been speaking to have suggested that that Trump and Vance were looking for a fight, and that President Zelensky rose to it. If they were looking for a fight and they got one, then it would be unlikely that you're going to have any real reconciliation. What we just saw was a definitive break between President Zelensky and the United States. If it was just tempers and emotions that ran high, big personalities all in one room, then it is possible. But in Europe, they're not sure. In Europe, they're saying maybe this was the definitive break.
If together we cannot put enough pressure on Moscow, then how can we claim that we can defeat China? EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas continues to fire with her words.
Росія така це непереможний, що, до речі, не відповідає дійсності.
Sick. Yeah, these guys will never learn. Okay. And you know what? I'm just kicking back. I'm just kicking back and just watching, okay? Europe hates China, I'm telling you. No, I know they do. I know they do. I know that. I know that, okay? You know what? Let's see what happens, dude. Let's see what happens, because these guys are like, these guys will cling on to the American teat till the very last breath, okay? Doors open. Doors open. Doors open. Okay. The documentary people are here, by the way. So we're going to switch gears from Ukraine to another place of American depravity, Israel, Palestine. 1 second. I'm going to invite them in and also bring some chairs in as well. Okay, while I
cheers on the street outside.
Continue with this.
You have full backing across the United Kingdom.
Where are you guys? Hold on.
And we stand with you, with Ukraine, for as long as it may take. And I hope you heard some of that cheering in the street. That is the people of the United Kingdom coming out to demonstrate how much they support you, how much they support Ukraine, and our absolute determination to stand with you, unwavering determination, and to achieve what we both want to achieve, which is a lasting peace for Ukraine based on sovereignty and security for Ukraine. So important for Ukraine, so important for Europe, and so important for the United Kingdom. So I'm much looking forward to our discussions here this afternoon. Thank you very much for making the time to come.
With pleasure. Thank you very much, Keir. Mr. Prime Minister, happy to be here. And really, I saw a lot of people, and I want to thank you, people of the United Kingdom, such big support from the very beginning of this war. Thank you, your team. And I'm very happy that His Majesty the King accepted my meeting tomorrow, and I'm thankful that you organized such a great summit for tomorrow. And we are very happy in Ukraine that we have such strategic partners. We signed with you historic documents.
100-year agreement.
Yeah, we have only with you such documents with the United Kingdom. So we're happy, and we count on your support. And really, we're really happy that we have such partners and such friends.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia.
My absolute priority will be to strengthen Europe as quickly as possible, so that step by step we can really achieve independence from the United States.
Von Donald Trump ist klar, dass den Amerikanern
But at the very least, after Donald Trump's statements last week, it is clear that the Americans, at least this part of the Americans in this administration, are largely indifferent to the fate of Europe.
В Третій світовій війні ми, як українці, живемо, якщо з 14-го року так ще, в легкій формі, то з 22-го року ми живемо в ній постійно. Нас вбивають. Тому Зеленський те, що сказав, що Путіну не може довіряти, це дуже м'яко сказав. Ми бажаємо і знаємо, що йому не просто не може довіряти, їх треба знищити як імперію.
Думаю, що Трамп вже зрозумів, що Зеленський – це той президент, який...
All right. Go ahead. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have some very special guests here today. Here, I'll play the trailer first and foremost for No Other Land. Okay, for those of you who haven't seen it yet, No Other Land is a documentary. Here, let's just start off with this real quick. This was the Berlin Air trailer, and then we'll.
Thousand Palestinians face one of the single biggest expulsion decisions since the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories began.
هاي قصة عن القوة.
أنا اسمي باسل.
مسافر يطا هي المكان اللي كبرت فيه. بداية تصويري هي بداية نهايتنا.
جرافات؟ أنا متسلم ادخل!
شوف بس شو الوضع 48 لا يهودي
خويا
في صوت بيطلع يعني مش ناس قاعدين يعني فيش بني ادمين
شو دخلوا
This is what's happening in my village now. Soldiers are everywhere.
بتكون كثير حلوة إذا بصير استقرار. بعدين انتوا بتيجوا تزوروني مش أنا بزوركم، ولا لا؟ ولا شو بتفكر؟ لو أنت مكاني شو بتفكر؟
Documentary is called No Other Land. We are joined by Hamdan Bilal and HasanAbi, the filmmakers, and it is nominated for Best Documentary at the Oscars tomorrow. Thank you guys for taking some time out to come and join us on the broadcast. I've had Motaz Zaiza in the past before as well. When did you guys get in?
Thank you for having us. Pleasure. We arrived in LA yesterday.
Okay. How do you like it so far?
Looks beautiful. We like it.
That's it. Okay. Beautiful is not something I've ever heard people say about Los Angeles, so that's cool. You're gonna have to get close to the microphone as well, by the way, just so you know. It's a complicated process, but do they want to hear something? No, it's Ramadan chatters. They're fasting. I'm a bad Muslim, so they sorry. So they think, you know, they want me to be polite and give you guys. Wait, is there buzzing on one of the microphones? No, there isn't. It doesn't. There's a buzz or high pitch when the orange microphone is used. Wait, really? Wait, can you speak into it?
Hello? Hi?
It's fine. No, I hear it. Okay. Well, regardless. All right. Well, I don't know how to fix it. So it's it's really bad. It's a small buzz. Okay. I don't know. I don't know how to fix it in real time. Sorry. So it might be a little bit. It's fine. Okay. Regardless, there's there's 30,000 people watching right now, so they're going to be very annoying. I'm just letting you guys know. But yeah, like I said, thank you so much for coming. And so let's talk about how this initially started. Like, what led you to film some of these experiences as growing up in occupied Palestinian territory in the West Bank?
Yeah, so we both coming from a small community called Masafir Yatta in the southern occupied West Bank. It's, for those who don't know, Area C, which is fully controlled by the Israeli military forces. They control everything about our life, and there they are all the time not trying, but actually stealing our land to build more and more of illegal settlements and outposts, bringing in Jewish settlers from all over the world to live in it, while they are since decades and still persist, trying to destroy and destroying a big part of our homes and communities in order to force us leave our homeland. So we basically grow up in this horrific situation where every day we have to suffer from the occupation, and every day we have to witness something from this brutal occupation, reminding us that we are living a normal life and we are under this situation that nobody in the world stopping it from going on. So when we became teenagers, we started to hold cameras in our hands and run in the field, in our homes, in our villages, with our neighbors, with the shepherds, with the school students, filming what these crimes going on the ground from settlers and from soldiers. And basically, it began we didn't have an idea of making a movie. We just wanted the people to know that we exist in this part of land. We want people to see what's actually happening to our life, because every time there is bulldozers entering our community, destroying homes and properties and leave, it's not even interested for journalists, for the people. It's became a routine of our life. While for us, it's not a routine. It's a new suffering. It's a new family who losing their home and their structure, their shelters. And all of the time we have been looking for different ways how we can make this footage and this evidence that we are taking on the ground seen by the world. And we wanted people to care about us, about what's happening. So we used sometimes social media. We have written articles about what's happening. And 5 years ago, we have been joined by other 2 Israeli journalists, activists, who came to Masafer Yatta for the first time, wanted to write also about what's going on. And it became interested for them, and they want to come more and more. And in the first few times we met Hamdan, who actually was the first one who mentioned the idea, guys, what do you think we can make a documentary out of all the footage that we have? None of us actually has experience in doing a long documentary, but we decided, the 4 of us, and agreed to go and take this experience and journey together. So we started 5 years ago. It was a lot of challenges, sometimes fun, a lot of troubles, facing physical violence and threats and pressure for our work. And last February, for first time, we have screened and premiered.
Wait, it's cutting out a little bit. Yeah, you gotta get really close into the microphone. Sorry.
Yes, fine. And Berlali was the first step and first time we premiered No Other Land. And it have been 1 year, and now we are in LA, nominated for the Oscar as a best documentary.
Yeah. Wait, let me also. Let's see. I'm trying to plug it in and unplug it and then replug it. Maybe it'll fix it. Sometimes.
I think we can do this.
Sometimes. Okay. We can do that too. Hold on. Here, try it again.
Hey, hello.
Can you guys hear him? Is it better? Or does the green one works? No, it's not better. It's fixed. Okay. The green one sounds good. All right, you know what? Let's just do that. Let's just use one mic. Oh, okay. Sorry, this is not the most professional setup, if I'm being real, unfortunately. Hold on. I think that's the second one. So, here, test it. By speaking to it.
Hi. Hello.
Okay, yeah, it should be. All right, we're good. We're good. All right, we're not going to use the second microphone. Okay, so a couple questions. So Americans are not very knowledgeable about what's going on in Gaza, let alone the West Bank. They don't even know that these are both Palestinian territories that are occupied by Israel as a belligerent occupier. Do you want to explain to them what the differences are? Between Gaza and the West Bank, yeah.
Well, the differences between Gaza and the West Bank, Israel has occupied Gaza, West Bank, East Jerusalem, and part of Jordan, Egypt, Syria, Lebanon in 1967, and then there was sort of agreements with Jordan, Egypt, where they returned their land back, and Israel still occupying part of Lebanon land and Syrian land, also in Palestine, Gaza, East Jerusalem, and the West Bank. And in the beginning of the 80s, or in the middle of the 70s to the beginning of the 80s, they started building settlements and bringing, first it was military occupation, and then they started building settlements and bring in Jewish settlers, civilians to live in those settlements after they steal land from the Palestinians. And it continued in this way, with a lot of sufferings for sure, because we live under a foreign military control that try to, as much as they can, to push us out of our land, as we call it as Palestinians, ongoing Nakba, because the Nakba continue, but with different methods. The catastrophe that happened in 1948, it kind of continuing basically until today, but in different forms, in different, they're using different terms, different law, but in the end of the day, it's about stealing our land as Palestinians and give it to those settlers and building more and more Israeli settlements and outposts, and all the time talking about annexations, not annexations. When Trump was a president in the last term, he, for example, gave Israel or announced that Hayat Golan, it's Israeli land, and also make East Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. And this is how Israel is creating facts on the ground until the international community will be forced, or America will help them and will be forced to accept that this has become Israel. So all the talk about two-state solution today kind of dead, because there is Israel changed all the facts on the ground. They divided Gaza from the West Bank. We can't go to Gaza. People from Gaza can't come to the West Bank. It's totally divided. Israelis control all the borders around the West Bank and around Gaza. None of the Palestinians can go out and enter without permission of the army. In 2005, Israel withdrew from Gaza and took the settlers that were living there, but kept Gaza under Israeli control. All the borders were controlled. People in Gaza were under besieged for 17 years, but they continued in the West Bank to until today, building more and more settlements and checkpoints and roads, military bases. And basically this, one of the reasons is to prevent us as Palestinians to have our own independent state.
Yeah. And my analysis on it is that Israel kept purposefully utilizing a two-state solution that they were not really interested in the so-called peace process in an effort to continue pushing it down the line further and further. And in some instances, like Netanyahu, for example, was very forthcoming, very honest about it too. He would say it's never going to happen, or that we're not interested, or I'm going to push it back. While simultaneously, the number of settlers in the West Bank grew to now 750,000 over the course of the past 3 decades.
Yeah. I mean, there was also agreement that where the Palestinian Liberation Movement has signed it and decided to become a Palestinian Authority. That's because America played a role and a key to have agreement and to create two-state solution. And that's what the PLO agreed to and signed in and became a Palestinian Authority and recognized Israel as a state, while Israel did totally the opposite. And totally opposite, I mean, did not recognize Palestinian state and kept the occupation and kept building more and more settlements and outposts and escalated the situation until today. And the thing that why Israel was able to do this, because the US were the key player on this and make the Palestinian Authority or the PLO sign such an agreement that they will guarantee it, and they would prevent Israel from continue the occupation and building settlements and outposts. And what happened all the past 30 years, totally the opposite, where Israel were allowed and supported and funded and got military support as much as they want to continue of the building of settlements and outposts and put Gaza under siege and checkpoints in the West Bank and all the crimes that have been committed, and they have no one single consequences from the international community and America, Europe, that allowed this to reach until today, because Israel were only receiving some condemnations on social media, statements here and there, but no actions on the ground to stop Israel from moving forward with its apartheid system, to kill the two-state solution. And at the end of the last year, there was a law that passed in the Israeli parliament where they directly and clearly and fully say there will never be a Palestinian state.
Yeah.
And the world is silent.
Yeah. Do you feel like things have changed post October 7 in terms of a lot more recognition coming from the Western world in terms of like understanding the position of Palestinians, because at least like I'm Turkish. I grew up in Turkey. I've always, it's a little bit different from my upbringing. So because I always knew what was going on, but over the past 10 years, as a political commentator, I have always been pro-Palestinian emancipation, pro-Palestine, but I never saw this level of support from everyday citizens in the Western world. This is it does seem like there is a somewhat of a tide shift in that regard. Do you also feel that way, or
we definitely feel it, and we see it. The Palestinians were like seeing all the students who are protesting and feel that there are people who cares about them. The protest in the street and the campus in Europe as well, in the street, the people, there was a wave of support, and it continued, I guess, until today. In some of the countries, there was even European countries who was brave enough, like Spain and Norway and different other countries that recognize the state of Palestine. But we ask ourselves as well, that does this support that we are gaining today in the public opinion worth the price that the Palestinians paid in Gaza? I mean, this is an important question to ask ourselves.
Yeah,
the Palestinians paid very, very high price. We're talking about tens of thousands of people who were slaughtered, and almost 70% to 80% of Gaza is flattened, and there is a chance that the war will start again, and I wish not. So you say yes, there is in the public opinion a support to the Palestinians, but unfortunately in the government they keep the same support to Israel and using the veto here in the US, giving weapons and money, and in the the major European governments and countries.
Hold on, I'm gonna just change your noise gate real quick so that they can hear you, because it keeps cutting out. 1 second. Sorry. Chatters they're congratulating you for your award on the documentary, or the nomination for the documentary as well. 1 second. Okay, it should be fine now. Going forward, they'll just hear everything that you say, won't cut out, and hopefully people won't get annoyed. Okay, so today we're also raising money for the No Other Land Rebuilding Alliance fundraiser. Do you want to talk about that a little bit as well? Here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adam Ramadan. I'm the Deputy Director for Rebuilding Alliance. I guess some background on Rebuilding Alliance. We've been working in Palestine and Gaza and the West Bank for over 20 years now. The founder and executive director, Donna Baranski-Walker, started Rebuilding Alliance to rebuild the house that Rachel Corrie was murdered protecting, the Nasrallah's house in Gaza. And she was actually successful in rebuilding their house in Gaza. Unfortunately, that house has been demolished this past war since October 7th. So, that's just more reason for us to continue our efforts and do what we're doing best. To talk more about the work we do in Gaza, we have over 20 kitchens. We're feeding over 70,000 people a day. That was in partnership with the World Food Program. Unfortunately, that contract is coming to an end. So we have to take, all the financial responsibility to ensure that these kitchens are still running. So that's one of the reasons why we started this fundraiser. We also do, we have different educational programs. We have pop-up temporary, as they call them in Gaza, temporary learning spaces, since there are no schools. We do hire teachers that worked as teachers to help, put together any kind of program to ease the situation of the children in Gaza at this moment. We've had partners prior to October 7th that's been running, community kitchens and running programs to support social health like that. So, and also in the West Bank, the work that we do in the West Bank, specifically in the Hebron Hills, we have social workers there that do activities for young children that are traumatized from the experiences they've, had with the IDF and the Israeli soldiers. We also one of the biggest aspects of our work is we do congressional trips to the West Bank. So we actually take members of Congress to Palestine, and we let them go through the experience of what a Palestinian would go through every single day. So that's just a quick overview of the work that we do. We're excited to help Basil and Hamdan and their family with the visa to come here to the States to hopefully celebrate their victory and winning the Oscars tomorrow.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
Can you elaborate on that on the difficulties of such a thing? Because I think a lot of people don't understand, like, it's not very easy for Palestinians from the West Bank to be able to travel freely. And as far as I understand, there's also issues with even returning once you leave the West Bank. Yeah. Israel has so much control over this territory that it legally occupies that there have been instances, for example, where American congresspersons have been barred from entering the West Bank to visit their family members, like Rashida Tlaib is one of the famous examples of the level of power and influence that Israel has over the lives of Palestinians, but also even the lives of Americans. Is there, like, do you want to go through that a little bit?
I mean, there's no secret. We're a registered nonprofit. We follow all the laws and rules and the regulations that are set forth in the U.S. and abroad. So we do our best to follow the procedures and regulations that are put forth for us to follow. There's no secret. There's no magic to it. It's just a matter of following what they have. Whatever they put forward works, so there's no reason to go around it or make it more complicated. So that's what we do. We follow the process and trust that it'll work.
Yeah. So one of the questions I wanted to ask you was about your day-to-day experiences with the Israeli occupying force. Like, if you could give if you could elaborate on your personal experiences of, like, how the Israeli occupying forces will restrict your travel, for example, things that people might not be aware of.
Yeah, in terms of borders, we know, like, all borders between Jordanian River to the Mediterranean Sea are controlled by the Israeli forces. Palestinians doesn't control any type of border, like to go to travel outside or to come back to their homes. Everything is controlled by the Israeli soldiers. So yeah, a lot of Palestinians are banned also to travel outside, and the millions of Palestinian refugees that have lost their homes and have been, like, ethnically cleansed in the Nakba or in the 67 are not allowed to go back to their homes until today. In the day-to-day life under the occupation, like, I would say the best example, people watch No Other Land, and sadly until now we don't have a distribution in the US. We had, me and my friend Hamdan and colleague in this work, put so much efforts and take so much risks on our life, on our homes, to document this evidence, to find out that distributors in the US doesn't want to take one step of courage to take such a movie and to show to the people. And the people in the US must know what's happening, because their countries is a key player. Their money, actually, is doing what is doing to us, and they should know what's going on with their money on our life. Why village like mine can't have clean water pipe to drink a water, or we can't build a school or electricity, or Hamdan, for example, has home demolition order on his home and can be destroyed at any moment today, and actually the whole village where he lives, and this is sad that the people until today does not know what's going on or what's their government supports. And for that, we come with this movie. We're doing tours. We're bringing it to theaters, and hopefully distributors in the US will take it and show it to the people.
Yeah, No Other Land does not have a US distributor, but is still the year's highest grossing Oscar-nominated documentary. Back in February, or I guess a couple days ago, it had grossed so far as $420,000. Also, briefly, I do want to say we are now. Wait, we might have actually broken the website. Oh, we're at. We've passed the $25,000 goal, by the way, for No Other Land Rebuilding Alliance fundraiser. So, good job, chatters.
Thanks for the support.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I mean it's not. It's nothing basically in terms of the endless cruelty that I think the American government and our tax dollars subject Palestinians to, but everyone here tries to help to the best of their ability, Anyway, aside from, I wanted to talk about like your day-to-day experiences, aside from the destruction of the villages, a lack of access to clean water supply, and things of that nature that are gross human rights violations. What does that do for your psyche in general? Like existing under a foreign occupation on a day-to-day basis, like having no legal recourse, for example.
Yeah, in the beginning, this is like our land, so we have to be strong, and you feel you're in your land and you are we are under occupation. We understand that, and there is no moment you feel you are safe. And when you grow up and under these laws against the humanity from the occupation, your experience, it's like born with you. You grow up to think how you'll live under the occupation, and also when you got the experience from what you see. Like me, I saw the first demolition for my house. I was 7 years old. So when you ask about the experience and what you did like a kids, when you saw your house demolition and destroyed, I can't explain that moment. And when I saw everything, my tent, my kids, they destroyed it, and I saw my family, it's like outside, become homeless. But after it's like 1 hour, 2 hours, when my dad came to me and he started to spoke with me about the house, he started to tell me, okay, they will destroy the house, I will rebuilding again. So that's from this people that came, how the trust, and also it's like thinking all the time there is a hope. We will get it, inshallah. So and also when we spoke about how we live without clean water and without food or something, no, we have, it's like different ways, yeah. But it's like we will digging in the ground and makes like well water and collected the rainwater, and step by step, it's like became clean. But another thing also, the Israeli occupation, they didn't let us also. It's like digging the water well. So, but we will never. For me, I grew up whole my life. I didn't see the Palestinian people. They are give up. So they continue. They destroyed my village like 7 times, and then we're building again. So that's give you it's like early experience.
Yeah. So you're saying that it starts off instantly when you're a child, basically, and you recognize the cruelty that the Israeli government is subjecting the Palestinian people to, but you persevere. And you just kind of find a way and continue
to still alive.
Surviving. Yeah. Some of the things that I have read about on the matter is the systematic destruction, and also the ways in which like even collecting rainwater is seen as like inappropriate, and oftentimes by the Israeli government. Like they'll break the water towers as well from time to time. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's many times
and destroy the wells too.
Yeah, destroy the water walls. Destroy the network by water. Everything you do, you will like try to do it in Masafer Yatta. Okay, it's like already they came and destroyed it. So and also they changed like many laws. Okay, I spoke to like Israeli laws, the occupation laws, to be it's like that's illegal when they destroyed your house. Okay, they start. I will. It's like let us spoke about the ordered demolitions. In the beginning, you have it's like when they give you the order demolition for your house, or you have 2 weeks to go to the court and make a case against this. But they change it now. It becomes like 96 hours. Mm-hmm. And 96 hours, they came on Wednesday, example, they give you the orders, and there is just like a holiday, 2 days, and then you don't have a time to prepare your papers or something like this. So, and then they came, destroyed it. So they destroyed just like everything you try to building, everything you if you want like digging water well or network water, they came and destroyed it. And not just destroyed it, after they destroyed the network, they confiscated the pipes with them. Mm-hmm. You can imagine like this moment when you saw like these people who they destroyed the network and then they take it with them. They didn't give you like one opportunity to fix it again.
Yeah. It's virtually impossible for Palestinians to get construction permits. From what I understand, it's about like 98% of the construction permits that Palestinians apply for in terms of building wells or any sort of like water supply is denied, rejected by the Israeli government.
Yeah, this number was before this government, I think, the 98%, and now it's for sure 100% that we are declined to apply any, or if we apply, it's declined. The thing is, as I said, it's like an occupation that does want to steal our land. So now they're weaponizing, not just now, but they always have been weaponizing the law itself against us to make us existing on our land illegal. Like illegal to build a home or a school or a clinic or a street or water pipe or electricity, to have any life requirement that we build on our land. They will say it's illegal and they will come to destroy it. And the Western world mostly was, and still unfortunately, buying these lies that it's Palestinians doing illegal stuff, we are enforcing the law. But the law actually is written by Israeli commander, And in this game, soldiers, court, government, settlers working hand to hand, and it's completing they complete each other for one goal, which is to legalize the Israeli settlements and outposts and settlers projects, and to legalize anything about us as a Palestinians living in this land. And talking about Area C, Masafar Yatta is part of it. It's 60% of the whole West Bank. So for that, they are like transferring or forcibly displacing us from our homes and taking it for the interests of settlements and settlers, but in the long term, for that to annex it for the or now maybe Trump will announce to the annexation in one of his speeches. And it's sad because for a long time, as you know, the Western media, they were biased. There was not real cover about what's going on the ground, and they buy what the Israeli, for example, army spokesperson would say. Okay, they destroyed the school in this village. Why you destroy it? Because it's illegal. And our narrative was not heard, and we don't have almost a place to talk about our stories. Now it's different nowadays. We have we have people beside us, people like you talking about Palestine. We are making this movie, and other people around the world are talking up and speaking up about what's happening. But so far, unfortunately, we are not winning on the ground, because everything is dropped fast to be worse and worse. As you know, 2 days after the ceasefire took place in Gaza, the Israeli occupation forces announcing a military campaign in the West Bank, and focused mainly on Tubas refugee camp, Jenin refugees camp, and Tulkarem refugees camp. So far, they displaced 50,000 people out of their homes, and they're burning some of the homes or blowing them up and destroying them. As well, the whole West Bank under a siege. We used to travel from the southern part of the West Bank to get to the border, and worst case would be 3 hours. Today, the best case would be from 7 to 10 hours. There is checkpoints almost in every entrance to village, to a town, to a city, and each city from the another is divided with the metal gates. Soldiers are there 24/7 on these gates. You would see thousands of lines of cars waiting and being humiliated. My brother, who came and traveled for the first time in the U.S., want to join for the ceremony tomorrow. He was stopped at the checkpoint. They checked his phone by chance, and they found that in TikTok he uploaded one video from Masafar Yatta. They forced him to wait in the checkpoint and to be detained almost 3 hours and to be humiliated and attacked by the soldiers. And this happened to thousands and thousands of Palestinians across the West Bank since October 7th, to humiliating people for posting any political thing, or to have a flag of Palestine in their car, or wearing a shirt that have anything politically Palestine or something. So we're living really in very difficult situation.
Yeah.
That it never was like this.
Yeah, I mean, difficult is right. As far as I understand, they've also completely shut off Tulkarem. They've bulldozed the entry points into Tulkarem, and are likely gearing up for even further incursions into it with I guess.
And Jenin, they brought tanks that since 20 years it didn't happen. And the other day, you have Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, going in Tulkarem with the Israeli soldiers, and he sat in
a house
where the family were displaced. And for us, it's shocking. This person have arrest warrants from the International Criminal Court. And he's still able to come to the U.S. and talk about democracy and about law and about human rights, and he's hosted. I mean, this is really crazy and insane. The hypocrisy today by some of the Western governments and in the U.S. It's not anymore undercover.
Yeah. Now, in order for Western audiences to understand, imagine if Vladimir Putin was sitting inside of an Eastern Ukrainian home and saying oh, this is our new military bunker, and it's just the home of a displaced Ukrainian person, and they're just kind of sitting there and
Or-
openly flexing.
Yeah. Or come to visit the U.S. and the president would give him a chair to sit.
Yeah. Oh, that too. Exactly. I mean, exactly. That would be unimaginable. I mean, that's not even a thing. Well, I think that it is. It's mostly because everything that Israel is doing, it's doing for America. Like, I think that this dynamic exists not only because a lot of wealthy donors have given Trump, including Miriam Adelson, who's given Donald Trump $100 million, and Sheldon, before he died, gave last time around hundreds of millions of dollars to the Trump campaign. But beyond that, I think America uses Israel as a military base to dominate the region, and seemingly they see Palestinians as getting in the way of Israel having complete control over the region.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane how Trump sometimes would use words that Israel is too tiny or too small and should like make it bigger, or like we will take Gaza, we'll like displace 2 million people. From there, like people like Netanyahu and others in the Israeli governments and the army motivated more. Even these things are in their minds and they're working in it. But today they got the president of the most almost power on the world backing them in these crimes and calling them in very clear way, you know.
Yeah. And you know, haven't shaken away from the unlimited support that they've given to Israel, including sending bulldozers as well, and another $3 billion of weapon shipments that Donald Trump gave to Israel without congressional review 2 days ago, yesterday, while also telling Zelensky, you know, go away, you know, kicking Zelensky out of the White House, while simultaneously saying, like, we're America first, we don't have enough money for Ukraine, and then turning around and giving Israel $3 billion on the same day is pretty obvious where America's attention is, and what they want to allow Israel to do. Having said all of that, where do you foresee all of this going? Because there are some people who think that there is if Israel, without forcing every single Palestinian away from the West Bank or away from Gaza, and that's virtually impossible without a complete full-blown Holocaust style activities, would have to bring the Palestinians into Israel, like with citizenship, and then that would make it impossible for them to deny the apartheid. Do you feel like that's the worst case scenario? Like, is there?
I don't think Israel will do that, and if they will do that, it's still apartheid system, because the apartheid system exists between the river to the sea for all the Palestinians in different levels, for sure. The Palestinians who hold even Israeli citizenship under the system of apartheid, because in the end of the day, Israel sees them as Palestinians and they treat them in that way. A lot of demolitions happening inside the Green Line for the Palestinians that having Israeli citizenship in the Negev, whole communities.
Yeah.
One community called Al-Araqib, over than 250 times have been like bulldozed, and those are Palestinians with
Israeli citizenship.
But you would never ever see Israel doing this to Israeli kibbutz or settlement or whatever you want to call it, to bulldozer it, or to kick like Jewish people out of it and to destroy their homes
and then replace those villages with Palestinians.
Exactly.
That would never happen.
So it's
Oh, also we've reached double the amount on the fundraiser. It's now at $50,000 as of now for the No Other Land Rebuilding Alliance fundraiser. So congratulations, chat. Good job. You're making me a little proud after all the annoying things that you were saying initially about the audio and the microphone. So, you know, we might not be the most professional system here, but we make do. So You don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but would you be willing to explain to a Western audience like what the dynamic between the Palestinian Authority and the Palestinian people are? Because from my estimation, it seems like the Palestinian Authority in many instances is operating as a part of the Israeli security apparatus, operating sometimes alongside Israel.
Yeah, so the Palestinian Authority was founded because, like, according to Oslo Agreement, and this agreement should have been like terminally, and then Palestine should be a state, you know, where it has to control all the area, East Jerusalem, West Bank, and Gaza. But in the agreement, they divided the West Bank to Area A, B, and C. Area B, where the Palestinian Authority should have the full control, and Area B, they control the civil part of the Area B, and Area C is fully controlled by the Israeli military forces for 5 years, and then Israel should withdraw, and all this, the West Bank should be one area controlled by the Palestinian Authority. Unfortunately, you know, Rabin was killed. The Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu became a minister, and he stopped this and say we are not working on this with this agreement, and we will not withdraw from the West Bank until today. In fact, they, as we know, kept growing these settlements and outposts, and he created a fact on the ground. It was like what was there, he kept it, and he changed the facts on the interests of his government, his country, his people, for the settlers in the West Bank. And the Palestinian Authority, unfortunately, accepted and continue to deal with the facts as much as they change on the ground, which is bad for the Palestinians. And until today, until they became very powerless in front of the Israelis, you know. Mm-hmm. And the fact that anytime the Israeli army want to go in Area A, and they does, before October 7th, every night there is invasions by the Israeli military forces toward Area A and arresting people from their homes, and no response from the Palestinian Authority. In fact, according to Oslo Agreement, they don't have to show up when the Israeli military are in the streets in Area A. They have to be in their offices.
Yeah.
And this is how it kept go on, the situation. Unfortunately, they start to say recently, before 2 months almost, that they want to protect the West Bank, so the same thing doesn't happen like Israel is doing in Gaza, and they start to blame the Palestinian fighters in the refugees camps. So the Israeli Palestinian Authority start to go,
who have a legal right, for the record, in like the Jenin brigades, and he's not saying that, I'm saying that for the record, but they have a legal right under international law to engage in armed resistance against a foreign occupier, a belligerent occupier. That is like technically legal. What Israel is doing, everything Israel is doing in the West Bank is completely illegal. There is not a single thing that Israel does in the West Bank that is legal. It is entirely illegal. Not only is it morally repugnant, abhorrent, but it's also completely illegal. Whereas resisting against that is completely legal. Make no mistake.
Yeah, so they start arrest people, and a bunch of people have been killed as well by the Palestinian Authority security. And even though they did this 2 days after the ceasefire took place in Gaza, Israel invaded the West Bank and almost doing the same thing as they were doing in Gaza. And for sure, since the invasion started, which is 2 days after the ceasefire in Gaza, the Palestinian Authority withdrew to give, like, the place is now under this like Israeli military campaign.
Yeah. So aside from the additional, like the almost Gazification of West Bank in terms of Israeli military action, how do you feel about? I mean, do you feel like putting yourself out there in this way? Do you fear that you might suffer repercussions from the Israeli government?
Well, I suffered. I was physically different times, not just me, but other activists on the ground, like have been subject of physical attacks for holding camera and filming what's going on. My family was different times subject of physical attacks, arrests for me, for my father. Our homes have been invaded several times. They came sometimes particularly to confiscate cameras from our homes that we used to film in the field. Also, there was media campaigns against me by Israeli mainstream and on social media. Yeah, I am fear, but it's
What do they say?
And there was like, I can tell you the story. In 2021, there was a first like kind of big pogrom by Israeli settlers against a small village next to our village. Almost from 60 to 80 masked Israeli settlers with sticks, with rifles, with dogs, with like they have almost everything, and they start to go home after home in that village, smashing windows, doors, properties, attacking people and cars, anything they could. They were stabbing water tanks, the tires of like their cars and tractors, and smashing the vehicles in the community. The Israeli army were backing them, shooting at any Palestinians try to react to protect themselves. It's a scenes that in my life were the first time to see them, and I was able to film for a while, like 3 to 4 minutes, if I can remember, before at least 10 settlers start to chase me to try to take the camera and throwing stones at me, and hardly I made it and I ran away. And I saw families, like women and children, like fleeing from their homes while settlers continue to destroy the community. These settlers were able to flip to upside down one of the vehicles, while soldiers are watching and waiting for any Palestinians to approach to shoot at him or at her. And that was for 1 hour, almost 1 hour, the attack, before more Palestinians joined and started to call the police. We're calling the police, but they start to arrive and more forces, and in kind of the situation were calmed, and settlers start to walk back to the outpost after they almost destroyed everything and hit one 3-year-old child with a rock in his head, and he was seriously attacked and transferred to the hospital. In that moment, what happened, there was like one of the tear gas starting a fire on a wood that the family collect for the winter, you know, because we use a stove of like for the winter fire stove. And I called the soldiers that there's fire here, you have to stop it. They ignore me and walk, and then I start to shout at the guys from the community to bring water. And then when the guys take water and start to run, soldiers came and they start to tell me, you start the fire. I tell him, you start the fire. And after 1 week, because this pogrom and this attack with the video that I took was everywhere, and they couldn't lie about it. They couldn't deny it because it was everywhere in the media. A lot of journalists come and talk about what happened to this community. So 1 week after, this soldier that was telling me I start the fire, I'm telling him you start the fire, had a GoPro camera on his body, and he took this clip, passed it to the settlers passed it to Channel 12 in Israel, which is mainstream media, and they said this activist Basel Adra started a fire on a Palestinian home to accuse the Jews of when they victimize themselves, they don't mention Israelis, the Jews, started the fire. And in fact, there was no fire at any home. The fire were like in a wood a place. And this is like made me a subject of virtual attacks by like Israeli journalists and settlers and right wing and all of this.
Yeah. Oh no, I can't say how I feel. I can't be as honest as I want to in this moment, but I'm sorry that happened. That's fairly commonplace across the board. Even, I mean, it's nothing in comparison to your experiences, but yes, if you do defend Palestinians and their humanity in any capacity, even in the Western world, regardless of your background, you could be a Christian, you could be Jewish in America, and they will still say you are a terrorist, you love terrorism, even though that is such a ridiculous thing to say in this dynamic, considering that the terror is America and Israel. Israel is the one that's doing the terrorism. Everything that you've described from your own personal experience and everything that we've read about, that humanitarian rights organizations work to unearth and to show to the rest of the world is indeed definitionally true terror. But it's being dished out by the United States of America and Israel, so it's never considered a terrorism, even when the ICC sees it as terrorism, even when the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, sees it as terrorism. So I have two questions. One, let's say this is a Western audience, let's say that there are people who are in Israel, because I have Israeli fans as well. They're leftists, they're anti-Zionists, but if there was anything that you could say to someone living in Israel who is entertaining the notion of joining the IDF, what would you tell them?
I don't know if I want to, if I am the right person to tell them, depending that the people going to the IDF, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Because for us, they are the ones committing those things to us. So things are clear there on the ground. You know, it's not like I'm here, I'm talking to you. When you are on the ground, you understand more and better. And the only reason you would continue doing so, what you are doing, is just if you are a racist. You know, because other people, normal people, would immediately understand that this is abnormal, this is unjust, and this is crimes. And unless you're a criminal and racist and support these things, you would be in that place, you know, supporting these crimes and be part of it.
What do you think about people who have actually joined organizations like Breaking the Silence, for example, after doing tours on?
All of these activists are our friends. You know, we know them. We work together today, and we know all the Israeli left-wing activists, because they, since long time until today, they come to Masafar Yatta and they. We do all of that, most of our activism together,
So let me ask you about that, actually, because Yuval Abraham played a role in this, in the making of this documentary. I've actually really admired his work for a long time at 972 Magazine, Local Calls, another one that does a lot of investigative reporting on all of the horrible things that the Israeli military is doing. Sometimes that even has the capacity to penetrate into the Western world. Ironically enough, from where I'm standing, when we look at Israeli news, even if it's Haaretz, which is not an anti-Zionist paper at all, or even if it's sometimes Ynet, or even sometimes Jerusalem Post, it's more honest than American media, because I feel like they don't feel the need they don't feel the need to make it seem like what Israel's doing is moral, because if your audience is already Israeli, they already have decided that Palestinians are not human and must be dominated. Whereas in the New York Times here in the United States of America, I think that they sanitize it.
Because you're like, I think one of the reasons and big reasons, because it's funded by the U.S. and the U.S. doesn't want to say that we're funding those things.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. It's predominantly funded by us, both our tax dollars, but also directly funded by American Christian groups. For example, there's the largest donors to the West Bank, specifically in settler operations, is the Christians United for Israel, CUFI. It's a evangelical Zionist group, and it is comprised entirely of Christians. It's funded entirely by Christians, and it's Christians like the guy Mike Huckabee that Donald Trump just put as in charge of the West Bank from the American perspective that believe in these like insane biblical reasons as to why the West Bank must be given and the entire region must be given to Jewish people so that they can trigger a rapture and Jesus Christ will come back to earth in their estimation. It's truly psychotic. It's insane. Now, another question I have, I guess, is there are obviously Jewish Israelis who put their bodies on the line as well. Do you feel like that is given the ethno-supremacist values that Zionists have, or given the ethno-supremacist values that Israel has, do you feel like when there are Jewish activists side by side with you that there is less harm in general?
Well, they sometimes been attacked and arrested a lot of times, but we are the they don't face what we face as the Palestinians in most of the cases, because in the end of the day they have the privilege because they are Israelis. They are like, some of them are our friends, and we talk every day and we work together and go to the field. But still, they are Israelis. They know that they have the privilege. And not necessarily, they like in a lot of cases there was Israeli activists, and still the harm would be the same. For example, in Beta, where American activists were shot in the head and killed, and there was other American activists, American activists, the Turkish American and Israeli activists who were side by side with her and the Palestinians, and still the same in Masafir Yatta. Almost all. Sometimes it would make the harm less, depends on the situation, but sometimes, most of the times, no. Settlers would come to commit a pogrom and to burn homes or attack people. They would keep doing it even if they see Israeli activists.
The Israeli Prime Minister's office says Israel agreed to a U.S. Proposal for extending the Gaza ceasefire in return for the release of hostages, but is claiming that Hamas is refusing. As of now, this just came out, which is, of course, a lie, and they have lied about this every step of the way.
Yeah, they don't want to go to phase 2.
They don't want to go to phase 2, but it's currently, it's Ramadan right now. In many instances, at least historically, Ramadan is a time for Israel to really escalate its violence in the West Bank specifically. And as a matter of fact, many of the instances where Hamas has retaliated have happened during this time frame.
In Jerusalem, maybe you mean?
What's up?
That they escalate the situation in Jerusalem. You mean? In the
yes. At the Al-Aqsa Mosque specifically, Israel will come in, will refuse for people to even visit the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and then will sometimes commit a siege on the Al-Aqsa Mosque. I'm sure you can speak to that as well from your personal experience. And then even harm Palestinians, sometimes even killing Palestinians in the process. And then there will be retaliation that comes from the Gaza Strip. And then Israel will use that retaliation to go and bomb the Gaza Strip. This is usually how this process works. Having said that, this time, considering that there has already been a siege in Gaza and ethnic cleansing that has been happening in Gaza, and Israel is already focusing its efforts on the West Bank, how do you think that this Ramadan period will play itself out?
I think they still this year they have decided, I think, to prevent young people to attend to Al-Aqsa Mosque. For the audience, the people that's watching us, we are from the West Bank. We can't go to the Aqsa Mosque anyway, because it's technically inside the wall, the separation wall, and we need a permission that we will never get to go there. So Palestinians from the West Bank don't go to pray in Al-Aqsa Mosque. In the previous years, some of the people would have permissions and exceptions to go pray in Al-Aqsa Mosque, and most of the escalations would happen with the prayers in Al-Aqsa. Today I see, and most of the Fridays, actually, since the beginning of the war, Israel is preventing young people to attend to prayers in the Aqsa Mosque. We're talking about people from East Jerusalem and 48, like from inside the Green Line, not the West Bank. We are at all prevented to go there. And I think today in Ramadan as well, they're preventing young people to attend to the prayer only from 50 and up that can go enter pray in Al-Aqsa Mosque. They see in this a chance, that they can now control and change the situation in Al-Aqsa Mosque as well.
Yeah. Here, this is what I was talking about with respect to Israeli media versus American media, where Haaretz says Netanyahu stalls stage 2 of the Gaza ceasefire and once again weaponizes Israel's grief. The inertia of stage 1 and the resultant dramatic change in the Israeli public mood will soon clash with the prime minister's plan to obfuscate and prevaricate. Their analysis also is still not necessarily speaking on the humanity of the Palestinians, but the anger that Israelis feel towards their own government. But then you look at the American news, and it says Hamas rejects Israel's request to extend phase 1 of Gaza ceasefire.
Yeah.
It's bullshit. It's a lie. And when you say that it's a lie, people get mad at you. They say you're wrong. You're
this shown also the cowardness of the American leaders when Biden set up a proposal and Hamas accepted, and then and Netanyahu rejected, and then the American government say, "Oh, Hamas rejecting it and refusing to negotiate." The Hamas saying, "No, we are accepting it," and now the same thing, a proposal by the Americans that has phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. I think phase 1 ended, and Israel refusing to go to phase 2, and American media says Hamas is rejecting to go to the phase 2.
When it's
nothing to blame Netanyahu
it's
for.
not the truth.
In this country, you are not allowed to blame Netanyahu for anything.
No,
he's always right.
No, of course, yes. I mean, going back to this, of course, this image says it all.
Yeah.
Obviously. So, what else? There's some other questions that I wanted to ask you before I let you guys go, because thank you so much for taking the time out to come here. And we're also close to tripling the goal, by the way, for Rebuilding Alliance fundraiser. We are now officially at 70. Holy moly. We are at, mashallah, we're at $73,419 raised.
Thank you.
Since you guys got here. Do they know about anti-BDS laws? Oh, yeah, that's actually an interesting question. Do you know that it is in 34 or I think it might be 37 now. In 37 states in the United States of America, it is illegal to protest Israel. It's illegal to boycott. Obviously, BDS.
Yeah.
Boycott, divestments, and sanctions. It's illegal. You can't get a job. If you want to get a job in Texas, for example, as a public school teacher, you have to sign a document that says you will never advocate for boycotts, you will never advocate for divestments, and you will never advocate for sanctions against the state of Israel.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Sad, insane.
This is why, in spite of all of this, and in spite of the media blackout, and in spite of the abject lies that Western media tells, I still look at everything that's going on, and I still see the genuine attitude shift and the momentum in the direction of recognizing the humanity of Palestinian people as still a sign of things to change. And especially on the other side, I think Israel is a pariah state, no matter what, going forward.
Yeah.
Like our leaders, and I think in the Arab world and in Turkey as well, but in the Arab world, I think people understand this a little bit better, where the opinion of politicians and the government is very different than the opinion of the populations.
Yeah.
Where, you look at Mohammed bin Salman, or you look at the Jordanian king participating in security cooperations with the Israeli state, whereas the Jordanian population, or even the Saudi population, I think have a very different attitude about the Israeli state. And I think that's kind of what's happening in the Western world right now as well, especially with younger generations, where they're recognizing this cold hard truth that there is no real democracy in this process, and that regardless of how much you protest, that the American government is still going to give billions and billions of dollars to Israel, and that and I think that that is inevitably going to create a contradiction that has to resolve, where one side's got to give, and I still am a firm believer that the side that will give is Western nations and Western governments that slowly but surely move away from the unconditional support they offer to Israel, especially as Israel has become this pariah state in the way that people receive it in the Western world as well. I say Western world because the rest of the world knows what's up, but you know, Western Europe is like one of the only places, and America is one of the only places where people have people have held this like loyalty to Israel,
and they are the ones supporting Israel and backing it, and you know, so for that we keep calling Europe and America, because most of the Israeli power comes from here.
Yeah. So let me ask you another thing. Do you foresee? Okay, this is the last question. I promise.
Sure. Yeah. No.
Do you foresee an attitude shift happening in Israel at all? This is a little bit of a tricky question. Do you think that there are more people, more activists that you have seen in at least the West Bank in terms of Jewish activists now? Post October 7th?
I'm not like expert in talking about the Israeli society, but they shifted more to the right wing, you know.
Yeah.
Like October 7th make most of the Israeli shifting a lot to, you know, in any way, most of the population didn't care about the occupation before that, and they were like, either they don't know, or they are not, or they don't want to know, you know? They don't want to open their eyes because they are living their own life and busy with it, and doesn't see what they are doing to us after the wall, and they don't mostly cross the wall to come to the West Bank. And I know that after October 7th, they more shifted to the right.
Yeah, and I think, again, this is my opinion, not theirs, okay? I think that there were a lot of people that are liberal Zionists that were very critical about Israel occupying the West Bank. And I think that they recognize that that kind of looks bad to the Western world, and that's the reason why they were so critical over it. Or maybe they truly did think that it was unacceptable, I guess. Or maybe they had a more serious approach to it, where they thought, you know, if you do this, then you make it impossible to have a two-state solution. And if there's no possibility for a two-state solution, the inevitability is a one-state solution, and we can't have that. We can't live side by side with the Palestinians. But regardless, I think a lot of those people after October 7 basically all dropped it completely, and they were like, no, you know, do what needs to be done. I at least I did see that from a lot of the liberal Zionist accounts that I saw on Twitter of people that initially would do activism in the West Bank, turning around and now saying stuff like, no, we have to pummel Gaza, we have to do everything we can. So, okay, this is definitely the last question. This might be, you don't have to answer it, okay? Gal Gadot is presenting the documentary award at the Oscars.
Yeah.
How does that work for you?
To be honest, I don't know her much. I just heard from some people about this subject.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's confirmed or not. Also, you don't have to respond to that. It's okay. You don't have to say anything.
Okay.
Also, you have plenty of experience, I think, just by living in the West Bank, talking to people who have served in the Israeli occupying force. So it won't be a unique experience in that regard, I guess. But this time you will, you know, stand side by side as
we
peers.
don't know if we win. You know, that's another.
Yeah, well, I'm rooting for you guys.
Thank you.
Hopefully. Is there anything that you want to tell our audience before I let you guys go?
No, we just don't. Thank you and thank the audience for listening to us, for having us here. It's a pleasure and for helping us for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Here, speaking to the microphone. Ooh.
I just want to give a shout out to Latino Muslim Unity for, putting these two events together for Basil and Hamdan. We have a screening tonight and also a post Oscar celebration dinner on Monday at Jackson Market. So we're looking forward to celebrate, the nomination of this documentary with you guys. And we really appreciate everyone's support. So thank you guys.
Hell yeah. Well, once again, thank you so much for coming on. Is there anything you want to say as well?
Just I need to thank you and thank you for the audience to hear us and host us, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your bravery. What do you guys like? What are some of the things you enjoy hobby wise?
Here in the
just in the States or in general, like what do you do for fun aside from surviving?
We don't know. We sometimes play cards. What else? I don't know.
Just you
it's
play
hard
a little.
To remember something. Sometimes football.
Backgammon, tavla. I don't know I don't know how you say it in Arabic.
Yeah.
No. Soccer, football.
Soccer and cards. These things. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's cool. Any TV?
No. Addicted to phones.
Oh, you watch TikTok?
Not TikTok. No, social media mostly. Instagram.
What do you do? You're on Instagram?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who do you follow on Instagram?
Who we follow?
What kind of stuff do you follow on Instagram?
I am addicted to politicians, so very hard to speak about other stuff. But yeah, some movies.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I won't bother you anymore.
We're fasting and very hard to remember.
No, I know. Thank you so much once again. All right, everybody. No Other Land, 2025 Academy Award nominee, Best Documentary Feature. Inshallah tomorrow.
Inshallah.
We'll see what happens, but yeah. Once again, thank you so much for coming.
Sure.
This was a real honor, and thank you for existing, and thank you for the work that you guys are doing in general.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna go back to the playlist. We're gonna talk about the disastrous Zelensky. We're gonna talk about the disastrous Zelensky meeting and the Ukrainian response to it. And then I obviously have some other stuff going on as well. But yeah, we're continuing with the regular broadcast right now.
Просто так не здасться, і він не такий простий, як здається.
Не можна довіряти ні Трампу, ні Путіну, а вот нашему президенту, так, однозначно.
Я искренне считаю, что это действительно могло быть более дипломатичнее, но с человеческой точки зрения я понимаю Зеленского, потому что то, что в принципе в каком тоне пошел диалог с Трампом и Венсом, все к этому шло. Да, можно было бы дипломатичней, но есть что есть, будем дальше разгребаться, с Европой будем дружить. Надеюсь, с США тоже будем в хороших отношениях. Вот это самая болезненная часть, то, что этот договор не был подписан, потому что терять такого ценного союзника, как США, очень глупо. Какие бы отношения ни были, если бы это соглашение было подписано, я считаю, что все вот эти слова остались бы словами. И действия в виде этого договора и участие США в работе по минералам Украины более стабилизировали бы эти отношения. Это очень страшно.
Коли нам давали перші 3 дні,
і більше не давали ніяких шансів, і весь світ був проти нас. Ми якось самі вистояли, самі справилися. Тут справа в тому, що в нас дійсно не вистачає ресурсів, але в нас ще є Європа, і тут важливо не опускати руки і не здаватися. Трамп просто вже в таких роках, що через певний час він не буде пам'ятати про цієї зустрічі. І так само, коли він говорив, що він не пам'ятає, що він назвав його диктатором, це теж дивно. Тому подивимося, як буде далі.
Багато країн європейських висловили свою підтримку Україні, і ми, в принципі, сподіваємося на те, що це якийсь крок, якийсь поштовх до того, аби збільшити допомогу Україні, насамперед технічної, боєприпасів і так далі. Щодо Америки, ну насправді ми їм дуже вдячні за ту допомогу, яку ми отримували весь цей час і продовжуємо отримувати. Але наша гідність, наша честь, я думаю, зараз має стояти вище всього. Ми пройшли дуже важкий шлях насправді, аби зараз дозволити, можливо, це буде звучати дуже грубо, але витерти об себе ноги. Як було зазначено американськими журналістами, Білий дім ще такого не бачив. І, в принципі, також ми були не готові до цього. Це був такий, в принципі, дуже неприємний шок, як наче нас облили холодним душем. Так, це був дуже несподіваний формат спілкування, але є дві сторони медалі. Дипломатичність, так, в принципі, президент Зеленський мав би дотримуватися більш якихось норм, правил, але з другої сторони це була провокація.
Чув, читав, скажу, що Зеленський красава і зробив все вірно. Ну, так як я чув і ти бачив, то все зробив вірно, не прогнувся під, як це сказати гарно так. Коротше, зробив все як треба і показав, що Україна далі буде боротися.
Президент країни, у якій зараз відбувається війна, вчинив правильно. І це той момент, коли протокол можна порушити, і це виправдано. Я все-таки вважаю, що наш президент дуже достойно веде себе і достойно представляє нашу країну. Я 100% його підтримую і відчуваю таку гордість за нашого президента.
Зеленский с его такой, знаете, несколько авантюрной натурой, он, ну, значит, полез на Трампа, так сказать, со своим, так сказать, таким гонором. Не знаю, там, украинским или каким, понимаете, но это не понравилось никому, ни Трампу, ни его окружению, да, вот Венс тоже так достаточно резко его осадил, вот, поэтому, знаете, получил то, что заслужил. Думаю, что его ждут весьма-весьма сложные времена, если не трудные. Поэтому, если он вернется на Украину, я думаю, что нападки на него там внутренние, они усилятся. И думаю, для него, конечно, вот уже были такие разговоры, что ему надо куда-то срочненько, так сказать, убегать. В Париж там или еще куда. Ну, я так понимаю, наверное, в Америку уже ему путь заказан, да, она не очень, так сказать, это.
Но если Трамп будет кардинально решать, вернее, радикально даже этот вопрос, отключается Старлинк, и война тут же заканчивается. Они без Старлинка ничего не смогут делать.
What do you mean, fuck it, he's not coming back? I had to, you know, make sure that they were comfortable and walk them out and be, because last time we did this, I had some people here already with like motas and stuff. So it was easier for me to greet them and then, or someone else to greet them basically when they first came in. Obviously, I don't want to ask certain questions that might get people in trouble. Okay. And there's also a lot of stuff that I can say that, you know, can you invite some known Zionists and do a chatter with them? No. I think you can get that from virtually every news outlet. No, smile. Dude, chat was really freakish, by the way. Oh my God. the mere sight of people who are direct victims of American and Israeli violence brought something about in this community where all the freaks came in, you know? I mean, it would be nice to corner them and see how they react publicly. Again, I do that already on TV from time to time. Ban all the high pitch noise people. This is what you remind him of when you came to. Okay. But yeah, I'm very proud of you guys. You did great today, chat. Overall, look at this. Look at us. Raised over $80,000, $82,000 in a matter of an hour. Also, I have already had a conversation with someone who's pro-Israel. It was called The Leftovers Podcast. So it's not, I guess, not as much pro-Israel back then as it is now, but yeah. Tuning in late, did you watch the documentary on stream? No. And also Piers Morgan show. We were just talking about the movie, the Solidarity Palestinian group here in Yucatan. Nice. I feel like this community has a lot of people of wealth or somewhat wealthy. Like these people are donating more than 1K. Not just a critic, just an observation. Yeah, there's there are a lot of there are a lot of people here that have jobs. Sorry. This is a community comprised of adults. Lo and behold, shocking revelation. People who are obsessively interested in politics oftentimes come from adult backgrounds and from professional backgrounds in general. Also, socialism when poor is not the case anyway. I wanted to post this. I wanted to point to this. Yeah. We're in the new era. Cloudy says, if you're a white man in today's political climate and you're at least a little bit woke, you got to start wearing those obnoxiously progressive t-shirts. I'm talking transgender Punisher. Women feel safe around me. Graphic tees and tanks constantly. So I know you're chill with it. Yeah, we're bringing this back. Okay. And we're bringing this back too. If this flag offends you, I'll help you pack. I am that guy. I'm still that guy. I've been that guy. Do you still have that? No. The story of this shirt is very funny. Someone sent it to me. I wore it. And this cashier lady actually liked it so much at the Ralph's that I was at that I gave it to her. So no, I don't actually have this shirt, this sweater anymore because she asked to take a photo with me. I did. And then I gave her the sweater. That is the story behind this this photo. Anyway. What is the lib version of Hank Pecker? Just Hassan Piker. I'm a lib, dude. All right. 1 second. We are liberal now. That's the name of my that's the name of my liberal character The name of my liberal character is Hasan Piker because I'm a lib. You walked home naked? I have a t-shirt underneath it, chatter. What do you mean I walked home naked? That's so funny. Chatter's like, methinks this doesn't make sense. I feel like you're lying. I feel like you're lying. Brace Belden is Lib Hasan Piker. It's Hans Bloomberg. Yeah. Do you still have the AR-15 liberal cum shirt? Yes, I do. Okay. Where was I? Okay. Open the P.O. box, you ape? No. I will, though. Talk about your goat Erdogan? No. Let's hear from the Europeans and how they're reacting to the Ukraine stuff and America's like slim moral argument basically falling apart in broad daylight. Okay? The Brits. Is the new Drewski Show app out? Can we watch it? I already watched it. I watched it as soon as it came out.
Take a deep breath, actually. I just watched the press conference, and I was just telling the lady who answered the phone that I felt like bursting into tears when I was watching it, because it just struck me that it was like two horrible bully boys who are kind of in the sixth form of a secondary school, and they've approached third or fourth year and basically saying, if you don't give us your dinner money, we're going to beat the crap out of you.
Oh, there's this too.
Except it was done in front of the world.
How this YouTuber destroyed his career in 2 weeks, 300K in one day. God damn. This is one of the first times I've seen like a random expose that's not like immediately and directly. You really skipped over the opportunity to use the title The Destined Downfall of Destiny or Destiny's Destined Downfall. That is pretty funny. Homeboys read it in human form. Yeah, we got this as well on the docket we can watch. Ceasefire won't last. Fascist state of Turkey will continue to oppress the Kurds and they will rise up in arms again. This is not even about socialism. This is not even about I'm not even talking about like I fucking hate this guy. He hung up on someone speaking positively of the BBC Gaza documentary. Freak. Have you seen Caroline Leavitt says she only got a part of the docs and they put the blame now on the FBI? Okay. There's a new overzealots. Yes, socialism leads to dictatorship debunked. And how this YouTuber burned his career. But we'll do all of those. We'll do all of those. We got a lot. We got a lot. Hasan dodging Kurdish comments once again. No, dumbass. No, I'm not dodging the Kurdish comments. I'm saying that I don't know enough about Erdogan's intentions. Why do you cynically think that why do you cynically think that I would be hiding something when I've like very openly made my opinion on this issue known? The fuck? Dude, yesterday on the broadcast, I had a literal person who is considered a terrorist officially by the Turkish government for going and fighting in Rojava alongside the YPJ. Your favorite content creator, whoever they might be, your favorite libtard content creator doesn't even know what a Kurdish person is, okay? They think Kurd is a cheese curd, and you're over here assuming that me as a Turkish guy automatically is fucking, you know, gonna have some biases towards Kurdish people. Dummy. Yes, this is an equal opportunity terrorism broadcast. You understand? Bruce Belden, the lib, actually went to Rojava to get the vote out, not to take up arms. True. That is true. All kinds of terror. Just not the Western kind, you know? Provisional IRA interview when? Okay, you're joking, but like, not provisional IRA, but I will be. I'm looking to link up with I mean, that's not provisional IRA, but I am looking to link up with some wonderful Irish folks. Okay, some wonderful Irish folks. Soon.
Honestly, I just can't believe it.
You should watch Harlan Spinks. You are in his new vid. Who the fuck is Harlan Spinks?
It's Jerry Springer. It's and you know, Mary, and not to take away from the very, very important substance of this. For years and years and years, I've had the privilege of being able to sit here and relay some of what I saw of Trump as president behind the scenes and the influence of wrestling, WrestleMania, WWE, onto this was wrestling. This is WrestleMania in politics on the television about war and peace.
I got pee.
It sort of reached its zenith tonight.
It was the most awful example of just gutter, horrible politics, and like you say, and like your American, I can't remember his name. Sorry, he's
Simon,
very good.
Simon Marks,
yes, thank you, Simon. Absolutely, it was premeditated. You could tell. And then this whole situation with Starmer yesterday. I mean, they must just be laughing. This is the worst kind of bully politics I have ever. It's just awful.
Jerry's in St Albans. Jerry.
I don't know about you, Tom, but I thought I was having a dream. Please allow me, Tom, to explain my thoughts on this matter, because I have never in my whole life seen or witnessed anything quite like this. He was literally bullied, yes? And President Macron, Prime Minister Keir Starmer have gone there and bowed down to President Trump.
They did what they had to do, Jerry. They did what they had to do.
I know, but you can't trust them. Yes? You cannot bully somebody in signing something. Yes? This is unfitting. What are we going to do? So he is forced. We're sitting back watching this. And then when he comes over to the UK, we have to bow down to him again. Where is our power? Where is our resilience in standing up? He is a dictator alongside Mr. Putin. We are going to end up in trouble.
Jerry, I think the trouble's
serious
coming. Yeah,
trouble.
listen, the trouble may have got worse, actually, as a result of the fallout from all of this. We'll see. But
how can you talk to somebody like that?
Well, you have to.
Absolutely
You have to.
unbelievable.
He's the president of the United States. We have no option.
Dude, it's like, it's kind of interesting seeing. It's kind of interesting seeing like people who are living in the sphere of American influence starting to recognize the game a little bit, because like until recently it was never as overtly turned on white people. Like the faucet of exploitation, or like the funnel of exploitation rather, has almost entirely been directed in the global South and rarely ever to other white people. So now they're like, what's going? They're treating Ukrainians like they're Kurds or something. Like, what is this? Is what they would say if they knew the dynamic between Kurdish people in America, but they don't. So obviously they would never say that. But, and I ask every single person who lives in the United States of America a very simple question. A government that doesn't even care enough about its own citizenry to at least offer them decent social safety nets, why in the ever-loving fuck did you think that this government would care about random British people or random Ukrainian people? Okay? Our government doesn't even care about our own citizens. They only care about money. They only care about profits. Okay? There's no affordable housing in this country. There's no health care in this country. Why the fuck did you think that this same government was ever morally invested in Ukrainian emancipation? You out of your mind? Yeah, Ugopnik had a funny tweet about this as well. He said, Ukrainian white status revoked. Welcome back to unwashed Eastern Asiatic horde status. The rest of us missed you, not gonna lie. And then this person says, nah, USA white status revoked. Sure. Not America, but this Trump administration? No. No. Don't do this thing where it's like just the Trump administration. You think the fucking Biden administration was doing anything different in terms of caring about its own citizens? What do you mean? Imagine a liberal Biden, okay? Hasan, you're dumb as dog. I say, Big Soda _TV. Yeah, big sodas, guzzling on those big sodas, and will get diabetes and will not be able to pay for insulin. And then it'll take him to recognize at that very moment why the American government doesn't give a shit about him either. Probably not, though. I don't know, maybe you'll turn around and blame immigrants or some shit. I don't know. And you'll just keep going, I don't understand. Far from fat. Okay. Okay, Big Soda. I'm a soda boy too. Don't worry. Okay. I'm a big soda boy myself. The question remains for the Europeans, not Big Soda. With a name like Big Soda, I doubt that you're European. You seem like a mainland US kind of guy. Okay. A real Midwestern possible hog. Okay. You got that hog-like mentality. Now, let me ask the Europeans once again. You see the way that my government treats our people. What made you think that this government actually cared about you? Let alone Ukrainians. Okay? Just a very simple question. That's not a Midwesterner. We don't call it soda. Oh, yeah. You call it pop. You're right. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of blame Scheinbaum and Trudeau for bending the knee with tariffs. Am I misguided? I wish they stood 10 toes down and be like, we don't negotiate with fascist dictators, too idealistic. Come on, dude. America's about to start doing bombing campaigns on the fucking southern border, and you're over here like, why are they playing ball with the American empire? This is also part of the reason why I think, at least for the time being, right now, given how much Europe hates China more and how scared they are of China, that there won't be like a serious shift.
But to talk to him and to get him on board, and he quite likes the UK, so that's a good thing. But Jerry, listen.
And there is an underlying thing I want to end on, and I think people should look at it and address it and read a little bit more into it. We have BRICS, yes, which have signed up. There's far more people, countries which have signed up onto this year in January with their own currency, which is starting to come into play. And it will affect the US. So that is why I think Trump is playing a cunning game with Putin and the rest of Europe. He's a very smart man, yes? And we need to step up.
Yeah, Jerry, sorry, are you talking about the attempts by the Chinese to remove the dollar as the reserve currency?
They will do in time.
Yeah, I agree.
God damn, dude. UK is truly a developing nation. They don't even got good internet over there. No good phones. Israel agrees on U.S. plan for temporary ceasefire in Gaza. What? Isn't this earlier when they said that they're not? Per Times of Israel, the proposed ceasefire extends through Ramadan and Passover, during which all hostages can potentially be released. Ramadan runs until March 29th. Passover ends on April 19th. Half of the hostages will be released on the first day of the extended ceasefire. Are they going to pull out of the Philadelphia corridor? Because this is the second phase of the ceasefire. Second phase of the ceasefire means that Israel has to pull out of the Philadelphia corridor, as in open up the Rafah passage into Egypt. How is Trump going to make other countries pay the tariffs? He's not. That's not how tariffs work. But I did say that they would. They've agreed to maintain ceasefire, but refused to move to phase 2. That's what Hamas rejected. Continuing without moving to phase 2. Yeah, that's not the pre-established ceasefire. That's not the pre-established ceasefire. That's a totally separate thing. They don't have to open the oldest vault. They already did. It's too late. They already opened the world's oldest vault. Too late, big dog. You can't close the world's oldest vault once it's been opened, okay? Kaya's acting real different today, okay? She saw a bunch of guests, and all of a sudden, she thinks she's hot shit. You feel me? Getting up. Kaya. Yeah, you already know. You already know what's up. Don't look at me like that, you little cutie. Free my queen? No, she's so tired today because she ran the entire morning. She got saluted by your guest. You would never do the same? He saluted at her? Who did? Oh, he... Oh, I didn't... That's funny. Yeah, she thinks she's hot shit. She thinks she's hot shit now. Middle guy, you blind? I'm blind, yes. All right. Socialism leads to dictatorship debunked. 3 times capitalism did. China versus Japan by Gatsu. And also, how this YouTuber destroyed his career in 2 weeks. Let's take a look.
I'm genuinely baffled at how this guy has an audience after all the shit he has said and done. He should get insta-banned on all platforms and thrown in jail. This comment perfectly summarizes the way the internet feels about the political streamer Destiny. And judging from the way things are right now, it's only downhill from here. From laughing about doxing someone.
I literally just doxed that girl. The one that tried to throw egg on me like a week or 2 ago. Like, I don't give a fuck about like doxing.
Yeah, I mean, he is also a rampant brigader as well.
Proudly claiming to be pro-genocide.
I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just drop its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like, that's about where I'm at.
And even defending PDF files.
Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly
like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming.
Destiny has managed to get away with doing and saying a lot of horrible stuff over the years. His most recent scandal involves him secretly recording his partners in bed and then sharing those videos with strangers without consent. When the allegations first came out, he probably thought he would dodge the consequences like always.
Yes, trigger warning, Destiny, Sex Pestiny. There's going to be a lot of horrible shit that he's done, I assume, in this video.
However, the consequences of his own actions have finally caught up with him. This controversy has sparked enough backlash to sink his online reputation for good, and there's nothing he can do to avoid his fate this time. Hi, I'm the...
To be fair, I mean, I think his dick riders did the classic thing that they always do, where they were like, actually, you're wrong. We're very critical. We're not a hive mind. We're not a cult. We're very critical of him for like a collective total of 3 days. And then instantly turned around and we're like, actually, he's so based and brilliant. Or actually, I'm separating the art from the artist, which is, I don't even know what exactly. What is the art here? Like, it's literally, I feel like Destiny, also known as Sex Pestiny, provides a very niche role in the online marketplace, which is, aside from obviously duking it out in the marketplace of ideas with like some of the, I would say, dumbest people on the right, okay, the role that he's always filled is basically the institutional liberal that wants to say the N-word. Like, because his arguments and the things that he is defending, or the positions that he assumes, are not exactly positions that he's independently arrived at through a lot of research. He just takes a stance that is usually the MSNBC or CNN stance, and then, you know, he fills, he basically comes to this conclusion beforehand, always playing catch up with whatever the Democratic Party is saying, and then defends it by going to a litany of different think tank backed research papers that he can point to say that this is the logical conclusion to arrive at. Which is why he is regularly wrong about domestic politics or foreign policy. It's just like he finds himself at odds all the time. That's why he was defending Joe Biden as a Biden dead ender until even videos that were released of him defending Joe Biden as a Biden dead ender were released after Biden had already dropped out, ironically enough. But none of this causes his fan base to recognize that perhaps he is not this incredibly brilliant person, but someone who is gifted with the art of yapping. That's it. He is very good at presenting himself as knowledgeable. He is also very good at finding certain talking points or finding key pieces of information to support his perspective. And also, none of that matters because all you needed to do was become a right-winger and you can clear both me and Destiny combined. That's right. Asmongold is the largest political content creator on this platform and perhaps one of the largest political content creators in general right now. So it turns out none of those things were necessary, okay? My many, many years of reading, writing, trying to understand American foreign policy, developing a fully fleshed out worldview that might not be considered acceptable within the confines of neoliberal hegemony, irrelevant. Going on, Vyvanse-induced 8-hour research streams where you can create beautiful talking points so you can destroy your interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas. None of that was actually significant or important or necessary. You just go, yeah, tits, they got to be big. Well. Video game tits are small now. DEI. That's right. All you needed to do was that. Anyway, Yeah, tits, they gotta be bigger. Or this chatter said it's true, so it must be. Yeah. In any case, all jokes aside, okay, and I am memeing a little bit here. I did see a former Destiny's fan speaking on my sub. This is not very commonplace. Usually it's people just kind of are too embarrassed to admit that. But this person said, probably going to get shit here for the title alone, but yeah, Libin, former D viewer. I'm a libtard and I used to watch D. Don't know if his name is allowed here, but I stopped after the lawsuit. Just wanted to say I'm completely starting to get the America hate. Better late than never, I guess. I never idolized Dems, but I had more faith in them than I should have. Recent events with the Trump administration and Dems in actions have really soured me, though. Don't really know the point of this post other than to say that there's libs that are starting to relate more with you guys, even in Destiny's sub. We're not going to agree on anything, but I'd like us to be more united, especially where things are currently heading. I would certainly take your guys' preferred candidate over any conservative. Thank God. Okay? And I think people like this will, most likely recognize that once liberals are not actually, responding in the ways that they thought they would, more people will actively recognize that perhaps there is an alternative vision here. There is a different way to go about it. And it's not designed around pure fucking spite for liberals in the way that liberals like Sex Pastini or even now Ethan presented as. People literally think, I just fucking don't think that I can make coalitions with liberals or whatever. Like, I have always been very reasonable. That's why Bad Empanada and many others call me phony or, a centrist. The reason why they call me that is because I understand that for a lot of people's starting points, their worldview is guided by their social conditioning. And of course, they're at best going to be liberal. Okay? Many people here started off as liberals. Many people here also started off as basically Republicans. Some even alt-right, as a matter of fact. I recognize that. This is a very welcoming community to individuals with different backgrounds and different ideological beginnings. Okay? I do understand that there are a lot of left spaces that are a little bit more hardened, but this is not one of them. Okay? And yes, I will not spend a good deal of time making enemies of other leftists who I might have disagreements with, or other liberals who I might have disagreements with, even if they attack me relentlessly. Ironic because I'm currently talking about Sex Pastini here, but this is a rare sight normally, no matter how much his community might behave as though it's not the case. It's usually a rare sight, and the big difference for me, at least, initially, like the reason why I started talking about him. Hold on. Okay, if my food's here. The reason why I started talking about him and decided to no longer do the no free clout principle, which was to, never really cover left-wing, liberal, any sort of like pro-Democrat content creator for the most part, was because I didn't give a shit. I don't think it's productive. I don't think it's productive to fucking talk about these people. I think it's infinitely more productive to spend all of my time and resources and effort shitting on the right. Okay? And in terms of my criticisms of the Democratic Party, when people say, oh my God, you criticize Kamala, you wanted Trump to win, blah, 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 blah. Like, I want the Democratic Party to be a party that actually resists against growing fascism. Okay? That's what I want. And I think honest liberals also want that as well. I hope. I'm not immediately going to say we need a new party. I don't know if that's the meta here, but ultimately my goal is to help people, no matter what their political orientation might be at their starting point, to recognize the real vectors of harm. I just wanted to start off with that. Okay? Republicans think it's undocumented migrants and trans people, and liberals think it's leftists and also Republicans, when in fact, this goes above individual politics or whatever the political machine is spitting out on a daily basis. I believe that it's the wealthy and corporations that have designed society in this way, and all of the other divisions are unnecessary. It's capitalism. It's a decent starting point for people, I think.
Internet anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we're diving into the well-earned downfall of Destiny. From his long history of alleged predatory behavior to the scandal that finally made even his most loyal fans turn against him. And if things keep unfolding the way they are, Destiny cannot just lose his career, but his freedom as well. But before we get into what he's done, let's take a brief look at who Destiny even is. Stephen Kenneth Bennell II, better known as Destiny, started his online career in 2011 after quitting his job as a carpet cleaner. He began streaming StarCraft 2 on now-defunct streaming sites like Livestream.com, Ustream.tv, and Justin TV, which later became Twitch.
Cam, we got this. Force field, do it. Cut the army in half.
That same year, he joined an esports team for StarCraft 2 and started competing professionally.
Hey guys, thanks for joining us. This is Cats Pajamas here for IGN Pro League. Once again, I am joined by Stephen Bennell, one Root Destiny. Thanks very much for joining us, and congratulations on IPL Season 2 qualification.
His success in esports gave him the exposure to transition into full-time streaming, a path he pursued for the next 5 years. However, starting in 2016, Destiny began shifting his focus away from gaming and more towards politics.
Who do you think won the vice presidential debate?
Depends on how you define winning.
Well, how do you define winning? What do you care about in these debates?
I care about people that are adhering to the truth.
Surprisingly, his political content quickly became far more popular than his gaming content ever was, resulting in him gaining nearly 1.2 million subscribers on YouTube and over 800,000 followers on streaming platforms. But for many of his early fans, his switch to political content signaled a turn for the worse. And unfortunately, their fears turned out to be completely justified. As time went on, Destiny started having more and more unhinged takes on sensitive topics, like defending the distribution of CP based on his extremely flawed logic.
Men that are given access to child porn.
Okay, I don't know if this person's approach to this is correct. I would say that, as far as I know, and as you guys know, I when I first came onto this platform, I got a lot of help initially from Destiny, which is really embarrassing to admit now because of like what he has become. Some might say he was always this way. I certainly didn't think so, but then again, that has been a very consistent through line in my career. But initially, he's a libertarian. He does a lot of freak shit. He says the N-word all the time, super Islamophobic, yada, yada, yada. Somewhere along the line, he becomes a, like, more progressive, like a Bernie bro almost, right? And it's kind of weird to think about now because it's so far removed from his like position now, but he assumed the diametrical opposite perspectives that he now advocates for with regular frequency. He actually has plenty of debates where he's like destroying a pro-Israel person. He is like pro-social democracy. He thinks he's a social democrat. He doesn't fully understand these concepts. His political evolution, I think, in some ways, I also contributed to, where I was like explaining to him some of this stuff, but he was always somewhat nihilistic. But yeah, there are clips of Dion Palestine from 4 years ago, and he is saying a bunch of stuff that he would currently consider to be the most most pro-terror position you can get. And it's just the truth. Like he represented himself as someone who seemingly had learned from his past mistakes as like a libertarian edgelord, and someone who definitely was more interested in being woke and being progressive. Okay? That's when I met him. And I thought it was honest. I thought it was real. I also personally recognize that there was... I definitely personally recognize that there was like a little bit of toxicity that came with like the debate space in general. And I entertained it quite a bit as well back then. And I realized that like my real turning point, I think, yes, I'm a bad judge of character. I know. My real turning point was when I had Ryan Grimm on. And in that process, like a lot of people in my community who were Destiny, who were fans of Destiny at the time, were just like trying to dunk on him over and over again. And I was like, dude, this is not a debate, okay? This person is the Washington, D.C. bureau chief of The Intercept. Like, he's here to educate you. You're not going to get like this is not a sporting contest, right? That was one of the first moments where I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I didn't like what the community had become, where they were just like actively trying to debate guests that I had on the broadcast. That's when I realized like maybe this stuff is a little too toxic. And then of course we had our falling out. He was super aggressively against my Kamala Harris video that I had done about how she was a cop and how she was bad. 2019. The obviously terrible campaign of Kamala Harris that caused her to drop out before she got any motion whatsoever, before a single fucking vote was cast, ironically enough. And that wasn't like the main reason why. Yeah, I know it aged well. That wasn't the reason why this friendship eventually fell apart, though. The friendship eventually fell apart because he admitted to saying the N-word in private all the time. I had not heard him say the N-word in private, but I was like, that's completely unacceptable. How the fuck? Like, what do you mean? Why are you saying that? It's basically the same as saying that you say the N-word all the time. That's an insane thing to say. That's an insane thing to admit. And then he wrote a manifesto about like being able to say the N-word as a white guy and how everyone is hypocritical and blah, 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 blah. Does the same thing, same cycle of drama over and over again. Purge some of the naysayers in the community, IP ban them from everything. They lose their sense of community, right? So they're terrified of speaking out against their leader. But also, in the process, the people that do remain become like super hardcore cult-like dick riders. Reminder that Trihex, his podcast co-host at the time, asked him not to say the N-word anymore, and he said he wouldn't. I know. And then he wrote a manifesto. But that was basically our true falling out. To this day, his fans still think Hasan and Destiny agree on the N-word thing. Anyway, why am I talking about all this? Because I think after that breakup, okay, things took a turn for the worse in terms of his political output, in terms of his personal politics, in terms of the things that he was advocating for. He never really went back to advocating for the same things. I think he just like decided he was a full-blown liberal, like an institution defender. I am a full-blown Democrat. And I'm also, more importantly than anything else, the opposite position of anything that Hasan advocates for. There's obviously years and years of cyber stalking, brigading, mass harassment campaigns against me, brigading the LSF subreddit to do your bidding because your community in and of itself is not big enough to do that. Things that you have seen unfold in this past year has been going on for years and years. I just decided I'm never going to talk about it ever again. And I only started talking about him directly once he became so outwardly pro-Israel. Yeah, initially he tried to outwoke me, but then very quickly he just decided to hit this from every angle. I think that part of that was personal resentment. I had bigger reach than him. I was growing larger than him. I mean, his own personal logs also reveal that played a big role in this, in his own community. But yeah, he uses right-wing media and billionaire Republican think tanks that even oppose Democrats if he thinks he can use it against you and me, Lamau. Exactly. I think envy definitely did play a big role in breaking his brain a little bit. He went on the Healthy Gamers GG stream and all the YouTube comments just went on about how nice of a person he was, aged really well. Yeah. So regardless, all of this stuff is inconsequential because the reason why I mentioned it is because like his initial audience actually liked the fact that he was doing debates. I liked the fact that he was doing debates. He was our guy. He was doing a great job dunking on people and you know, a fairly decent advocate for like the social democratic position. Still pro-capitalism, but like a social democrat nonetheless, right? But over that, in the aftermath of that breakup, like over the course of many, many years, he basically became this like monstrous person who would adopt a contrarian position from the most edgy, nihilistic perspective, and obviously has routinely self-sabotaged his career over and over again. He will partner with anyone. It doesn't matter as long as he is able to use that partnership against his enemy, me. Okay? He has partnered with Nick Fuentes, Sam Hyde. He also will partner with anyone as long as he can get his dick wet. That is also another consistent through line here. I think these are the two the two planks that have dominated his life in very meaningful and very negative ways. Okay? Lauren Southern is the other example I'm using, obviously. And because there has never really been any sort of serious repercussions, there's never been any sort of like serious pushback, because he just kind of overpowers every argument through logic and reasoning, or at least presenting himself as a logical and reasonable position. He's kind of been able to get away with it over and over again. That's why there's like a 12-year track record on the same shit that he's currently under fire for, that he was under fire for. What? Yeah, this is the consequence. Here. Don't. This is the consequence of his 6-year-long well poisoning smear campaigns. That there are unironic people that, honest to God, say shit like this and truly believe it. Hasan is the nearest thing to a Nazi I've ever seen other than actual Hitler. He's the biggest wussy I have ever seen. There are legitimately people, when you encounter them in the wild, if they're like a Diddy Jeer, you'll see it. Like, they are fucking rabid. Okay? They say some of the most insane things. If you remember during the Crackergate saga, when I got banned for 7 days, shouts out to Destiny's community for that, for getting LSF once again, making a big stink about it. One of my favorite comments ever that I ever received was, Hasan is more racist. Hasan is the most racist man in the 19th century. He'd be the most racist man in the 20th century. Because of my anti-white racism. And I remember on numerous instances, his community said Nick Fuentes was, better than me in terms of at least following through on his principles. But let's continue.
Pornography have a higher chance of not actually committing pedophilic actions in real life, and I would argue that that would be a moral good, that if you can prevent people from acting on those urges, that's something that should be explored.
This quickly turned him into one of the most controversial streamers on the internet. However, these outlandish statements also allowed him to build a cult-like loyal fan base, one that was willing to defend him no matter what he did. As a comment on Reddit puts it, Destiny is the only guy who can literally get away with whatever he wants because his fans brigade internet spaces until the narrative is so diluted that people forget what a piece of shit hack fraud he is. With a fan base willing to defend him at all costs, Destiny had no incentive to hold back, leading to a long list of controversies that only grew worse over time. Unfortunately, there's no practical way to cover every single horrible thing he's said or done over the course of his career. There's simply too much to go over. That said, most of his unhinged behavior falls into a few clear categories. The first of which is him being a massive creep. Like in 2015, when an adult star posted a tweet about getting essayed by a co-star. The tweet will have to be censored due to how graphic it is. However, after coming across this, a normal person would either offer support or just ignore the tweet and move on. Destiny, however, took a much darker route, choosing to insult her and other survivors of Grape with vile comments like, Jesus, why not file an effing police report instead of tweeting this? You're effing disgusting, what an effing idiot. When someone called him out for his unhinged comment saying, at Stephen Bonnell, why don't you write us a long list of everything you feel a survivor of Grape should do? Then I'll use it to wipe my ass. Destiny doubled down and made things worse. He responded with, survivor of Grape? It's Grape, not murder, not beheading, not a fatal car crash. Everyone survives Grape. Get over yourself. From here, things only got worse. Survivor of Grape here, hello. Want to talk about how hard it is to go on every day? Where Destiny would respond with, blank yourself so you don't have to live with the pain. But his disgusting rant didn't end here. Right after this, Destiny got into an argument with another woman over the definition of grape. She posted an argument stating, at Stephen Bonnell, ignoring a safe word and not stopping when someone asks is ignoring consent and is grape. Go F yourself. And instead of presenting a counter-argument, Destiny completely flew off the handle, wishing violence on her in a horrific response. Yourself, you effing. I hope you get graped with a effing shovel until you bleed out your effing and die wholly. This, along with several other instances of him mocking and belittling assault victims, is why many in the YouTube community see him as a grape apologist. However, even this pales in comparison to his disturbing stance on PDF files, which includes defending their actions.
I don't like predators, period. I don't care if you're offending or not offending.
Okay, hold on. Who disagrees with Brittany? Who disagrees with Brittany?
If you just because you molest a child doesn't
I
make
don't
you a pedophile. That's not.
Claiming that an adult a minor is not grooming.
Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming.
And even debating the quote benefits of CP.
Apparently, men that are given access to child pornography have a higher chance of not actually committing pedophilic actions in real life, and I would argue that that would be a moral good, that if you can prevent people from acting on those urges, that's something that should be explored.
What about child pornography?
That's kind of a different thing. There's like moral versus pragmatic sides of that. I've seen a little bit of evidence on the pragmatic side, and it seems like an okay thing. I probably shouldn't say that, or it sounds.
He has also gone on record to say that he finds some underage girls hot.
And again, like some of it, I guess, sounds uncomfortable. Some people, like if you're being real, like a 21-year-old, 22-year-old, like there are some 15, 16-year-old chicks that like look pretty fucking hot. Like I can't help that. Like some people mature fucking old.
Now, some might argue that he's simply playing devil's advocate in most of these cases and doesn't actually believe anything he's saying. But even if we give him benefit of the doubt, there's no plausible justification for these tweets from July of 2022. It all started with Max Carson, who posted a poll on Twitter asking women, quote, at what age should men start ogling/flirting with you? And when a girl named Courtney replied to this tweet with 10, Destiny replied to her asking for pictures, stating, you were hot at 10? Any pics? She actually sent him the pictures. And after taking a good look at them, Destiny replied with one of the most unbelievably disgusting statements he could, reading, Jesus, I've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of their little tykes so bad. For those who don't know, Little Tykes is the name of a mini car for children. Some of his fans tried to brush it off as just an edgy joke, but most people weren't buying it. They were rightfully disgusted and pushed back hard, writing, before people say it's.
The thing is, like, the method is always the same. You say some unhinged shit, okay? You then turn around and no one is even actively trying to make him look unhinged, okay? With my situation, there are people in here right now, probably 1,000 people, or however many people are watching on the DDG website, because he literally will always have an active chat that is watching me to clip stuff and put it in like fucking literal Excel spreadsheets where they're like, oh, we got him. We clipped this out of context and then blasted to like the Keemstars and the LSFs and the different like pro Destiny subreddits that his community has overtaken, and try to make like a big stink about it. And in the process of me trying to defend myself to be like, that's not the appropriate context here, then they clip more stuff and they make more drama out of it. This is just him doing it to himself, voluntarily just putting himself out there regularly. Okay? Hamas Piker never beating the allegations. Okay, buddy. Anyway, the allegations. Fucking bots. I have noticed that like his community has kind of lost its brain power though, the remaining brain power, because this is like unironically the only people that are still fans of him, I think. Just straight bots. Like back in the day, there were at least people that knew how to fucking piss me off in a way where they could get a good clip out of it. Nowadays, it's just this. But they could technically could be an Asmongold fan, to be fair. Or an Ethan fan as well. Let's continue.
It's a joke. The message of the joke is that he finds a 10-year-old hot. And even if the second tweet is a joke, that's a big fucking
or an XQC fan. That's true.
If. How could anyone possibly explain the first tweet where he explicitly asks for pictures of a 10-year-old to evaluate if she's hot? Now, this alone would have been enough to bury most creators. But with Destiny, this is barely the tip of the iceberg. Because in addition to being a massive, unapologetic creep, he also has a history of justifying extreme violence against others without a shred of remorse. And one of the most prominent examples of this is his continued apathy towards Palestinian people, like boldly declaring that he's quote pro-genocide and that the Palestinians can go live somewhere else, all while laughing maniacally.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just drop its borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like, that's about where I'm at.
Or claiming that the Palestinian genocide doesn't exist because according to him, if Israel wanted to genocide Palestinians, then they would only exist in history books. Maybe Destiny thought this was a clever argument to support his claims, and from the looks of things, he was likely trying to argue the semantics.
He did. And he does. He always thinks his arguments are incredibly clever. The difference is if you are like sub 60 IQ, okay, you also think his ideas are brilliant. He sings a tune that I think like genuinely stupid people or genuinely not knowledgeable people on any particular matter really respond positively to. Like, holy shit, these psychos have enormous pages documenting everything about you. Yes. And it's all like, if you think like the content puke was shocking, like how the fuck did anybody put together like literally 2 hours of shit that's clipped out of context? It's that. They do this. That's how.
Of the word genocide, but it backfired spectacularly. Regardless of his intentions, many people online pointed out how tone deaf and cruel his comments were.
Oh, that's a great example. Yeah, XQC thinks Destiny is brilliant. Good example of someone who is not very knowledgeable and just eats up everything that he says as though he's like brilliant. It's no different than Ben Shapiro, which is what I said in our initial fallout. I was like, you're fucking liberal Ben Shapiro. You're good rhetoric. You're good with rhetoric. You have strong rhetoric, but you are not very knowledgeable. That's it. You haven't done a lot of reading that defines your worldview, but you are very good at picking out certain talking points ahead of time. And you're very confident. This is true. I mean, Michael from Pennsylvania, send me that one debate that you and him had. Not the full thing, but just like the short, sweet version of it where he talks about, what was it? Stock buybacks, I think. Was it about stock buybacks? Like that is I think a fantastic example of how, or no, it was buy, borrow, die. Was it buy, borrow, die? It wasn't stock buybacks. Maybe it was buy, borrow, die. Or was it? It was one of those things. It was like either fiduciary responsibility or buy, borrow, die. And it's very obvious that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about in this process. But he has a way of trying to weasel out of it. And Ben Shapiro does that as well. I'll give you 2 examples of this. Okay. Hilariously, they try to project this onto you with a nonsensically morally lucky thing. I know. I used to always joke and say, I'd rather be morally unlucky than morally lucky then. It's a sweet spot where anyone who knows anything can dismiss him immediately, and so the only people who stick around are the people who are dumber than dirt, or people who are not paying a lot of attention, like people who are not paying close attention. Here. This is one of the
unbelievably
this is one of the best examples of Destiny is the living embodiment of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
He just doesn't know anything.
You came in committed to a viewpoint that AOC was economically illiterate.
AOC is economically illiterate because she said that the money spent on stock buybacks should be spent on labor.
My dad ran a small business. And whenever we had a good year in the small business, we tried to pay our secretaries more, or we tried to invest more in things for the business.
Which is a dumb fucking statement to make that shows you have no idea how anything in economics works.
Why? What would drive you to make these statements?
First of all, it's not dumb as
It is dumb as to expect a company to return profits to its workers.
As a CEO of a major company, I can take that money and I don't have to do that at all, right? I can actually have the company buy its own stock on the market, right? Yeah. That would effectively increase the stock price, right? And I've done nothing to make my product more valuable, my employees more happy. I haven't invested in the training or the workforce, but I've inflated the stock price, right? Absolutely. Right. So my question is, how is this different from a pyramid scheme? No, that's a very good question.
That's why I said AOC is a idiot. Not to mention,
Which was illegal, by the way. Stock buybacks was considered, understandably, stock manipulation until Ronald Reagan, just so you understand. But, of course, Destiny probably doesn't know that either, or maybe didn't know that at the time. But he certainly doesn't know what the fuck a stock buyback is, or how it works, or why it was considered to be illegal in stock manipulation. And you will see in this conversation.
I don't even know what this has to do with stock buybacks at this point.
they are incentivized for short-term stock gains over long-term investment. It's better that dividends are paid because it's usually a taxable event. Not always, but usually. You could structure your sales during that spike in the price.
You could also get ultra by the SEC because this is called insider trading, Mike.
Oh, you could structure it. I'm going to sell. Yes, you can.
Oh my God, it's just the most.
Oh my God. Do you know how it works?
I guess I don't, Mike. When these people sell their capital, eventually they will pay taxes on it. But again, if you want to talk
Why
about
would they sell? Why would they sell? You borrow against the value of your shares.
Yeah. It is both stock buybacks and buy, borrow, die. He doesn't know. These are super basic concepts, right? I've talked about them extensively a million times over. He doesn't know, but it's okay. Normally, if you don't know something, what you're supposed to do is be like, I don't really know this. Can you explain it to me? What he does is dominate. He wants to dominate the conversation. So while he's talking to someone that knows better than he does, okay, that knows more about this. And by the way, ironically enough, he's also undermining the head of the SEC's the head of the SEC agreeing with AOC in that congressional hearing. Okay? But the reason why I think this is important to understand, like, in terms of his style and how he presents himself to an audience, and like why his audience in a cultish way think he's truly fucking brilliant, is because when he doesn't know something, he just gets angry in a very confident manner. And before you say, oh, you do that too? Dog, I literally will immediately say, oh, I didn't know that. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. There are probably 700,000 examples of this, okay? I'm wrong all the fucking time. Like, the thing I hate about that, as a matter of fact, is when I say something and I'm wrong and I get corrected and I say, oh, I'm wrong, my bad, people go, oh, you're backtracking. No, that's not called backtracking. It's called being a normal fucking functioning adult with a brain. Yes. Ironically enough, for a lot of idiots, though, people think taking accountability is actually a sign of weakness. Which is why when you never take accountability and you never show weakness to the fucking apes, and you just project this air of confidence, you can just kind of dominate the conversation. And obviously you have, at the end of the process, you've actually misinformed your audience, but it doesn't fucking matter. If your only care and consideration here is to come across as the victor of this conversation, then yeah, confidence and rhetoric will play that role. This isn't to say that Destiny is completely unknowledgeable on everything, okay? There are absolutely issues that he has read a lot about, okay? Why he reads a lot about issues also matters, in my opinion. I think he reads on issues specifically to dominate in debate and not because like he wants to have a fully fleshed out worldview. But that's irrelevant in this process. The reason why I'm showing you this, okay, the reason why I'm showing you this is because this is very clearly an example where he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about and his interlocutor does know what he's talking about. Let's see how he reacts.
You don't have to liquidate. You can borrow against the value.
Okay,
and you don't pay any taxes on borrowing. So you right there, you're just wrong. Like if I own $1 billion, do you think? Wait a minute.
Why would I borrow against the value of my investment? Can you even do
because
this?
You don't have to pay any taxes on it. That's why.
This lack of knowledge, for the record, is on something so trivial. Borrow against your assets. Like at this stage, he didn't even know like the concept of leverage, it seems. I mean, he knows now. I'm sure he knows now. But think about how he's operating.
If you borrow against the value of your shares, you never have to pay taxes.
Somebody in chat has to tell me, bro. I'm not going to take his word for it. Somebody in chat, do you borrow against the value of...
The ultra-wealthy use loan money to fund their lifestyle. Average people need income to pay for basics like housing and food. But the ultra-wealthy don't. They can just live on borrowed cash.
It's like one of the most fundamental parts of our economy.
Okay. Oh! And he doesn't believe him. Like, this is... I don't know how to... I don't know what to say about it. Like, he literally does not understand. Like, it's not even buy, borrow, die at this point. He's saying, like, do you buy... You can get loans by leveraging your assets? That is... Like, at that point, I guess he had never gotten a fucking single loan or ever entertained the thought. I don't understand.
Your shares, you never have to pay taxes.
Somebody in chat has to tell me, bro. I'm not going to take his word for it. Somebody in chat, do you borrow against the value of...
The ultra-wealthy use loan...
Normally, people with Dunning-Kruger are confident, but they're not, like, capable of presenting themselves as intelligent. Destiny is competent and confident and capable of presenting himself as a relatively intelligent person. That's it. It's a deadly combination. Sometimes he's correct. And in many instances, when he's like debating right-wingers, he's usually on the right side of that argument. So a lot of people think, oh, this guy's awesome. He's a fucking titan. He's a giant. But when he actually reaches a subject matter that he's not like well-read on at all, there are so many basic facts that he is oblivious to. But notice how he doesn't actually go, I didn't know that. Let me think. Let me reconsider. He just immediately doubles down and goes, oh, you're so fucking stupid. That is a deliberate way to get out of that conundrum. He does it. He's doing it on purpose because he knows he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's a little worried that Mike actually does know what he's fucking talking about. So he's just going to go, oh, you're fucking stupid, so that the audience doesn't trust him, even though Mike is 100% correct.
Cash. It's like one of the most fundamental parts of our economy.
Okay.
Oh, he doesn't know anything.
I can't believe you don't know that rich people take loans against their...
I don't think any rich person does this. What?
What?
You can't just do that willy-nilly.
Yes, you can.
No.
Of course you can.
No, you can't. These are tax-advantaged investment accounts. You cannot just take loans against them. That's the whole point of these tax-advantaged accounts.
Destiny, you're arguing against a position I don't have. If you are rich, if you're Jeff Bezos, does you think he liquidates his shares to buy?
Yes, he needs liquid cash.
Every now and then, Jeff Bezos has done that to buy the most expensive mansion in Los Angeles, for example. But outside of that, he never does that because buy, borrow, die has numerous loopholes created specifically so that Jeff Bezos never actually has to Jeff Bezos never has to pay taxes ever again if he doesn't want to. And also simultaneously, his entire net worth carries over to whoever he delivers it to when he dies.
Cash, because that's how we purchase things in the United States. You use currency to do it. And I'm going to take out a secured loan against my investments?
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Because I don't want to pay interest with cash that I already have. Why the would I pay interest when I have money in an investment? Why would I take out a loan from the bank and use my own investments to...
Look at that. Do you ever say I'm not knowledgeable on a topic? I need to reconsider it? Yes. Like today, people are like, hey, what do you think about the fucking Kurdish-Turkish negotiations? Literally today, I said, I don't know enough. I don't know what Erdogan's ambitions are here. It's ironic because people still get mad at me when they're like, why aren't you covering it? You must be hiding the truth. It's like, no, dude, I just don't know enough, okay? I am, at the end of the day, a goddamn human being. I'm not capable of knowing what's going on in Rwanda, for example. I can, like, kind of figure out what the hell's going on. But when people ask me stuff, like, I have areas of weakness, okay? And I always say, I don't know. I need to do more reading on it. And then people get mad. Having said that, what would you say are your stronger areas? Shit involving the Middle East and American foreign policy, American imperialism. Nice framing. I mean, this isn't nice framing. This is just like objectively what's going on, where this person clearly doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about and is like very actively trying to get out of it by yelling and making a scene, casting a dispersion spell.
Why the would I pay interest when I have money in an investment? Why would I take out a loan from the bank and use my own investments to secure that loan and then pay interest to the bank when I could just liquidate my own shares, Mike? Why the fuck? This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Because you don't have to pay taxes when you take a loan, but if you liquidated stuff that you have a capital gain in, you'll have to pay taxes. That's why.
He just doesn't know anything. I don't know why the fuck I'm watching this. It's okay. Okay.
Yeah. So that is probably one of the best examples of, at least that I can recall, where he just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, but he'll actively try to get out of it by presenting himself as like the moral arbiter or Mr. Logic. Now, also, when he ever feels wronged in that regard, he will just never let you forget it. He will forever be your enemy. Very narcissistic. Obviously, even if you have like a normal relationship, even a positive relationship, like he is motivated by just endless amounts of spite. And he will, if he can't win the argument immediately on facts, he will just consistently, serially harass you. He will sick his community on yourself. He will sick his community onto you, your family members, your orbiters, your friends, your peers, whatever the fuck they want to call it. And they will just create this insanely sophisticated targeted harassment campaign. But that is how I think he's been able to also attract a very weird audience and has been able to maintain a semblance of prominence here. Okay?
Tearing apart his logic with responses like, quote, it's only genocide when the job is done, is a hell of a take. And imagine saying the Holocaust wasn't a genocide because the Nazis didn't get every single Jew. Destiny is just receiving new loads of idiocy. That said, this wasn't the worst of it. This video was sponsored by MyHeritage, the #1 family history service. MyHeritage allows you to build your family tree and discover your origins. Thanks to the site's 33+ billion records, when I was using it, I was impressed to find my relatives dating back to 1815, who at the time lived in Northern Ireland. You can easily add in family members.
The other thing is, like, Where Mike got him on there.
Yourself, allowing future generations to know your story. My favorite feature is the instant discoveries, which allows you to add entire branches to your tree with the click of a button. Another great feature is the image restoration tool, which allows you to breathe new life into old photos. I was even able to find out and share more information about the history of my mother's family, which she was happy to see. MyHeritage is the type of website you could sink hours into, just looking at the extensive records alone. It's so easy to get caught up in the day-to-day hustle and bustle and forget that we had so many generations of people with their own interesting lives before us. There's really nothing else like the feeling of reconnecting and finding out about your own personal history. So what are you waiting for? Start your 14th.
The way he presented this, it made it seem like Destiny's video was sponsored by MyHeritage, which is really funny. Listen, the other thing I wanted to mention is there are a lot of instances where Destiny also has a shit ton of institutional backing within his ideology, within his ideological framework. That example with Michael from Pennsylvania is one where he's just objectively incorrect, but he cannot go to like a website or Wikipedia or anywhere that will tell him he's right, because he's just clearly unfamiliar. Now, having said that, on a lot of issues that he dukes it out with other people on, he does have a lot of institutional backing, because there are a shit ton of liberal institutions that will give him this information that he desires to make his position seem fully fleshed out and also legitimate, like the objective truth, if you will. Right?
Day free trial on my.
One of the best examples where you can get institutional legitimacy and institutional backing from think tanks and the mainstream media alike, while still being objectively in the wrong and completely oblivious to the reality, is Israel. That's why it was a perfect merger for Sex Pestany to assume the position of the Hasbara bot, because Israel defenders also are serial doxers and will regularly try to get you fired from your job, and also love doing false woke smears, use the wokeness concept and engage in false smears of anti-Semitism, false smears of bigotry, right? Another thing that Destiny's community loves. It was a very organic collaboration at that point. They love mass harassment. They love doxing. They love trying to get people fucking fired. It's always calling one manager after the next to get people into trouble. Okay, for the crime, by the way, of being honest enough about the state of affairs in Israel's apartheid structure and also the genocide that it's conducting. So this is. This is something to pay attention to. This is something to keep in mind when people go, "Oh, I wonder why he became so pro-Israel." It was perfect. It's a perfect allegiance.
MyHeritage using the link in the description and build your family tree. With that being
I said,
let's get back into the video. The controversy.
Like I said, even when he is not knowledgeable on a particular issue, and he certainly was not very knowledgeable about Israel and still is wrong about Israel across the board, he still had some semblance of institutional legitimacy. You could just point to mainstream media and shit like that. Okay. He could also get other organizations with institutional legitimacy to do his bidding, such as the ADL, to go after his enemies, because his enemies now are all pro-Palestine, right? Because he's pro-Israel. His interlocutors are pro-Palestine. He can just actively be as bad faith as he wants to. But as long as you are pro-Israel, you can say whatever the fuck you want, okay? Look at some of the most prominent pro-Israel influencers, content creators, whether they're on Twitter or whether they're on Twitch or any number of different platforms. They say some unhinged-ass bullshit. Ethan Klein is a great example of this, obviously. He is Mr. Islamophobia, and yet, there is not really a lot of motion in that direction where people go, what the fuck are you saying? You just keep saying that all these people are terrorists over and over and over again, and you try to make a logical argument for it. It's like consistently claiming every black person that you see is a criminal and then being like, well, here's the logical argument for it, you know? Everybody knows what you're doing. You're just, you know, it's the other T word, I guess. Instead of seeing a black person and immediately calling them a thug, you're like seeing a pro-Palestinian person and immediately calling them a fucking terrorist. Like, okay. Excuse me. Let me give you the crime statistics, please. So, yeah. Let's continue.
He escalated even further during his March 31st, 2024 stream, where he somehow managed to hit new levels of absurdity. About 2 hours and 20 minutes into the stream, Destiny came across a tweet reading, "An unprecedented TV investigation by CNN captures some of the cases documented by the Euromed HR of the sniper operations and by the Israeli army of Palestinian citizens carrying white flags." This piqued Destiny's interest, leading to him watching the video attached to the tweet. At one point in the video, a person gets shot and his wife runs towards him in grief. And instead of showing any sympathy, this is what he had to say after watching this play out.
So you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed. But I think they were farming TikTok clips.
This was a bit too far, even for his own viewers. But when his chat tried to call him out on this, he responded with something even more degenerate.
Destiny, come on. How is this not pure dehumanization of these people?
Look at that. Look at the clip in front of him. And this community has the audacity to fucking act like they don't serially harass me. Look, he's talking about something completely different.
Even look at chat's reaction. This is fucked. Because they're doing it to themselves. You're dehumanizing yourself. You're suiciding and sacrificing your civilian population.
A comment on YouTube also points out the irony of a streamer claiming that the people in the video were farming TikToks. Reading, "Holy shit, Destiny just watched execution footage and said that the very clearly innocent civilians who were doing everything in their power to get to safety, being shot at, were farming TikToks. This guy is watching this on a live stream, which he is definitely making money from. What is this?"
Hey. Talk to me again about how things are the same in terms of being pro-Palestine versus pro-Israel. Go ahead. Dude. On the pro-Palestinian side, no one even fucking comes close to having such gross points of view, and I'm glad that they don't have such gross points of view. Okay? And obviously there are a lot of fucking anti-Semites that Twitter across the board loves. Some of them happen to be anti-Israel, but they're anti-Semites first and foremost. But no fucking unironic, non-anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist person will ever say some shit like this. Ever. Candace Owens? Dog, Candace Owens is an anti-Semite. As a matter of fact, that is precisely the reason why so much of Ethan's commentary, for example, is literally clipping me out of context to make it seem like I have this level of depravity towards Israeli civilians. It is quite literally the opposite of my worldview.
World that I live in. That said, Destiny's reckless endorsement of extreme violence extends far beyond the Israel-Palestine conflict. In a live stream, he also supported the idea of black rioters getting gunned down by white militia during the BLM protests.
The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they could torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing, because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop. It needed to stop a long time ago. Like, holy fuck.
Granted, he was referring to violent rioters who were destroying property during protests, but for most people, suggesting that an unrelated group should just come in and gun down civilians crosses a line. He crossed a similar line when he insinuated that the innocent person who died at the Donald Trump shooting somehow deserved it because of his political leanings.
Fuck the dude, the firefighter guy, fuck Trump, fuck the people that support him. I just want you to know, okay? Just in case you're confused or it seems like I'm, you don't, whatever. If one of you were in the crowd and you're a conservative fan of mine and you end up, you know, getting blown away or whatever the fuck, I'm making fun of you the next day on Twitter.
The backlash for this was swift and intense, resulting in his Twitter account getting demonetized. He also received a temporary ban from Kick, which was surprising considering how long it took them to ban literal PDF files like Riot Lol, with a commenter stating, if you get banned on Kick, you're a special type of special. However, this didn't stop him from repeating the same rhetoric in later videos.
But it's another thing to mock a innocent Trump supporter that died. The guy didn't have any power. He wasn't a politician.
It's so funny because now his community is actively talking about how they're partnering up with libs of TikTok to fucking his supposedly liberal community, or at least members of a supposedly liberal community, actively partnering with Asmongold and libs of TikTok to try to get me fucking banned because I said if the Republican Party was honest about caring about doing something about Medicare fraud, they would have fucking done capital punishment to Rick Scott, who is a Republican senator and a prominent figure within the Republican Party. He also happens to be the single largest fraudster of Medicare in American history. The company he was, I think he's either he was a corporate executive of or the owner of at the time.
He was just a dude. I don't like.
He wasn't just a dude. He was a guy that was posting a ton of inflammatory shit on his social media, who was at a rally for one of the most inflammatory candidates of all time.
This also highlights a crucial part of Destiny's character. Put simply, he does not fear the consequences of his actions. Or at least, that was true until his latest controversy, one that could ruin his life forever. It all started on November.
Oh, they also lost their minds over the meme I posted. Remember when Tom Cotton... Okay. Destiny thinks Black Lives Matter protesters should be fucking gunned or mowed down by white supremacist militias. Why? Because they're hurting Joe Biden's chances of winning the election. His community also, on the other hand, however, after actively saying, you know, it's awesome that the firefighter got shot, which, by the way, I don't really care about that much in terms of like criticizing him for that. I feel like, yeah, he's being fucking edgy. He's an edgy boy, okay? It's ironic. He says unhinged shit all the time, but the one time he says something unhinged about the right, immediately they're like, oh, you have to get banned. They love it when he says that about, like, you know, I don't know, trans activists or fucking BLM protesters or whatever. But yeah, God forbid you get edgy, not in the racist direction, but instead edgy in the direction of someone who is a Republican. So that's why I kick banned him. This is not a defense of him. I don't really give a shit. I'm just saying that's just how it is. But one thing I will say, after all of that, was that his community actively was trying to get the FBI to get me arrested because Tom Cotton, American Senator Tom Cotton, famously urged people to go out and kill pro-Palestine demonstrators. He said, if you're blocking the streets as a pro-Palestinian demonstrator, people should kill you. That's what he tweeted out. So I quote retweeted that with a meme of the doohickey, the famous doohickey meme. Okay. Tom Cotton, who had also famously advocated the murder of Black Lives Matter protesters too with the military. He wrote about that in the New York Times. So lo and behold, they freaked the fuck out about that too. So much so that someone in my chat just said this, and I don't know if this is confirmed. I haven't watched this. Someone said Ethan Klein put it on his fucking... Ethan Klein put that on his fucking content puke? Are you serious? The Shinzo Abe doohickey. There ain't no fucking way You are a piece of shit Hamas propaganda dealer. Fuck your opinion, which is horrible. I'm from Poland. I don't give a fuck about Israel, but I'm a human and you are not acting like one. Wait, what? What did I say that just now that caused you to think that I am not acting like a human? Is it because you're Polish and my name is Hasan and you just immediately, you know, what's going on? I don't want to assume that you're being racist. There are plenty of wonderful Polish people in this chat, but maybe you're not one of them. Polish people, notorious big fans of Muslims. I mean, the ones that are in here are. I'm Polish too. He's 100% racist. So anyway, where was I? I do want to know what that Polish chatter was saying. Like, I want to understand where he was coming from. But I refuse to believe that Ethan Klein unironically, XDXD, we have no Muslims at all. Okay. Hasan, they got Asman to show the doohickey tweet today. My lord. I'm sure that he saw the context in which I posted a fucking meme versus Tom Cotton's active calls for violence against peaceful protesters, right? Considering that one is a direct call to action from the position of a senator, the other is a meme of a doohickey. To be like, wow, he's so radical. It was put in the content puke to claim you were actually a violent extremist that supports terrorism. Wait, please. Okay. I know I said I don't want to watch it, but I kind of want to watch that part now. God damn it. Every time you guys tell me something new about the content puke, I'm like, fuck. Like, that's so stupid. I feel like you're teasing me. You know what I mean? It's finish this video, don't do it. No, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not. Mostly because it really pisses off Ethan. And also because I said I would watch it with him. I don't want to spoil it. If he ever, sacks up and agrees to talking to me. If he ever, move beyond Instagram stories and his comfortable little hug box, then he could show it to me for the first time ever. Now we're going to have so many hate watchers trying to bait. Why would a professional comedian, in air quotes, who advocated for very specific things to happen to an NRI meeting be mad about the doohickey tweet? Interesting. That's a really interesting question. A person who actively said some really aggressive things about the NRA building and what must happen to an NRA building. Why was that allowed? But me responding to a sitting politician who is urging people to go out and kill pro-Palestinian protesters. Why would a pro-Palestinian content creator? Why would someone who was so mad about people being like, hey, man, I think you're a Zionist, who then basically kept repeating the position that he is a Zionist and there is nothing wrong with being a Zionist. At first he said, oh, you're saying I'm a Zionist because I'm Jewish. That's, anti-Semitic. And then now he's like, actually, Zionism is awesome. Every Jewish person is a Zionist. And also, I'm going to Israel to show you how wonderful of a country it is. Like, that evolution was a wild one, okay? Pro-Palestine Zionism is a new guy, I must admit. It's not really a new guy. It's just liberal Zionism. Anyway, let's get back to Solo Tiny Leaks.
November the 9th, 2024, when a person named Solo Tiny Leaks posted a few cryptic messages on the Destiny forum on a site called Kiwi Farms, which is a message board infamous for—
Oh, gross, dude. Why the fuck would you... Oh, dude, why would you fucking mention the name of this goddamn website, dude? It's like... It's such a gross website that Destiny has actively defended it, okay? That's what you need to know. It's a serial doxing website, and they hate everybody there, myself included, and Destiny as well. There were attempts to shut it down by another person who also hates me and is, you know, a fucking freak in her own might. And at the time, he was like actively trying to keep it afloat. But now he wants to sue the website.
for doxing and leaks. These messages read, "Is this stuff public yet? Not sure if it's any interest of you guys.
Yeah, they have a suicide leaderboard on there. They try to actively harass trans people to get them to kill themselves and then flex.
To a few streamers. What exactly can I leak here? I want to dump everything. It's about to be a very white Christmas." Alongside these, Solo Tiny Leaks also uploaded dozens of attachments, including screenshots of his conversations with multiple people and explicit videos of him and his partners. But before we get into these leaks, we need some important context involving Destiny and his ex-wife Melina. Melina and Destiny were in an open relationship where they were allowed to see other people as long as the other partner knew about them. However, in mid-2023, rumors began circulating the internet that Destiny was secretly dating another creator by the name of Lauren Southern. This was quite...
The only reason why I know what this name is because I heard that Destiny's trying to dox this guy too now. He just like has openly become more... I mean, he was always unhinged, but like recently, this last month or so, he is just actively... He's just actively become even more unhinged where he's just like... will straight up be like, yeah, I'm looking for the dox of this specific person to dox them. Like anyone from his community. Because like, I don't know if this guy is one of them, but like most of the people that used to be his orbiters, and they called themselves this, not me, I'm not saying that. People that used to call themselves orbiters of Destiny have left the community in droves because they were also content creators themselves. And like the people that he fucked over, quite literally, were also content creators that were his quote-unquote orbiters. So obviously those guys now have turned on him, and now Destiny is using his community actively to seek out the dox of people who were formerly members of his community, to harass them into submission and to harass them into silence. Which is a wild structure, and I suspect that a lot of them, because they hate me first and foremost, will now become like Asmongold fans or something. I suspect, despite the fact that they claimed that they were liberals for the longest time. Kui and JSTLK have been on a big crusade, and this is one niche. They're on the side of the angels, but in every other respect, they're still absolute shitters. Yeah. Guys, have there been recent clips of HasanAbi in the wild? I'm trying to make a W-dit, like an edit. OMG, what the Sigma? You mentioned this freak once and his loser-ass community starts flowing into the chat. Yeah, because James Gray is correct. It's because they watch my stream from his website. So a bunch start responding when he gets brought up. Every single time, like clockwork. There's like, at any given moment, there's like 1,000 people at least watching my stream on his website, specifically to come in here and immediately start talking shit. They can't help themselves. They love the debate. I do think that, maybe I have too much confidence in them, but I do think that there are people that watch and then accidentally realize like, maybe I'm not you know, that much of a fucking villain that they've designed me to be. Potentially. What is this? This next arc is wild as fuck. Oh yeah, there's also glaring similarities between Sex Pestiny and of course his #1 fan, Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein pulls up a hater's Instagram live on air and starts looking through his family/friends pictures while seemingly insinuating his fans should go send hate to him. His mom, his friends, his employer, and then later on a bomb threat was allegedly called into the school his mom works at. I don't know about the bomb threat side. I feel like that's a little bit far-fetched. But who knows? I don't know if that's the case. But I do know, I did see, on TikTok, I did see the dude talking about how, like, you know, they were actively pursuing him. It's not far-fetched. No, the bomb threat seems far-fetched. I only saw him talk about how, like, they pulled his shit up and then he started getting swarmed by haters. It's because he said Hayla was going to hell because she got a Star of David tattoo. I'm sure that there's more to the story than just that. Especially because most of these people are former fans of Ethan and Gila. The thing that I did look at, because I saw this on my For You page on TikTok, and I looked at it and I was like, I wonder if this person's a fan of mine. Guess what? He wasn't, for the record. His IDF wife got a blue star dated tattoo. No, he reads the comments on air. That wasn't what he said. What did he say? Like, I don't think that person became like a random rabid anti-Semite out of nowhere. I suspect that it's more so to do with Israel and not to do with Judaism. I don't think people who are massive fans of Ethan Klein and Gila for years and years, suspiciously after October 7, were like, oh, actually, for the past 10 years of my support to you, I was a rabid anti-Semite. You know what I mean? No, they just think, understandably, because of the way Ethan has reacted to all of the incoming information post October 7, that Ethan is pro-Israel. So they're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Odd, considering Lauren's political leanings towards being a white nationalist.
They just blame you for turning these fans against Jews, Lamont? Dude, that is crazy. These motherfuckers are not even my fans, bro. They're your fans. Half of them don't even like me like that. That's what's so funny. Half of them don't even know me like that. Half of them don't even fucking follow me, including the guy who was talking about
this shit right here.
Yeah, this I saw. This is one of his posts I saw on my timeline. So my first thing was to look and see if he fucking follows me, because I was like, oh, I saw this. This is the one I saw.
Update, guys. I'm officially beefing with H3H3.
Or maybe not this one. Or it might have been
got on
this
Instagram
one.
for the first time in like a year, and I saw they were at the top of my feed being Zionist douchebags, and I called them out for it. I just said some shit like, can't believe I used to look up to you guys, rotten hell or whatever. And then I get off Instagram because I'm never on there, and then my friend sends me a screenshot of my 4th of July party thing from 5 years ago. On the H3 stream, he stalked my page and sent his fans on a witch hunt to comment and berate my family and stuff on Instagram. Super cool stuff. Honestly, it changed my mind. I think Zionism is good now.
He said he posted this on the picture of Hila's tattoo. Man, I remember being obsessed with you guys when you only have 50K subs on YouTube. Glad that's behind me. Enjoy hell. I can see why someone would think that that's anti-Semitic. I can understand that.
Now, because
none of this is appropriate, though. Obviously,
sent your millions of fans to harass me and my family. You fucking loser. Vape Nation, y'all. Oh.
Nothing was debunked. The guy deleted Probably because he tried making a joke about what Israel does to schools in Gaza, but emotions are running high and everyone took it more seriously. It was still targeted harassment of a random person and Ethan should stop. Yeah. I still don't think we should just attack the Star of David. It's tricky because it's literally the flag of a genocidal state, but at the same time, it's a symbol for all Jews. No, I agree. I don't do that shit. I do understand why like anti-Israeli posters and shit will feature the Israeli flag on it. And if you fucking complain about that, like the people were doing in Colombia, you're ridiculous. Yeah, it's also you say is a blue star, David? Yeah, I mean it's like it's supposed to be a subtle nod to Israel. Bro, learn some manners. I ain't got no manners. All right, let's continue with this. I don't know why I sidestepped here.
Destiny, on the other hand, claimed to be on the liberal left, essentially the exact opposite of Lauren. So if the two were actually dating, that would go against everything Destiny was preaching through his content. Viewers also began speculating if Melina was aware of this supposed relationship and began asking her for answers. And even though she was appearing more and more in his content as time went on, Destiny continued to deny any romantic involvement with Lauren. During this time, Melina and Destiny also got divorced, adding even more fuel to the rumor mill. However, for the next few months, it just remained that, a rumor. That is, until these leaks by Solo Tiny Leaks, which included screenshots of messages between Destiny and Lauren, confirming that they were indeed a thing. The leaks also included a transcript of the last message Lauren sent to Destiny before breaking up, showing just how close the two were. More importantly, the messages revealed that Destiny was actually cheating on Melina without her knowledge, something she later confirmed in a video. She also talked about how Destiny said that she was crazy and needed therapy when she brought up the possibility of him having an affair with Lauren.
I didn't know about it, that's the thing. Like I could sense something, but I got told that I was crazy and that what I felt was wrong.
Why does it keep popping up and say DGG foot soldiers?
Told to go to therapy.
Put simply, these leaks confirmed that Destiny, 1, didn't care about politics as much as he presented in his streams and videos, and 2, that he was a liar who managed to cheat on his wife despite being in an open relationship. This enraged most of his loyal fans who felt like they were being lied to for years, with one viewer referring to Destiny as a quote, Weasley little liar dude. However, the backlash from this cheating drama was quickly overshadowed by something far more sinister. You see, the leaks also included dozens of videos of Destiny being intimate with his many partners. Most people assumed that Solo Tiny Leaks somehow gained.
Yeah, this is the thing that I just like didn't understand. When everyone was talking about how he's like sucking Nazi dick, like I get why people would think like, oh, that's crazy that like a liberal is quite literally sucking the penis of Nick Fuentes or whatever. And people even went so far as to say, like, oh, well, this actually undermines the Nazi movement way better than anyone ever could. Destiny's actually based for this or whatever. What I couldn't comprehend is like, and I said this at the time, I was like, why the fuck is nobody talking about the fact that this looks like either A, revenge porn, or B, how the fuck did people arrive at these videos? Why is Destiny filming all of these things, and why is he sending it around? Like, that is the thing that I didn't understand. That's part of the reason why I didn't even fucking talk about it initially. Because I was like, this seems not appropriate to be out there. And what's wild about it is I think he thought he could get away with it by basically shifting the attention to Nick Fuentes. Because, like, he owned up to it. Not that he sucked Nick Fuentes' dick or whatever, but he basically owned up to it and was like, yeah, I'm bisexual. Like, you guys knew this already. Like, at the time, I think he just like entertained the idea that it might be Nick Fuentes because he realized that this was some really fucking heinous shit that he had given to other people. Except, did you say that? You made your mods ban chatters for sharing links to the leaks unless I'm misremembering? Your major mods... Yeah, I did. Yes. Of course. The fuck? What do you think? This is the fucking Destiny community? Yeah, I know. I did do that. What do you... I believe you didn't even want to entertain the issue because you thought it was a revenge porn, if I remember correctly. I don't have the clip. Now, of course, no one will ever fucking see that side, especially if they're coming from a fucking hater community. But the point remains. Like, I thought it was odd that not only were the leaks unsubstantiated on whether or not it was actually Nick Fuentes, but also what was interesting about the leaks was the fact that he was leaning into it possibly being Nick Fuentes. But the real weird situation was, how did these things get out to begin with? And at the time, people were saying it's because he was trying to fuck this like random Discord kitten or something that he didn't even know if she was underage or not. And he wanted to do age play with her. And that he was distributing his own sex tapes to random people that he had never even met physically out in the real world. Not that that would make it any better. To show how much he fucks, I guess. Like, it was just, I just thought it was fucking gross all the way down. Like, having a mixtape of your sexual acts and then like unconsensually, without other parties that were involved in it knowing, sharing it to random people to show them how you fuck, or the fact that you have fucked, is psychotic behavior. Like, truly heinous, truly psychotic behavior. I genuinely don't understand how his fan base still goes, nah, dude, you don't understand. He's a fucking brilliant entertainer and so good at debating other sex pests. Like, he's a white hat sex pest. You don't understand. You have to be a sex pest to debate other right-wing sex pests. That's what it is.
Access to Destiny's phone or computer and stole these videos from there, but the reality was far more disturbing. As it turns out, Destiny had actually willingly shared these videos with a 19-year-old girl on Discord called Rose in exchange for pictures of her feet, and she was the one who got hacked by Solo Tiny Leaks. To make matters worse, Destiny shared these videos without asking for permission from his partners, who were also clearly visible in them. This included his ex-wife, who confirmed that he shared what's basically revenge her without her consent or knowledge.
Things that just happened, the past month, things that's been done to me without consent or anything.
Rose is a groiper, by the way. Oh, great. Great.
That has been my past 5 years. That energy, you know?
After learning about these leaks, people also started digging through Destiny's old content. And it didn't take long for someone to find a clip of him admitting to having a collection of such videos that he shares with other people.
I kind of like have like my little archive of like Coomer material that I'll send to people if I want to. There were girls that I talked to past that I'd send stuff of, like either me or Melina.
However, Melina was just one of the several partners who were visible in these videos. The second victim was a streamer named Pixie, but unlike Melina,
not to mention Brianna Wu and his own Ghislaine Maxwell, not so erudite, running defense for him against the victims, trying to talk them out of suing him with therapy speaking, concern trolling, disgusting. Yeah. No, it's just like straight up a cult. And the sex element, he was impressing Rose by saying Nick is going to be on this week. Oh, god damn. Brother, he was trying to fuck random Discord teenagers who were groipers by talking about how he's like homied up with the King Groiper. Yeah, okay, dude. Everything I fucking find out about this dude is like worse than the last thing I knew about him already. Why are people like this? Why are these people like this? Why do they hate being private? I think when you reach that level of depravity, it kind of doesn't matter. It's the Milo Yiannopoulos conundrum, you know? You're so low on the fucking, you're so low on the self-respect that it doesn't fucking matter. Like, your audience expects that of you, kind of. Not So Erudite is only able to live in the U.S. because she got a visa from his podcast company? Oh, my God. Did you know that Erudite actually went back to working for him again? No, I did not know that because I don't pay attention to any of these fucking losers. And you want to know why? Because every single one of these fucking losers inside of his network, okay, have actively made it their lives mission to also highlight basically every single time his community has attacked me, they all clamp on it. By the way, Sex Pestiny is still getting pushed hard every day in the LSF by mods, but any posts about you get removed. Redditors are clearly unhappy. Destiny reacts to Hasan's Gaza invitation. Yeah, Destiny, are we talking about the video game or the sexual predator? You know what's really funny? You know what's really funny about this? Every time he gets posted on there, now everybody calls him a Sex Pestiny, and he fucking loses his mind about it. And his community constantly yell at the main mod. Hey, yo, what's good? His community constantly yells at the main mod because the main moderator is in his community. For years and years, they lied about this. For years and years, they were like, Hasan brigades LSF. He watches LSF all the time. He uses his Discord server to brigade LSF. The one time where I deliberately brigaded LSF so they would fucking ban me from it, which succeeded. They did ban me, only to subsequently unban me. They always point to that. Meanwhile, the head mod of this fucking subreddit is literally an orbiter and is actively deleting, to the best of his ability, all negative mentions of Destiny. But still, there is like an insane amount of fucking vitriol there for understandable reasons from many people who despise me, by the way. These aren't my fucking fans. Okay? Yeah, former Twitch employee who now literally runs this fucking subreddit. They say it's off topic to point out he's a sex freak. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. You can't just like off topic or hand wave that shit away. That's crazy. This is the one circumstance where he hasn't been able to get away with this, like, and he can try to hug box it all he wants, but like even the places where he normally actively brigades are turning on him. Difficult to believe 4 women would have anything to do with this guy. I'd say he planted the story himself to draw attention away from his personal failings. Revenge porn is an upgrade. Yeah. XQC spoke to the head mod not knowing he was a Destiny fan. Oh, I'm sure he didn't fucking know any of that. Yeah. If you literally go, so LSF now at this point basically just deletes all mentions of me because, you know, that's the one way that they can be like, oh, I hope that nobody says anything positive about Hasan. You know what I mean? That's like... That's the one way that they can like try to control the narrative, to be like, oh, please don't say anything positive about Hasan. Because there was a couple instances where I like said some shit about Asmongold, and because they fucking hate Asmongold even more than they hate me, you know, every now and then a post goes live on there and they just can't like cut it before you know it pops off. But the Mazda AMA yesterday. And they're getting destroyed by Epstein questions. Oh yeah, I'm sure the mod team consisting almost exclusively of people who that same head mod added in September after removing everyone else's shining light on checks and balances. Yeah, Gisephus used to be a mod. I know. He used to be a mod at LSF. They fucking kicked him out. And now the head mod has entirely changed the fucking team to be Destiny Dick Riders. So far, I've never seen Tarot Card make any Destiny-related decisions that I didn't also agree with. Is that website even relevant to streamers anymore? Yeah, I think they're actively trying to rebuild its relevance by not having like too much Destiny shit, so that like once they can actually organically build it again, they can turn around and use it as a propaganda faucet for Destiny, attacking his enemies, making it seem as though there is like, it's no longer as relevant though. No, it certainly is not. It used to be. It used to be very fucking relevant. It was one of the ways in which this goddamn otherwise like very separated platform could get together and look at like what was happening on the website. And now it sucks because Destiny fucked it. Okay, that's what he did. He actively brigaded it, openly brigaded it, changed the fucking dynamic of it. Oh shit, I did get a fucking top post. Donald Trump is crashing out. Can you explain Reddit to us old heads? No. This is it. Cuties or rewatch videos do that for me now? Yeah. XQC is one of the only streamers that looks at it every day. Yeah, that makes sense. Also one of the only streamers that fucking actively is a Destiny dick rider still.
Who just wanted to stay as far away from Destiny as possible, Pixie went on the offensive. She contacted Destiny directly and asked for financial compensation in exchange for sharing her explicit videos without her consent. In a conversation with one of Destiny's friends, she wrote, "I want this to be the most expensive mistake of his life, and I'm essentially asking him to self-punish himself in a way I don't think he'll like."
For those people not in the know, I don't think these people realize how psychotic these people are.
But fucking A, let's go. Ethan Klein, Destiny, Dan Saltman, who else is there out there that is pushing the fuck Hasan narrative? There has to be more of us. Is there more of us?
Well, it's happening organically because people realize that.
He literally has to be like, it's organic. It's not a brigade. He's such a fucking idiot, dude. His hatred for me is so fucking stupid. He's so stupid that he can't even like play the role of this being like an organic thing. At least he's smart enough to sometimes, you know, massage the narrative a little bit. He's just so dumb.
That Hasan is a crazy person. Yeah.
He is a bad guy. I am so happy that I could be part of this movement to destroy this fucking terrorist motherfucker. You know, I think at what point, like, let me ask you this. You're not there. You're not planning. I'm not saying that Hasan like planned like October 7th. But at what point are you like basically as culpable if someone's like, hey, wouldn't it be based if you like guys did this?
Bro. It's just a beacon of mental sanity here where you got a fucking 60-year-old dude being like, Hasan basically did October 7. Or he could do an October 7. Come on, just think about it. Why is there an Asmongold JPEG in this clip? He was just reacting to shit and going, oh, based. That's why.
Agreed to without the law involved. When this conversation became public, some people started hating her for trying to extort Destiny, while others fully supported her plan, with one person writing, maybe I have shitty morals, but I don't take issue with her attempting to extort him in the way she did. There's no guarantee that she would have gotten anything the legal way with the power and money imbalance he has over her, and I would guess that if it went to courts and fans found out, she would be endlessly harassed compared to if he paid privately. However, the backlash from people who disagreed with her approach caused her to do a complete 180, which she announced in a tweet reading, on November 29, the streamer Destiny non-consensually shared my nudes, making me a victim of revenge porn. I will be suing him in federal court. Alongside this, she also shared a lengthy statement detailing her story and the exact charges she plans to bring against Destiny. That said, at least both Pixie and Melina were aware that they were being recorded, even if the videos were later shared without their consent. Destiny's third victim, on the other hand, didn't even know that much. On January 21st, 2025, streamer Cherry shared her side of the story on Twitter, stating, "Today, I was made aware of an intimate audio recording taken of me without..."
Dance Alma 56. One is pushing 60, the other is pushing 40, and the girls of the DMing are fucking 19, and they spend every goddamn day talking about when they're not doing this kind of coercive, horrifying shit, Yo, I heard you can't moderate your chat. So if I call you an idiot and a terrorist, I'm going to get timed out or banned from chat, right? First of all, I never said I can't moderate my chat. As a matter of fact, I moderate the fucking shit out of my chat. Okay? You're too stupid to understand. My point was to Ethan many years ago at this point, almost, I mean, a year and a half ago almost, was there's only so much. There's only so much I can do in terms of moderation. If you keep saying Zionist shit, people are going to assume you're a Zionist. That's it. There's a difference between someone that I'm talking to actively saying pro-Israeli lines and then people going, okay, you're fucking pro-Israel. What the hell is this shit? That's it. You can whine about it all you want, but it seems like it's not like Ethan is hiding that he's pro-Israel. Why don't you go say some nice things about the Houthis, you Houthi lover? Go on, say something nice. I have. The Ansar Allah movement, regardless of their fucking domestic affairs or their, understandably, you know, that is anti-Semitic, their banner is anti-Semitic, have done a very positive thing in terms of trying to stop Israel from doing a genocide. I don't know why you guys think this is like something that I hide as an opinion. Ooh, okay, got it. This is not even a bait. Like, yeah, that's my point. That has been my point. God, chat is so dumb. He keeps glazing terrorists. No, I'm not glazing Israel, dog. I'm not glazing America. I'm not glazing Israel. I'm not glazing terrorists at all.
My consent. That was also shared without my consent. I'm upset right now, and I'm going to give myself time to process. In a later tweet, she confirmed that she was also filing a police report against Destiny. Destiny's initial response to this whole thing, however, was more nonchalant than it should have been.
$20 says Melina recently confirmed that the sex tapes leaked by Destiny.
Jesus Christ.
The girl were shared by Destiny
Nice,
without
good one,
consent.
good one, nice. Yes.
If she has no
Can
legal
I've got a whole bunch of super chats for you. Wick, ready?
Even the title of his lackluster statement on Reddit, a legal arc beginning in mysterious ways such wow, was as
Yeah, by the way, this terror-loving community today, just today, raised more than $85,000 for Palestinians just on a whim. So, you know, I fucking love this community, all right? I love this goddamn community. It's the best fucking community online. That's precisely the reason why so many people actively come after it. That's precisely the reason why so many people target it and try to actively undermine it, undermine all the work that we do here. Doesn't fucking matter, okay? It took 1 hour for us to raise more than 82,000. Now I think it's at 85,000 for Rebuilding Alliance, a Palestinian organization that provides meals in Gaza alongside the filmmakers of the Oscar-nominated documentary No Other Land. Oh, it's actually at 87,000 now. Nice. Yeah. Super pro-Palestine, by the way. All my fucking haters. So pro-Palestine that most of their commentary surrounding Palestine is talking about how pro-Palestinian, vocal pro-Palestinian activists and advocates are actually fucking terrorists, violent criminals that must be deplatformed. Oh shit, never mind. It's not even at 85,000. We're nearing 100,000. Holy fuck, it's at 87,000. Let's go. Yeah. People can fucking cope and seethe all day, every day. Okay? It doesn't matter. If you are still wondering why people just simply don't see the truth about Hasan, perhaps you are misguided. Okay?
unserious as possible. More importantly, it didn't provide the answers people were looking for, with a top comment under this post reading, "I want one answer and one answer only. Did you send Pixies blanks non-consensually to someone you were chatting with on Discord? Your post does not answer this." However, while most people criticized him for this weak and incomplete response, one person chose to give Destiny the benefit of the doubt, writing, "The evidence of that is clear in other places. The answer is yes. What is unknown is if Destiny Destiny had some conversation with Pixie that would lead him to believe he could share these videos privately with others. What this person most likely didn't expect at the time was that their speculation might turn out to be the truth. On the 21st of February 2025, Destiny came out with his second response, which is a lot more comprehensive than anything he said before, suggesting that he's finally taking the matter seriously. He shared a lengthy file containing his statement, including links to screenshots supporting his claims. He also went over the whole thing during a live stream.
On January 20th, 2025, Pixie created a Substack post, which you can see here, signaling her intent to sue me. She has since filed her lawsuit in which she claims I shared explicit material we created together without her permission.
One of the first points he addressed is why it took him this long to come out with a statement. And according to Destiny, a big reason behind
it says a lot that he thinks he can manifesto his way out of this, but honestly, he's not even trying to actively defend himself, I think, through this legal battle, and instead is very clearly trying to hold on to the remaining sycophants.
Behind his delayed response.
Like, that's why he did this, because he wanted to hold on to the remaining community that, like, obviously can, you know, that obviously will, like, listen to what he has to say and will be, will repeat it willingly, go out and do propaganda for him.
Is because Pixie asked him not to confirm that she was part of these leaks. Reading, once the leak got published and hosted all of my explicit content on Kiwi.
And obviously, like, attack the victims as well. Classic. He has a big core community. The sad part is he will survive this even in obscurity. Yeah, he just will most likely never be able to reach a level of prominence that he wanted to reach for himself. And that will always, he will always carry that resentment, not realizing that this was a self-inflicted wound. And it always was a self-inflicting wound. Like, if he, instead of hyper focusing on me for all these fucking years, if he just, like, actively tried to make good content, he probably would have had a happier, healthier life. The last time he did some shit like this and got a little bit of pushback from his community, he should have just stopped entirely, okay? He would have saved himself a lot of heartache, and more importantly than that, obviously wouldn't have had even more victims this time around. Instead, he just fucking cracked some legal meth, I suspect, and just wrote like a 5,000-word manifesto about how even though he admitted to fucking distributing without consent sexual material of his previous partners, people that he's hooked up with, and maybe even filming people without their consent as well, and also distributing those, allegedly, that he is the victim of this entire process. And some of his fucking dumbass fans will eat that shit up.
Farms. Pixie messaged me and informed me that she didn't want confirmation of her in any part of the material. As such, I made no public statement regarding any of her appearance in any of the leaked material. Destiny also included screenshots of a conversation between them to back this claim. Reading, I don't want to have to testify or be named or anything. As far as people ask me, I'm saying it's a lookalike. Yeah, okay, I haven't confirmed/denied anything at all publicly, and I never will do so. And I'll double check with you before anything ever gets mentioned in a police report or court order or anything. I don't foresee this being a thing, just in case. Please don't tell anyone privately either if they ask if it's actually me or not. From there, he discussed his perspective on the timeline of this controversy and how things unfolded from his point of view. The most significant part of this statement, however, came near the end, where Destiny claimed that Pixie wasn't as innocent as she seemed, stating, Pixie would message people to tell them that she had never ever sent videos of other people to me before, and she portrayed herself in her Substack as though I was the first person to ever suggest this to her, and I was the first person she ever recorded material with. This statement and implication, however, are both false. She'd send videos of her and other guys multiple times prior to us ever meeting.
Wait a minute, why is this person uncritically reporting on Destiny's manifesto? First of all, two wrongs don't make a right. That's number one. Secondly, as far as I understand, there's no evidence that she shared unconsensually without the knowledge of other people these videos. The notion that she actually actively went out and secretly recorded herself, or even consensually recorded herself and then unconsensually released it, is incorrect. I don't understand why you would put this in the video unless you are trying to, you know, I don't know, run a little bit of ass covering for Destiny. There is no evidence here. The evidence is he claims. That's it.
And requested
There's no one that has come out and like said, I am a wronged party here by Pixie's actions or anything like that. None of that exists. That is shocking that he would just put this in here.
Material from me as well. It was also her who suggested multiple times that we record stuff when we meet later in 2020. Destiny also alleged.
Dude, there needs to be a revolution of SlopTube, okay? SlopTubers literally just fucking scour Reddit and make videos off of like videos that other people have made, okay? That have done a little bit better research, or just stay fucking pumping videos full of Reddit comments. It's truly bad.
That she never mentioned having consent of the men who were in these videos with her. Put simply, he's claiming that even though there was never any explicit consent to share those videos, Pixie's past behavior made it so that consent was assumed. After all, according to Destiny, she was repeatedly sending explicit videos of her and others to him, and possibly others without consent, and wanted to record videos herself. He then ended the statement by providing some behind-the-scenes updates on the lawsuit, including the fact that Pixie asked for a $15 million.
Bro, this is just literally his defense. That's crazy. He just he talked about how shit Destiny is, and then at the end, but also this is Destiny's defense, and I'm just gonna put this in here uncritically after telling you how horrible of a monster he is. Like, what the fuck?
Compensation during early negotiations. Now, while this response did manage to win over some fans and bring them back to Destiny.
Yeah, Pixie sent him videos of one man. He was her boyfriend at the time, and he gave her permission. She clapped back immediately, and it made him look so much worse. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. I hope he at least at some point fucking talks about this. Destiny implying that I'm guilty of the same crime he is. This is false. The guy was my ex who consented to sharing. I was not recording random one-night stands. Destiny knows the truth. He's taking screenshots out of context in an attempt to twist the narrative. I hate the fact that I'm being forced to humiliate myself like this. I was sexually struggling. My ex suggested me experimenting with others to see if I could increase my confidence. I wanted to make my partner happy, but I didn't want to try things with random people. So I chose someone who was an expert without consent and boundaries. She thought that expert was Destiny, by the way. I chose someone I thought I could trust. Now you have decided to violate my privacy not only once, but twice by posting my private sexual messages with you. I never wanted people to know about my sexual struggles in the past. I never wanted to litigate my sex life. This was supposed to be private. The details of my sex life are supposed to be for my partner and for me only, not random strangers on the internet. Destiny, you were the second person I ever slept with. I thought I could trust you, and now you're using my intimate details of my life against me. I need you to stop. You already shared some of my most intimate moments for the world to see. Why are you forcing me to share more? What do you gain from this? And then look at his fucking audience. Why did you threaten to kill yourself? Like, look at Destiny's fucking fandom. They're psychotic, dude. 23 likes. What he has to gain from this is developing a stupid enough counter narrative for the dumbest remaining fan base to actually cling on to. I mean, this is just like true unrestricted evil. He really has a genuinely evil audience. I don't know what else to say.
Side with comments like, I mean, not gonna lie, the fact that Pixie shared a bunch of other people's shit completely changes my perspective on the matter.
Fucking
That's
cult.
effing insane. And not gonna lie, while Destiny's brought this—
Like, what is this? What is this fucking video, man? Bro, please. Are you serious? What an insane way to finish this fucking video,
situation on
please.
himself. By the nature of mentally unstable women he engages with, he absolutely eviscerated Pixie in this, and she absolutely overplayed her victim status in this scandal. It's still not everything the community was hoping for. For instance, this response almost entirely focused on Pixie and the lawsuit she filed against Destiny, yet it makes no mention of his alleged—
Like, this video came out yesterday, man. This fucking post that I just read is literally from the time when he wrote his manifesto. That's crazy. I'm going to assume that this person is not actively sweeping for Destiny, but instead just straight up didn't do a lot of research on the matter. You gained one hater? Oh my God. Welcome to the fucking pile, dude.
affair with Lauren Southern or Cherry, who claimed
if she didn't want her sex life to be exposed, she shouldn't have sued him. He exposed her being a liar and not a victim. Yeah, if you're a fucking moron, you think this. You just literally read her saying that this was not without consent. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Dog, I'm sorry. You are a fucking psycho, dude. You're basically betraying you're betraying fundamentals of being a human here, okay? You have no capacity to think individually at this point. You unironically are not only defending your favorite online, like, you know, debate weirdo. She brought this upon herself is so psychotic. Oh my God. Dude, this is the depravity of Destiny's fucking remaining fan base. Holy fuck. Not only are you gross, but you're also fucking brain dead, dude. She did not bring this upon herself. Okay? The fuck is wrong with you? Destiny violated her consent. What do you mean? Like, what is your... Can you please explain to me how it's her fault here? It's not like this was known because she sued him. This became known before she sued him. She's suing him for that reason. Because Destiny violated her consent and sent sexual materials of herself and him to random groypers online, okay, that he wanted to fuck. That's what you're defending here. That is insane to me. Truly depraved individual. Do you have anything else to say before I fucking send you into the shadow realm? By the way, she did this stuff when she was 19 and he was in his 30s. He took advantage of a young fan. That's the other side of the story. That's also actively gross, but like, oh my God. Anyway, I got the fucking Crash Dummies. I got Pat from Crash Dummies here. I'm going to finish this video and then we're going to move on to going and play basketball with. How would you argue this against people who pulled the October 7 rape denial card? What do you mean, dude? What do you mean? This is a direct first-hand account of someone being victimized. Okay? A direct first-hand account.
claimed that she didn't even know she was being recorded by Destiny. That said, recording and distributing explicit material without consent is a serious crime. If Pixie's lawsuit succeeds, Destiny could face up to 5 years behind bars and be forced to register as a sex offender, effectively destroying his future. Even if the lawsuit doesn't go through, Destiny is not coming out of this unscathed. The damage to his reputation is already severe and will have long-lasting consequences for his future as a content creator. But given the somewhat positive response to his latest response, maybe he still has a chance to bounce back. Only time will tell.
It's terrible, dude. That was a terrible ending to a video. It unironically makes me question the veracity of the anti-Destiny shit. That's how fucking bad it is. Even though I know the anti-Destiny shit that he brought forward in the beginning are actually correct because, you know, I think he just took that not just from Reddit comments, but from other YouTubers who had made more comprehensive arguments that were better researched. Jesus Christ. Why are you shitting on this feel-good documentary ending that makes you feel good? What do you mean? It's just like, because I think these sorts of issues should be treated with a level of seriousness, and I think it's ridiculous to just like write the person who is the predator in this situation writing a really shitty counter argument and just basically going, nah, you, and then just presenting that as a decent counter narrative, a decent counter argument, even though it very quickly was dismissed by the person who's trying to shift the responsibility back to. I mean, you're just not doing a good job about an otherwise very serious subject matter. These arguments is legit just Darvo. Yeah, Jason is already waiting there, so I gotta go. I gotta freaking go. Wait, March. Oh, the camera in the bag is here. All right, I'm gonna change real quick. I'm gonna give you guys another banger video. Socialism leads to dictatorship debunked. 3 times that it was actually capitalism. And also, hey, Pat, what's up? Here, come say what's up. I think it's number 3.
Yo.
What's good?
What's up?
Mike unfortunately can't make it to play basketball with us because the last time we played basketball, he did cook me, but then he cooked his own. What was it? He tore his Achilles.
Tore his Achilles. Yeah.
So
yeah.
So unfortunately, Mike is not going to be balling with us, but it was going to be me and Pat, and we're linking up with Jason the Ween, aka Nephew. And also the other dude whose name I forgot. But tomorrow we have a 3-on-3 tournament, and we're going to be training for that. I got to get ready really quickly while March is putting the camera bag together. The 3 batteries are over there. Yeah. So that's what we're going to be doing.
Yeah. Shout out to Mike's Achilles donor. Appreciate him.
Wait, is that how that works? I don't even know.
Yeah, it was some special. No,
he went to Germany to get like special stem cell research shit.
Yeah.
Like Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, we're trying to fastest Achilles recovery. Yeah. We're trying to have him boxing by next month.
Oh, wait, really?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I don't know.
But no, I think he's gonna spar soon though. He's recovering pretty fast.
He got the Lonzo Ball.
Yeah, he got the Nigerian genetics.
All right, hell yeah. But all right, I'm gonna run this video real quick. I'm gonna change. Pat, you don't have to sit through this video about socialism leading to dictatorship debunked. 3 times capitalism did it.
Yeah. I'm good.
I've been told Blackboy Max and Jason to call you for hoops. Yeah, I'm on my way. Hold on.
Socialism is bad because socialism is tyranny.
Any socialist country devolves into disaster.
Socialism repeatedly leads to violence.
Name a communist leader that hasn't killed thousands of people. I'll wait.
Socialism always devolves into dictatorship.
Name a U.S. president that hasn't killed thousands of people. I'll wait.
Ooh.
I mean...
Socialism always leads to dictatorship. I'm sure you've heard something along those lines before. It's quite the provocative statement, and it does a good job at shutting down the conversation before it starts, but it leaves out a lot of context that might be worth talking about. It's true that some past socialist experiments exhibited autocratic and undesirable traits that we shouldn't glorify. It's also true that a lot of these societies achieved impressive accomplishments in areas such as healthcare, houselessness, employment, and development, but those always seem to get swept under the rug. Look, these past societies are not above criticism, and leftists do so all the time. But it's important to keep in mind that you can't expect a wholly humane society to form from incredibly inhumane conditions. What do I mean by that? Take Cuba, for example. Cuba was subjected to invasion, embargo, bombing, and many assassination attempts on their leader. This stuff breeds paranoia and autocracy. It's understandable, yet undesirable and unfortunate to see autocratic tendencies emerge from this. But to chastise Cuba without mentioning everything I just did is ignoring the material context. I'm not trying to minimize any of the suffering or atrocities these past societies were responsible for or absolve them of blame. We should criticize the things about them that we don't want to recreate and avoid glorifying them while still understanding the conditions that led to them. These places didn't turn authoritarian or autocratic or tyrannical or whatever words you want to use because these outcomes were baked into the concept of socialism. There is nothing integral to the idea of worker control of the means of production and the democratization of the workplace that necessitates dictatorship. Authoritarianism reared its ugly head in some of these past societies, partly because they were constantly under attack with little respite. Capitalist societies would and have ditched their purported love for democracy for a lot less and as a result of an integral component of capitalism's design. As we remain indoctrinated by neoliberal ideology and market fundamentalism, our economic model demands constant growth, constant profit, and new markets. This results in the need for new frontiers, and in the eyes of the capitalist world, there is no better frontier to exploit than the already overexploited, underdeveloped world. Everywhere we go, we are lectured and reminded of how socialism always turns to tyranny, but we never stop to examine our current economic model, capitalism, and how, by its very design, it allows for the rapid concentration of wealth, meaning the already ultra-rich continue to accrue wealth at an exponential rate while the average person struggles. It doesn't take long for these concentrations of wealth to begin to wield the power to influence politicians and governments. I mean, we have historical examples of fucking banana companies convincing the US government to overthrow countries. This system gets undemocratic very quickly. So in this video, I thought we should go over some of the many times when Western capitalist forces not only propped up tyrannical dictators to protect their capital and investments around the world, but overthrew democratically elected leaders to do so. In other words, the times when the democracy-loving Western capitalists protected democracy from what they called communists by overthrowing democracy. Quick disclaimer, on this channel, I've already gone over examples of this happening many times. I've touched on the overthrow of the democratically elected Marxist president of Chile and how he was replaced by the murderous US-backed right-wing dictator Augusto Pinochet. I've also spoken ad nauseum about Jacobo Arbenz, the democratically elected leader of Guatemala who was overthrown by the CIA and the United Fruit Company to protect US profits. Both of these incidents resulted in thousands of innocent deaths. If you want more on these two specific cases of US intervention, I have videos dedicated to both topics. I won't rehash all the details here. With that out of the way, you may be familiar with the company British Petroleum, or BP. Well, it used to go by a different name. It was originally called the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, and it was a British corporation that had a very strong presence in early 20th century Iran. It tightly controlled and exploited Iranian oil while only giving a very small percentage of the profits to Iran. It was another classic example of a Western capitalist power exploiting another country and practically stealing its wealth. To quote American journalist Stephen Kinzer's Aldous Shaw's Men, the wealth that flowed from beneath Iran's soil played a decisive role in maintaining Britain at the pinnacle of world power, while most Iranians lived in poverty. In the early 1950s, a man by the name of Mohammad Mossadegh sought to change that. Mossadegh rode to power on a wave of anti-colonial sentiment and promised to push back on British control of Iranian resources so he could use the oil and its revenue to help his people. He requested an audit of the British-controlled oil company because he suspected that it was cheating Iranians out of the profits they were owed. But the oil company refused. It would not open its books to Iranian auditors. This led to Mossadegh convincing the Iranian parliament to agree to his nationalization plans. Britain was obviously pissed at this and led a global economic boycott of Iran, but many Iranians still supported Mossadegh in the midst of this boycott because he served as a symbol of anti-colonial resistance. Under Winston Churchill, the British government decided that they had to overthrow Mossadegh and replace him with someone more friendly to Western interests. The Americans, under Eisenhower, got involved too, and you might be wondering why. Wasn't it mostly Britain that benefited from the oil? Well, the US had a few reasons. First, if countries in the imperial periphery started nationalizing their resources and kicking out foreign influence, it would set a dangerous precedent for American interests, considering their own involvement all over the world. The US had a vested interest in keeping Western companies in control of resources, not local governments. Second, the US feared the growing presence of communism in Iran and worried that it might fall to Soviet influence and shut itself off from Western business altogether. The plan to replace Mossadegh with the Shah of Iran had begun. At the time, the Shah held a largely symbolic position with little real political power, but the UK and the US wanted to change that and turn him into the supreme ruler of Iran because they felt that he could be molded into a pro-Western puppet. In preparation for the coup...
Oh no, it was echoing this whole time because I left the fucking third mic on. Jesus Christ, dude. It was echoing the whole time. Fix the audio real quick, turn the noise gate on. It's also crazy how many people left because like they're like, all right, well, politics is eventually going to end, so I'm fucking done. Are those some pants you bought last night? No. Easy to ignore? I didn't even notice. Yeah, but you don't have the greatest headset technology that I do. Restart the video now. I want to watch it without the echo. You know? That type of shit. That's what you sound like. Chatters. Ball up in the LeBron jersey? Yeah, I will be balling up in the LeBron jersey, which is like a mistake, I think, because I feel like when you roll up in a LeBron jersey, the expectations are high. Like you've basically set the expectations that you're gonna freaking ball your stupid face off. And if you don't, like, I feel like I'm gonna disrespect the glory of my GOAT, my king. I'm gonna put dirt on his name by fucking being ass. And I'm truly terrified of it.
British and American intelligence agencies launched a massive propaganda campaign within Iran to sabotage Mossadegh. As Stefan Kinzer explains, mobs working for the CIA staged anti-Mossadegh protests, marching through the streets carrying portraits of the Shah and chanting royalist slogans. Foreign agents bribed members of parliament and anyone who might be helpful in the forthcoming coup attempt. Press attacks on Mossadegh reached new levels of virulence. Although Mossadegh did not know it, most of these tirades were either inspired by the CIA or written by CIA propagandists in Washington. Eisenhower and Churchill successfully orchestrated the coup against Mossadegh in 1953. He was placed under house arrest for the remainder of his life. General Zahedi, working with US and UK intelligence, replaced him as prime minister and facilitated the Shah's consolidation of power, allowing him to rule as an absolute monarch, just as the West intended. Declassified CIA documents also own up to the US and UK's nefarious intent by outright admitting that they overthrew Mossadegh because he was bad for American business and not mean enough to the communists. With near absolute authority, the Shah quickly appeased Western business interests at the expense of his own people.
We're switching it over and we're hiding the camera. You can go watch the rest of it. The fundraiser is 93K. We're moving on to the IRL portion of the broadcast, just like we're back in Japan, baby. Let's go. Are you gonna hide the camera? All right, I'm gonna call a Uber real quick. Marchy Poo's got that shit on. You already know.
Do have that shit on today. So hungover.
Okay. All right. I didn't even call the Uber yet.
Okay.
I'm so dumb.
What are we doing, man?
We're just doing dumb shit, dude.
Amateur hour. Is it on this camera right now?
Yeah.
They can hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you. You got that shit on, March.
I do have that shit on.
Chad, you can't see it, but you got that shit on.
No, you got that shit on.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Sometimes, well, you haven't been around in a while, so I wanted to make sure you get the positive reinforcement that you need, you know what I mean? Otherwise, I'm worried you're gonna fucking perish like a bird, like a baby bird. Fly away. Never come back. People know what I'm talking about. People understand what I'm saying when I say stuff like that. I wish that there wasn't like so many boxes with my addresses on it here, so we could just like show this shit. But
we could fix that. We could go through and thoughtfully.
Yeah, I know, but that's too much work right now. So
that is too much work right now. What's the ETA?
It's right here. It's almost here.
Who sings that song?
What's your ETA?
Yeah, who sings it?
What's your
for
ETA?
$1 million, who sings that song?
New Jeans.
Fuck.
Oh my God, you owe me $1 million!
Unk is tapped in.
Bro, you owe me $1 million!
That's crazy.
Just a cool mill?
Like, how does that work? Like, if he ever wins the lottery for $50 million, do you pay up?
Yes.
Because obviously.
No, the thing is, I know how much he gets paid.
God damn it, Unk is tapped.
So he has,
I was really banking on him not knowing that. That's crazy.
He could give me $1 million. No, he can't. But
Jesus Christ.
He doesn't get paid like that.
Subscribe to the Fear and Patreon, please, guys. I'm negative $1 million right now.
He spends it before it even gets to that point. He fucking loves being a degenerate.
Why you gotta say that? There's no reason to say that, man.
What? Say the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. You can't stop it, dude. You can't stop the truth from coming out.
Let's go.
All right. It's here. You're not gonna put that in your bag? This? You gonna carry it in your hand like that?
I don't want it to. I don't have an iron, and I don't want it to wrinkle before tonight.
The only pair of pants you got?
The pod is from the waist up though, so no one was gonna see your pants anyway.
Very true.
No one's gonna see your wrinkly ass.
They're gonna be like, man, that dude's talking.
They'll hear it in your voice.
Nah, I know that wrinkle talk, man.
Why is he running?
I don't know.
The guy wasn't leaving. He was fine.
Alright, let's do it. What happened?
No, I was wondering why you run it towards
Oh, because I accidentally moved the pin location and I thought he was going to start moving.
I'll go in last.
Boy. Okay, you're getting in the bag, right?
Me?
No, not you. Hello.
Hello. Okay.
Bro, you're goddamn pro, dude.
I know.
You just switched hands to close the door and everything. It's crazy.
I know. I'm good at what I do.
God damn, dude.
Oh, you're the only one that made our audio play out loud very clear. We tried it at the studio.
Oh, really? Did it not work?
Huh?
Did it?
It worked. It just wasn't the same.
I brought the stuff to do it again if we want to do it again.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that's what we have planned for the podcast or not, but just in case we wanted to do that, we can.
We should. We can instantly. Like,
It was really funny. Will wasn't on the last episode that you were on, right?
No.
Yeah, I was talking with him last night. I forgot that he wasn't on that. I'm really looking forward to it because I feel like it'll be really funny with having him on and if we run that bit back.
No, that's gonna be hilarious. It only takes us like 10 minutes to like really get like maybe a couple hundred people in there.
Mm-hmm.
This time we'll actually let them know who's here this time. Who the hell is this?
What is that?
We'll let them know that you're actually here this time so they're not shocked.
Wait, oh, yeah. Oh, you did. Wait, did you say it ahead of time?
No, we will though.
Okay.
We don't like to, if the thing with our community, if you give them too much of a heads up, their energy will die down from like what they were gonna say. So they're all ramped up at that moment. You gotta call them at that moment. They're just like, oh, you know, I accidentally slept with my aunt or something like that. And then we just be like let's say you wait 40 minutes to call them. They're just like, oh, never mind. I thought about it and I don't want to say that on there. But if we call them right away, they're just like, yeah, slept with my aunt.
Yeah, you wanna actively make them do a bad decision.
Yes, right away. Come on, what'd you say?
Bro, I just want the chatters to know that it's not Black History Month, and I am still collaborating with content creators of color. Okay, woke is not dead.
Come on now.
Woke is not dead. It's alive and well.
Alive and well, man.
Alive and well.
You saying that just felt wrong.
I know. That's why I said it. Because I'm a liberal now. I've decided. I'm like the most.
I decided.
Yeah.
Like, I know on its face that was a good sentiment, but I didn't like how you said that.
I know. Well, that's how we're doing it. We're in the Trump administration. We've decided we're being annoying liberals. Like we're gonna be like, you know, actively the type that's like, what's wrong? Is everything okay?
It's okay. The outfit, it's okay.
The outfit?
It's okay, brother.
Oh, okay. My bad. I wasn't touching anything. If that's what you're looking for.
Feet down.
Oh, down feet. Oh, okay. Okay. I misunderstood. My bad. Didn't mean to disrespect the car like that. As I was saying, in 2020. In 2025, under the Trump administration, I'm gonna be annoying. Like when I see a person of color, like if I see someone that's like a little tan, I'm gonna be like, I'm so sorry about this administration. I hope your family is okay and not being deported. You know, just over the top.
Overcorrect.
Yeah, which is, you know, and also being racist that way, ironically. You ever see that the Michael Che thing?
Should I reveal the camera now?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Wake
For the
up.
record,
Wake up.
I didn't have my feet touching anything. I'm not gonna put it
Oh
up
God,
again,
why
but
it's so blue. Hold on. the white balance. Oh, we're good.
You know. Yeah, definitely. Tough times 2025.
Yeah.
Why are they? I've never seen anything recorded like that.
What? Oh, like Zelensky and Trump?
I've never seen anything.
Yeah,
like
it was crazy.
I felt like I shouldn't have been in that room.
Yeah. No, normally stuff like that happens, but it just like happens behind closed doors where like, you know, and it's not usually the president. It's like the fucking CIA director or the State Department guy is like surrounded by a bunch of nerds who's like, this is why you need to shut the fuck up about your position and listen to us or something like that. Whereas Trump was just like, you suck.
Like literally.
He said, you're not shit. your bitch is not bad. You're 5'3", and you know it's over. It's done.
I don't know. Is he being sarcastic by tweeting all those thank yous, or is he?
No. He's just desperate. I mean, what can he do? You know what I mean?
I don't know. That felt like a little sarcastic to me.
No. The rest of the European leaders have been on his side this entire time. So it's not that bad for him on that. So he's just like saying thank you. He's just in a really bad spot. That's what happens to, bro. That's what happens to America's allies. Okay, that's what we do. If you're our ally, it's you're just riding on some time until you're sold out. Here, Chad, I put the seatbelt on. Are you happy?
Is that what the chat was on?
Yeah.
Chat's crazy. I like the safety first.
Yeah. We don't do politics. We don't do politics in that IRL portion of the broadcast.
Who said? Somebody said pause.
No, politics. I'm saying.
Oh, I was like, what?
No, not pause. No, we're very homophobic.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. We.
That's like the old school rappers when they say something that people take weird. It's like, we don't do pause in my era. It's like, bro, you literally just said.
Yeah. We do pause.
Yeah.
We do it actively. The pants I'm wearing, for those of you in the chat that were wondering earlier, you were asking where I got it. I got these at Anime Expo. This is a HasanAbi head that gave them to me. He made these. They're sick. Yeah, they're like Evangelion, I think.
Yeah, they are.
I can recognize nothing on the pants, but everything looks familiar at the same time.
Yeah, it's a very popular anime. Let me tell you, being old, which you can relate to.
Whoa.
Which you can relate to.
I don't know if my age is Googleable. I tried to call like the celebrity birthday people to see if they can take down my age.
Just lie to them. just like, hey, come on.
Yo, you move that upper 90s, please.
I'll slide you $100.
98 seems cool, right?
Yeah. You're like, yeah. Can you give me something where I can't remember 9/11?
Yeah.
Like, please.
No, dead ass.
Yeah.
I hate how like the new generation doesn't really like.
They don't know the most impactful moment in American history.
Like whatsoever. Like we watched our president throw a baseball and everybody cried.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't in America at the time. I was, except for 9/11, I was dancing on the rooftops. But other than that, I wasn't in America at the time.
You, bro. Why?
That's what,
literally 3 for 3 with that.
Bro, it's a Zumba class.
I told our first episode back, I told our community, I was just like, you know, whatever Hasan says.
Oh yeah, I
got his back, and oh my god, my DMs was like, you stupid bitch. Like, you know what you just did?
I have, unfortunately, I have some very rabid haters that just like are incredibly invested in trying to portray me as a bad person. But it's so funny because, like, I mean, they come from like a variety of different backgrounds. You got liberals in there, you got a lot of Republicans, you got Nazis. So they try to tackle it from every avenue, and it's really funny because, like, you look at who they're supporting and the dude is like, there's like a whole asshole, you know what I mean? Like who they're doing this at the behest of. It is what it is, you know.
You know,
it's just a part of it.
You're doing the right thing, man. You feel like you're doing the right thing. You're always gonna get haters.
Oh yeah.
Big time haters.
Oh yeah.
We're now in that phase. I think everybody loved us for a minute, but we're now in the. Like,
y'all are getting haters now?
Oh man.
What are they saying?
No. They're saying everything's scripted. They're saying this one old guy said, all they do is laugh. Put me on that show, I'll make it better. And I like clicked on his his page, and it's like he just saw his daughter for the first time in 10 years. I'm like, bro, you got bigger battles. Oh my god. You get that family.
Okay, well he's on the up and up.
Yeah. What were you doing for a decade?
He was in the mines doing comedy work. Yeah, he was at the Laugh Factory every weekend.
He's at the improv.
Honing his fucking craft so we could destroy you.
He improv'd for a decade and it didn't work out. So he's like, where's my daughter?
Yeah, time to improvise being a good dad.
He played the deadbeat in every scenario. Actually, I'm gonna go deadbeat dad here.
Yeah.
It's really easy for me.
Oh man. What are you guys doing in LA this time?
We had a meeting with a production company.
Damn.
Yeah, we're in negotiations, so everybody is just like,
wow,
taking like their final shot.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're just kind of like chilling out. Like the best thing, like honestly, like obviously I'm not rich, but like if I needed money, I would have probably accepted a deal already. Like let's go.
Yeah.
So thank God I'm in like a position where I can actually think.
Or more like, thank God you live in fucking with Milwaukee.
Oh, we were just talking about that with the reps from the company. We're just trying to tell you, like, I live in a luxury apartment. It's like $2,700 a month.
Yeah.
It's like and I don't know what that is here.
You're like, stand down.
Yeah. I think you can get a box outside of In-N-Out for $2,700.
You're not supposed to tell them that. Then they're gonna undercut you. They're gonna be like, this motherfucker lives in a $2,700 apartment.
Oh yeah, man. Hey, you're lucky. Lucky I couldn't find cheaper.
That is crazy. You can't get nothing here.
Yeah, $2,700 gets you nothing here.
Nah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I saw $1 million home here, and I was just like that's actually insane.
Like even my house, like I got it for $2.7, and the only reason why I can say it out loud publicly is because I got doxxed immediately, and then everybody was fucking complaining about it, and they thought that I bought it straight cash. Because you ever realize like when you're in the midst of a heated debate sometimes online where you're like, I think I'm talking to a fucking 14-year-old.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, like it was that actually really redefined my perspective in a meaningful way in terms of like online content, because so many people were just like, he just went with a bag of cash and bought this house outright. I'm like, no, I have a 30-year fixed mortgage, dog. What the fuck are you? Are you insane?
Like, people are they're just not smart. Somebody DM'd me because I like took a picture of the baggage claim. We had that viral baggage claim video. So I was like, took a video of guys putting the bags in there, trying to make some fun of it. And the guy said, I can see the wing. I thought y'all was making way more money than that. I can tell that's economy. I'm like, bro, this is an $800 ticket, you little fucker.
They thought that you guys were flying around in PJs because they saw you on TikTok?
Oh, yeah. I think I think followers have to equal dollars now, so.
It is crazy. No, people have no understanding, of what content creators do. To be fair though, on the Twitch streaming side, it is different. It is literally like have you seen the RDC skit? Like the streamers are the new rappers now?
Oh yeah.
I mean, that is low-key kind of true.
Yeah, with you got, I mean the money is like,
well, at least for like the top. Oh, see, I was gonna do it again, but I didn't do it. I'm sorry. Where are you from, my man? Armenia. Nice. Okay. I always love crossing my legs on accident sometimes.
Yeah, that's my I take the centerpiece from the driver when I'm a passenger. That's a bad habit of me.
What do you mean?
I take the centerpiece with my elbow on accident sometimes.
Oh. Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, I'm just so used to having that centerpiece as mine. That's why I like to drive. I usually like to drive. I don't like being driven.
Yeah, I didn't want to drive because we don't have like Kaya anyway, so it doesn't matter. Real haters like me not mad at the house, but do you locked in a 30-year low interest rate? That's true. I did get it specifically because I knew interest rates were slated to go up.
You did buy it a really good time.
I did.
Yeah.
Smart man.
To this day, my finance bro friends don't believe me. Like to this day, they're like, "You didn't know it was gonna go up." I'm like, "Well, why did I tell you?" I was like, "You got lucky." I'm like, "Okay."
I think it's just pure luck.
Yeah. They refuse to believe that I'm like the guy from Big Short. just a savant. I understand the economy. They refuse to know that I talked to Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy.
Yeah. Did you bring Kaya? No. Where would she be? You would see her. She's massive.
That's very true.
Michael Burry. I should have brought some water with me. I had so much Mediterranean chicken before this. Like, I'm gonna have a piss poor showing today, and then my teammates are gonna say, "You suck." Is this really our
You are
teammate?
representing an entire age bracket.
Bro,
You
not
can't-
only okay, Pass got me. It's good, but no, he's got this. But you know what's crazy? I got the LeBron jersey on, and we're going to a public court that I'm not like an unfamiliar territory. You can't fucking wear a LeBron jersey.
Yeah.
You have to be good. I have to dunk on someone.
You have to finish a game, every game, bare minimum with 4, 4, and 4.
Yeah.
Like, that's like street ball, triple double. Like,
that
we
would
went
be
to
that,
11.
yeah. That would be his 10-point streak.
Yeah.
I have to have a career 10-point streak that I have to keep alive.
Yeah, for sure. That's not that. I don't feel like that's I don't think that's ever a problem for LeBron James. 10 points.
No, it's not.
All those switches, like eventually he's gonna be on a 6'3" guard.
Dude, it's so funny. It's so funny watching him play. I get how he's at his age still able to do the things that he's doing because he has zero bag.
You think he has zero bag?
I think.
I think he has the biggest bag of all time.
No, I think like what I mean by bag is like flashy, explosive maneuvering.
Yeah.
Like he's just so solid fundamental basketball all the way. Like everything he does is none of it is a waste. I feel like he plays basketball in the exact opposite way of LaMelo. Like where he's all bag.
Yeah, he's all bag.
He's all bag. LeBron is like just fundamentals.
Yeah. Get to the right spot.
Yeah.
Do my fadeaway. Get to this spot. LeBron's like one of the few like athletes I've ever seen that's like over 6'8" and 260 that can make a full speed layup. Like there's guys that are like 5'1" that can't make a full like running your fastest and still able to lay up the ball. I think Zion can do it. I don't know if another person.
But the problem with Zion is like he's stretching the limits of physicality, so he just keeps exploding himself.
Yeah, 100%. His hamstrings are very tired.
Yeah, whereas like LeBron James on the other hand has been able to like consistently stay solid.
He also, I will say, I don't want to weight shame Zion, but I just feel like you should have, like,
dude, I
his
know.
weight just go. They're just like, oh, Zion's his lowest he's ever been, 263. Like, why is this news? Like, what's he before?
No,
this?
I don't understand that. I genuinely don't understand that. If you're slated to make hundreds of millions of dollars a year at that level, like, just stop eating nuggets, man. Just what are you doing? Like,
Rollins does have good food though.
I know, but yeah, he's just constantly down in those fried dough. What are they called again? Those
Beignets.
Beignets, yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
why I couldn't think of that. He also is like, Zion has like he's actually the most interesting person in the NBA. Like he just gets away with it because when they interview him, you don't see any flashes of what he does like off court.
Wait,
like,
what does he do?
First
off
it was
court?
like that Duke incident, like when he had a Snapchat to all those girls.
Oh yeah.
And like, but when you interview him, it's just like, hey, what's up? So it's like, that's not the same guy. Then it's just like, oh, this guy's overeating. He's not in shape. And then they interview him, and then he's just like, don't worry about it, I got it. And it's like, he got it. You know, he just like
he doesn't strike you as a fuck up.
No. And then his, I don't know if that was his girlfriend or what. The Mariah Mills situation.
Yeah, I
don't understand like that. I'm just trying to like understand like what. I'm not. It's just not my style.
I don't. Look, I already talked about this because I was watching Drewski's new reality TV show that he's been doing. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are like a couple girls on there. One of them had like 4 BBLs or something. I was like, I think it's medical malpractice at that point. Like
4 BBLs?
Bro, after the second one, the doctor should be like, this is not appropriate for me to do medically.
Was she making it bigger every time or fixing something?
I don't know. I mean, it looked like she was making it bigger. It had its own gravitational pull.
Oh my God, 4 BBLs?
It's just
4 championships.
She had a punch card.
4?
Yeah.
She's LeBron.
4 for the price of 3.
LeBron of BBLs. 4
Yeah.
ships. Jesus. Is that okay? Wait, why? How can you have 4?
I don't know.
Are they taking the stuff out and putting new stuff in? Like, is it like a full change?
Yeah, I think like maybe it's like you have an A cup on the boobs. You have an A cup, and then you go up to like a B cup, and then you go up to a C cup, and then you go up to a D cup. You're like, oh man, it's just like didn't cut.
It's a pretty indecisive person though. I would think, like for a surgery. I'm pretty sure if I like went to a surgery, like if I got surgery on my nose, I know exactly what nose I want. I've been knowing for the last 5 years. I think she just got a BBL too early.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, I want that one.
It's
or,
like,
or she's seeing different models. Like, what BBL do you have?
She just grew. She grew out of it.
You got the 3500 BBL.
I'm telling you, it's buy 3 get 1 free. That's what it is, I think.
I'll get 1 free. Buy 3 get 1 free.
I know who you're talking about. She said last episode it's all natural. She's half Puerto Rican. No, this is the girl that came in from the club. That Drewski brought in from the club, the extra girl.
Why do people bring in random innocent people? Just like, I know who you're talking about with no evidence.
No, because we are, as a community, we're watching every episode. It should have been me. It should have been me. It should have been Melody. It's very bad, but it's very good.
I think I've only seen 1 clip, and it was of the girl.
Of the little person?
In the gray sweater. And I've seen that clip too.
Yeah. There's a lot of clips. There's a lot going on there. I think he posted about me reacting to it on stream, and he was like, "Oh, thanks for the support," and then insta deleted it like 5 minutes later.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not clouded enough for Drewski, bro.
He posted it though.
He did for 5 minutes.
That's all. That's all.
And then he got the boss call.
He said he got the boss call.
Yeah, they were like, "What are you doing?"
He does have some big sponsors, huh? Who's he with?
Bro, okay, I have to ask you this question because I of a Caucasian origin thought this was interesting, and I didn't think anything about this, but one of his sponsors is a sex enhancement drug. And it's called Rose Parks. And I feel like that's like a little too close in naming convention to an important historical figure.
What, like, okay, let's give Drewski let's leave Drewski alone. What is that marketing meeting like?
No, yeah, this is another Drewski. I'm just asking you specifically about this.
It's ROSE, the Parks?
I think it's not. No, they don't have like the E or an A. I don't think. I think it's just. Actually, it might be Rose. Yeah, like ROSE.
Whoa.
Like it's just one letter.
Rose Parks.
Oh no, they're saying it's RO. Space Sparks. Like Rose Sparks.
Rose Sparks. Okay, that's okay.
I just thought, when I first saw it, I was like, whoa, that's a weird name for a,
That's kind of close.
That's
close. That's close.
Yeah, it's a little. What's
close.
going on there? Oh yeah, this is perfect. Thank you.
That's it?
Thank you. Yeah, I think. Wait, I don't actually know.
We'll figure it out.
No, it's inside, but I don't know where it is. We'll figure it out. Thank you, sir.
Is he out?
Oh, he's coming out from the other side. Where the fuck is it?
No.
Wait, this is not something that you can like not figure out where it is. I think it's a LA Fitness.
I think that guy might just dropped us off somewhere random because he didn't fuck with us.
No, he can sense the Turkish in me. Okay, let me tell you. He knew
something was up because I just talked to him and we just laughed like crazy.
After he got out.
I said, have a good night, because you guys both locked me in there. Which is pretty. Which is like, I'm not gonna say the word, but that was crazy. You guys both closing the door. Yeah, you like February's over. Yeah. What?
What the fuck was that?
No way you tried to steal my wave. You know he's waving at me.
Bro, that's great. What is happening?
I don't know. I don't know. I think he leaned back on the seat and then he thought it was your foot. But it wasn't your foot.
No, well, your foot was on the center console a bit, or close to it, and he was getting...
It didn't touch it, though. I would never do that.
But he
That's
was
disrespectful.
Yeah.
Well, in his mind, it was touching.
Maybe they have something to do with feet in his culture.
Well, that's why I said he sensed that I was Turkish. My people have done, you know, a lot of bad things to Armenians, unfortunately. What the fuck? I don't...
Bro does not know where we're going.
No trespassing private property.
Nice.
We just went outside.
Bro, it's him. Oh, no way.
That was it.
I don't think he's leaving us. Bro, we're gonna be so late to the pod, but I guess Will's not.
We got nothing else to do.
Yeah, I wasn't even considering you guys. I was not even being considerate.
No, we're good. I literally would go to bed if we weren't doing anything. I'm tired.
There it is.
Me too.
So what's up, dude? How do we get in?
I don't know.
Like, cause don't you have to have a membership or some shit? Like, I don't have. Bro, I just realized right at this very moment, I don't have my fucking basketball shoes.
Oh.
I forgot my bag in my car.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm so cooked. All right, I'll just fuck around. It'll be fine. Hopefully.
You got a LeBron, you just got to go high post.
Bro, I have Sambas on. These are the worst shoes to ball in.
I'm gonna put the camera down for a sec.
Thank you. Hello, we're here to play basketball.
Hi.
What's up? Oh, hell yeah.
Is there a basketball court here apparently?
It's upstairs.
Can we just go up?
How does it work? Do we pay?
Yeah, it's $20 for day pass.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just get it. Every day pass. Is there like a store around here where I can buy shoes?
There's no way.
Basketball shoes?
No, let's do it.
Top of my head, I'm not.
Alright, whatever. It's fine.
So I just got to ring
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. It's so crazy. Such a
You guys
good.
all have to fill out liability forms.
What if I'm not participating? I'm just here to film and hang out.
Oh, you said I
Oh.
in case you get hurt up there.
Okay, for sure.
Just in case they need one more and you retire.
March can ball. Can you march?
I cannot.
Alright, how do we do this?
I'm just going to take
Do I write it myself? Oh, okay. Wait, you did? Oh, hold on. gonna.
23 miles away.
Oh, there's a store? What is it? Oh, there's a shoot now. 23 miles away.
You're already so late.
I know. Dude, let's just go. We'll get a quick sweat in, you know? We're not gonna go that crazy. I'll play in the Sambas.
What are those?
They're Sambas. Sambas are fine. It's just they're not fine for playing basketball now.
I know nothing about basketball.
You don't want to give Sambas a bad name
Yeah.
by like ripping their shit.
Yeah.
Really? I don't give a fuck about that. I'm never gonna end this deal, so.
I always want to look angry in a gym picture, just in case like.
You fucked me up too, sir. You didn't have to try after the second one. You're just like, yeah, that's my signature. Okay, now you gotta mute it.
Okay.
Or, yeah.
I just used a fake Milwaukee number. Good luck to that resident right there. I was like 4 and 4 is believable for me.
Sorry, chat. I don't know where to point the camera.
His name is Mauricio Miranda.
Government name Monka.
Yeah. He's Asian.
Yes.
Yeah, he's not Mexican, he's Asian. First Asian to have the name Mauricio Miranda.
Asian? What's Asian?
White Asian?
Are you white Asian?
No.
Are you not Asian?
We just joke.
Are you not really Asian, bro?
He wants to be really bad.
Asian would be tough. Like that's do they call themselves that?
Yeah, sometimes. I think they also say hapa, like half.
Sure.
They say you're supposed to pose as if you were getting kicked out of the gym.
Why is he saying GG's raps?
That's when we're gonna be late, I guess. Yeah, I got you. Oh.
Yeah, it's 1745 377 4554.
Great, man.
Yeah. All right. Okay. They're gonna be like, this is a fake. This is obviously a fake number that you just came up with just now.
You know, I will never be back. Number leaked. Number leaked.
Okay. Thank you. All right. It's upstairs, right?
I know about this floor. That's it. I have an energy drink today for the first time in like 6 months.
What the hell? Yeah. No way. Good. So sweaty. Dude, we've been playing. Is it good in here? Is it good runs? It's dead? It literally just died. If you guys are gonna play, I'll come play. Hey, Pat. Hey, how you doing? How's it going, Shay? It's March. Streaming.
Oh, you're gonna stream play?
We've been streaming.
We're live right now.
And they're also probably streaming in there too. There's no one in there?
There's literally no one in there, man.
Wait, what?
You sure you're the right LA Fitness or what?
What the fuck? Where are these guys? Bro, there is no
I saw what's his name was here like yesterday.
Who?
Max?
Yeah. My shot is done. Bro's coming in 5 minutes. He's not even here.
Oh, he's here. Hey, that's nice.
That's I mean, can we?
23 away.
Is that?
I don't know what that is in Cali.
No, I mean, we're just gonna play a little bit, but I don't even know if we can right now because I don't have my fucking shoes. We'll figure it out.
12, half 13.
What are you like? That's my size, but I don't want to rip the shoes.
Damn, I usually have an extra pair in my truck.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
I always have it in my bag.
That sucks.
And this is the one time where I didn't bring it.
You could rip the runners. Damn, yeah, I've been trying to get like Austin or someone to do like a private run for a while with everybody, but it's just hard, man.
Wait, we're not pushing the pod back. Why does he think the pod?
Because we said 7 for the pod.
Yeah.
There's no way we're starting the podcast in an hour. What are you talking about?
I mean, hold on.
I like when people that work here come in and hoop. That's what I would do.
That's what I would do.
Like, all day.
Usually they do. Usually they don't. Every once in a while they do. I went last night and played the one over there. There was a worker in there like in his full attire playing.
Oh, really?
Go, hey.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I'd be sweaty as hell every day.
I'm going on break. End the court.
I can't believe they're not even here.
might be runs,
I thought we would do like a quick fucking 30-minute, ball session and go back. We can.
Streamers are late, always.
I cannot believe they're late this much though. What's up?
They do like live stream. This Kenny, he's a LA fitness legend. Used to be. Back 10 years ago when we followed you all the time. It's unreal.
All right, he said he's going to the gym.
So, no shoe power.
I mean, I guess we could do it. I don't know. Hold on. I'm gonna call Jason right now. I cannot believe how late he is. What the fuck?
We'll see how your games evolve.
Right now,
it was a while ago.
Right now, it's gonna be ass.
We played together probably 2 years ago. I would think.
Yeah. Maybe. Yo, do you guys have a size 13 basketball shoe?
Run over. But he gets good rebounds. You play? Well,
I play a lot. I used to. Not anymore. Not in this whole age.
I'm old too, man. I'm 36. So.
36?
If you give me shoes, I'll pay you.
I'm up there.
I'll pay you.
Not that up there though. But almost. I feel like we're all in the same thing.
Yeah, we're all old.
Wait, what did you say?
I can try and get back.
They don't have that anymore.
Yes, they do. They definitely have size 13s in normal stores, bro. That's a normal size for. Not everybody who plays basketball is on manlet. Yeah.
But we're already here, so
Oh,
you
yeah.
have to hoop it.
All right, whatever. I got Sambas on. I'll hoop in the Sambas. Fuck it. I beat your ass in the Sambas before. What are those?
Yeah, he's leaving.
Okay. Yeah,
You
that's
guys
true.
gonna play one-on-one, you can use my hoop shoes.
No, we're not playing one-on-one. We're playing 3-on-3. All right, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. All right. See you in a second. Bye. What do you have? You have the Kyries too?
I bought when these went out. I bought 6 pairs.
Dude, me too.
Swear to God.
Me
I have a
too.
bunch in the crib.
Bro, I've literally gifted them to my friends.
Well, my sister's husband is head of global for Nike, so he gets me shoes all the time.
Bro, this is literally I use Kyrie. I use size 30 Kyrie. I will give you back. I promise you. Okay, I got you.
These are tough, though.
Bro, you sweating these too. God damn.
Sorry, brother.
Oh, these are
play ball.
Yeah. No, I got it.
All right. Perfect.
Are you around here?
These are soft as hell.
Oh my God.
I don't know if he's made them soft though.
I've been wondering.
Really moist.
I see you on your shoes all the time balling people. I wanted to come play on one.
That's a moist shoe he has. Let my hand use it.
You guys should just come bring a whole group of just our friends here yeah. And noon on Saturday we just own the court. No one else would ever be there.
Yeah.
You gotta airball your first shot.
Oh.
That's crazy. From the car. Okay, there was a dead zone right there. That was not my fault. Where are they? So I avoid them. Have you played basketball since? They're mainly underneath the rim. What? Underneath the rim? Underneath the rim. What? Dead zones are mainly underneath the rims. Have you played basketball since? Since we played?
I haven't done it since he got injured. I literally retired when Mike tore his Achilles.
You were pretty much dunking when we played. I can't. Actually, I don't know. I'm not even going to try right now.
No. I got it.
You got it.
Don't do it right now.
Bro, you know how there's like a massive advantage to playing indoors after playing outdoors? This court is so ass, you don't even get that advantage. It's crazy. Bro, there are literally a bunch of, I swear to God, there's dead zones. Like, oh, all dead stuff? Yeah. This one right here. This is where we put it right here. Yeah. Double team area. You get it done? No, it's done. Hey, I'm not in basketball shoes, bro. No, don't do it. Hey! Yeah, I mean, he gets done pretty well. I think that. Don't try anything crazy, Cat. Yeah. Look that way. That's crazy. We weigh the same. I'm 36, What's chat saying?
Oh, I'm not reading chat.
Oh.
I will check what they're saying though. Stare. I see you, chat. Nothing. They're having a great time. They're saying you're so good.
James Harden last night.
March next stream when? Eventually. One day. Address the height allegation. What height allegation? Me? Dunk with the camera, okay. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Look at this guy.
Just go left. There it is. I'm getting used to it. I'm getting used to the ball. I'm getting used to the ball, and I'm getting used to the court. That's what it is. There you go.
Okay.
Just getting used to it. That ball is a good ball. Okay, I'm realizing I have to do it right now. Bro, where the fuck are these guys?
Notice how Hasan didn't point at me after I gave him an assist. Behind the back pass, too. He's supposed to point at me. I didn't get the... I gave you an assist and I didn't get the point. When you point back, you don't think that's the coolest thing in basketball?
Hey! Where have you been?
Dude, it's like max security down there. Oh, you were late? Okay, but you were late to the Bradley Martin shit. So listen, we're even now, okay?
Fair.
I missed you. He's a huge fan of you.
Big fan.
Huge. Jason, you ready to hoop, bro? Tomorrow, listen.
Bro,
we're playing against NBA players and D2 players.
Who are the NBA players?
Lacey will tell you.
Okay, but
I'll whisper in your ear.
What? I know that, yeah.
Well, just one.
What?
Just one.
Oh, just one NBA player. Okay, you said play yours. I thought multiple.
No, but I feel like you can beat that person. You're like around like 6'7".
Bro.
6'7". Oh, you know it. You're him.
Cringe
He's
ass.
him.
Cringe
He's
ass
him.
Zoomers.
Don't call me a Zoomer. Yo, look.
Bro,
look
I
what
stole
got.
his shoes.
Really?
Yeah.
What happened? Oh, this beast.
Bro, look at, okay. I'm gonna suck right now, and I feel like it's messed up because I have a LeBron jersey on. And I feel like you can't disrespect the
Oh my God, we got Luka Pacic downstairs with LeBron James.
Is he wearing the Luka Pacic?
Yes.
Yeah. I bought it last night and I'm wearing it and it's cringe because like I'm too geared up to, you know, not do well.
How are you already making excuses? Yo, Hassan, you know what's crazy?
What?
You're actually really good at basketball. I feel like you lack confidence.
I think I said that about you.
You say that
You
about
lack
me?
confidence.
I lack confidence. No, trust me, I have confidence. I'll chuck a 3 half court, but I'll just miss.
I think I'm very realistic about my limitations. That's what it is.
What's my role for tomorrow, coach?
What do you mean? You're a point guard, right? Because I don't know who the third is.
Marlon, you know Marlon?
I don't know him. Is that the handsome guy?
No, I'm the handsome guy.
Okay, is that the tall and handsome guy?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I've seen some of his clips. Isn't he homeless? I thought he was like, yeah, I thought he's like a homeless guy, and then he lives in a shed or something.
Let's see a shot, son.
Oh my God.
You know you're going against a good team first round.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Why you make that face? I got a good team.
Who's on your team?
My boy Yugi. You know what I'm saying? He's like 6'1". You got me, I'm 5'10". And then you got Nas, he's like 6'4". You're gonna be guarding Nas, he's a shooter.
I'm a shooter too, so we'll see. Bro, what do you mean? You just saw that. I had aura.
I mean, everyone's gonna like your first shot. It's Tom!
But when I really lock in, I lock in.
Okay, lock in. Let's see what you got. Okay.
Right there. Speed.
I know. His form will confuse you because you're like, oh, his release is fine. The release is quick.
My arc is really high because I'm short. So that's not necessary.
Yeah, these are bad. That's really nice, man. By the way, yeah. Crash Dummies podcast. They're hilarious. You might have seen the TikTok clips.
Are you a hooper though?
Am I a hooper? No.
Let me see a shot.
What is classified as a hooper? Like hell?
No, you're a football player.
Oh yeah.
Let me see a shot, huh?
A shot? Okay,
Damn!
No, he's a hooper, but
so like not other hoopers walking. There we go. That's what football players do. We make the first shot, and then we miss the second shot to throw off the scent. Hopefully they don't guard me.
I'm gonna throw you lobs in the game.
It's not bad lob. It's a lob.
Let him make those.
I saw him.
What are we doing? You missing?
Robin Wilson.
Oh, no, I saw him. Listen, when's the last time you moved?
I'm old and I'm tired and hurt.
You're not.
I am old.
Where's your knee braces and your ankles?
I don't have them. I didn't even have my shoes. I had to get his shoes.
So you came to the home in a LeBron jersey and some freaky ass shorts and no shoes.
Those are ballers.
Hey,
How you doing?
taller, you were taller. You have a very tall squad.
No, I mean, I am playing. What position is my shoes?
You play 20. You play 8.
Yeah, I make it. Whatever you need to do it. All right.
Hey, who's the tallest?
You might, I don't know.
Nah, you like, give me that.
Yeah, you out of here, though. You're out of here, Jay.
Oh, you wanna get a TikTok in? You wanna get a mock TikTok? Yeah, nah, go ahead. Hey, go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, little bro me. Yeah. This is funny, y'all. Y'all are hilarious.
All right, we're out here.
Yo,
with a bunch of people. We're gonna do threes. What? I'm ready. Yeah.
Wait, I want to practice with y'all, but I feel like we will just dominate. So we gotta mix it up.
Isn't Max here too?
Max, he's coming. He's coming later.
Oh, all right then.
So we'll put it for them. You know what I'm saying? So.
That's really good too.
Wait, them two playing?
I don't know.
We can run threes real quick.
I'll play if you need one.
Yeah. All right, yeah, he'll play. Yeah, they're really good.
It's not really fair because he got my shoes, so.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
No, this is fine.
Wait, Lacey, you can shoot, right?
You good?
He can only shoot.
I've seen the clips where you just like casually just go boom.
Alright, wait, Super Bowl.
If it's you, me, and Marlon against them three, we might lose. Like, they're good.
Warm up in the
I'm not that good. I got shoes.
Yo, are you kidding me? Where's the confidence?
I've played with them many times. Very good. I played with them many times.
He said we're gonna lose if we play against them.
No, I'm saying we might actually unironically lose. They are very good.
You're crazy. We have a super. We are a super team.
I don't know how.
We are a super team.
Looks like he might be good. I mean, the height might be.
Yeah.
What about me?
I've seen you play. Against him, though.
Chat, the assessment that you're supposed to make is off the drip. Okay? You gotta look at like what people are wearing before you even play basketball with them. You gotta look at what people are wearing and how they carry themselves on the courts. I'm very stiff, so people immediately know. I have decent basketball drip, but I'm very stiff. So people know immediately that I'm not gonna be that good. But I'm tall.
Super Bowl.
He's hooping without tying his shoelaces. It's a mark of a dumbass, but also a mark of a hooper as well. Yeah, all right. Lacey's shooting for a ball. Shooter. Wait, he's playing with 4 minutes?
Yeah, but he can't do lateral movements. All right, game to 12. Game to 12. Game to 11. 1 to 2. I'll pass him.
Yeah.
Straight to it? Straight to it?
Chat, I'm overstimulated.
Yeah, bro, when you get to a certain age, you don't even fucking care.
I'm just 30.
I think I'm 33, but
I'm mid-30.
I'm not even joking. I forgot how old I am. That's how old I am. This morning, so I'm gonna be very stiff. But it'll be all right. Wait, where's? Oh, you have extra shoes?
Oh, that's not what I came.
Bro, he got shoes, dude. Oh, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
TikTok. Double circle.
That was double circle. Yeah, got it. Oh, good shot. Oh, yeah, you can. Oh, shoot. That's crazy. Hit the wall. That's crazy. Hit the wall. Who are you working for? Who are you working for? Wait. Yeah, so he does. No. Ball in, 1-0.
You don't trust my shot.
I do. Oh, you're gonna make it back. That's it. I'm in. Oh, my bad.
I seen that from a mile away. That's a big.
You got him. Hey, shoot that like super.
Pay in the face. Pay in the face.
Good D, Jason. Good D, Jay. Okay. Let's get his ball. Okay. Remember.
2-1.
Good swap back. Oh my God. It is? Oh, nice.
Now we.
What's the score?
3-1.
3-1.
I'm not worried.
Big run coming, Jason.
Nice. Hold on, y'all.
That's not bad. 5-1.
You need to guard up on that. What score?
5-1.
He played like Jokic. Come on, bro. No. If they leave me open, I'm just gonna shoot it. See how high I got off that rebound though?
Yeah, it's yours. Your rebound is hot one. You shoot. Hey! Bye-bye. Ball's in.
Wait, that's 9? That's 9 myself. I called backboard. I was aiming for that. I like that. That's all I like. 6-6. 6.
First shot of the day. First shot of the day. You get one. You get one. You get one shot. 6 down. Ball's in. Oh, you can take it.
Hey, y'all. I'm on your head.
You got it.
Let's go.
Good. I got that side. I need water so bad. Down on the head. On my stomach.
Oh yeah, gosh. I'm here. We do this.
7 up.
I'm not guarding. 10-7? Wait, 10-7 y'all? 10-7 y'all?
10-7.
Oh, my bad. 10? Yeah, I got 10.
No twos. No twos.
No twos?
No twos.
That's you. Gang. Hey. Right back. Yeah. Yo, let's start trying. Let's start running. Let's start full pace. Let me get a water.
We got it. I can't let you win. I know. That's happened last time. Just like lay it. Wait, where's there? Who's wrong? I got a fresh one. Just lay it up like you're laying off the lap. Oh, thank you. Bro, you're saving my life.
I swear, it's like every day I wake up with another person. I can wake up like 20 cents for most people. Next day I wake up as Stephen Curry. Bro, I don't know how to be consistent.
That's life right there. Some days you wake up Tony Snell, some days you wake up Steph Curry. All walks of life, man. Shout out to Tony Snell.
Everybody else, I pulled a Tony Snell at work too.
Hey, look who showed up! Hey!
We got more people with cameras.
That's Edward. Edward Hassan.
What's up, man? Hassan. Edward, nice to meet you, bro. Nice to meet you.
All right, that's it.
Nice to meet you. All right, one more?
Thank you. Check ball. Check ball.
Embarrassing.
3-0.
Hold it. I got 8 points. Yeah. Better to get it out today. The team's got 0. Yeah.
What, score? 10-8. 10-8, who y'all?
No, you got it. You got it.
No tunes. I'm practicing my dribble moves and shit. Come on, bro.
I'm so tired.
One, yeah, I know. Game point though.
It's game.
Get it all out.
I'm getting it out. I think this might honestly be the worst indoor basketball court I've ever played basketball in. No, it's me. I'm ass, but
you're not ass, Hasan.
The court is really
You're
bad.
not ass, Hasan. You're the big body. Listen, Hasan. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's no one bigger than you on that court. Pause. There's no one bigger than you on that court tomorrow. Huh?
That's big. Oh, wait, it's fine. You're right.
Who went at him and said, Pat, Matthew?
No, Pat. Oh. Who is his name? My friend. Pat. Hey.
It's crazy. You learned no lessons from Black History Month. You said March. You said it's February. It's done.
See, he's putting words in my mouth, sir. I would never disrespect
He thought you were
or your
nasty.
No, he said that, and I was like, yo, what? You called him Cash Nasty? Because I was like, who's the biggest player? You're the biggest player on the court, and then he was like, no, Cash.
And I said, no, Pat is. And he was like, what do you mean, Cash Nasty? Cash Nasty is crazy.
I did that.
I think you got him. I think you got Cash Nasty. That's right.
So you know we're going against Arky and Yuki first game. Arky,
Okay.
Yuki, and
Nas.
It's a good warm-up.
So basically a warm-up game.
No, actually, I'll be nasty.
Yo, Edward.
He's really nasty.
Who's your squad?
I don't need to do shit.
Oh, you played the game? Because we got one, right?
Yeah. We streaking. And we streaking all night. We streaking all night.
All right, we don't have that much. We got like maximum one more game before we leave. We have to leave because we got a pod.
Okay. All right, let's go. Yo, let's run it, y'all.
We were about to shoot the pod at midnight.
Yeah.
There's no way there's one more game. And I'm guarding Hassan this game. Because I'm sick of that shit, man. He needs to go to the line a couple times to earn it.
Mag, Morgan, and I forgot Nettles. They're good.
Oh yeah.
Let's run it.
Let's play.
Hold on, chat. I'm gonna check the battery. 1 sec. All right, we're still good.
What? Oh, you were apologizing for your racism?
Oh, you did call me. You did call me Cash.
That's crazy.
Check out, y'all. Let's check up the ball.
What's up?
Marlon, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yo, Edward.
Who's out? Who's in? Who's out? Who's in?
Lacey's out.
All right. Okay. I'll send those videos. Where's your team at? Where's your team at? All right. What about it? Are you a shooter? Sniper. Hey, you actually shot us out. That's good though. Who was? Yeah! What are we going to, 13?
11. Give me 11. Who you even going to like? Now I gotta get mad. Hey, let's go. Come on.
You got this.
Hey, 3-2. Fall in. One. What is that? That's the ace.
Stop fucking anybody! God damn it!
Oh, my bad. Such an old man. I'm fucking dying. My age is catching up. I'm feeling tired. I played 5 games before your game. I worked out this morning.
I'm out of breath. Watch this.
We love getting assists. Time.
Okay, score?
4-4. Ball in. This one's getting stronger with time.
Come on, young Ish.
Fly forward. Got it. Lock in.
Don't fucking look at me. Come back, come back. You going, nah. Hey, finish. Hey, finish it at 15. Alright. This is the last game. No. I'm done. Now go. We're late. 1 to 7. 1 to 7. We're putting it up. You don't want to just push it to 15? Yeah. We'll put it to 15. I'm fine with that. Hey, we'll put it to 15. So it's the same score. I'm not trying. So it's 11 to 6. Now you know I may not try. No, it's because it's last game. Yeah, we always go 15 last game. Good move. You got it. That was stupid. I'm gonna need that. Yeah. This don't happen much. I didn't know he was going to move back up.
He has the assassin shoes on.
14-6. He can't do that shit again. He can't do that again. Jay, don't remember it. I promise you he can't do that. That was lucky. Game at 21! Game at 21!
Or tomorrow, we just lock in the full day.
No, I'll be good. I'll be fresh. I'll be fresh. I'll be fasted. I'll be ready to go.
Let's get it. Let's get that done tomorrow.
My knee brace is on too, so.
Okay, bet.
Okay. Chat. Coming up the mic.
That's my Alice.
Back. It's good. Is that, you're looking out there, you're like,
no, I don't miss it, man. I'm retired. My shit's in the rafters.
He cooked my ass, and then he got his ass cooked, and then now he's done.
I'm done. I retired, man. Hasan is part of a core memory of me rupturing my Achilles.
For months, I felt like I was responsible. Even though I didn't do shit.
It was such a casual game too.
Yeah. He wasn't like trying that hard.
It was such a chill game.
He just had a moment of explosiveness. He's just like that.
When I ruptured my Achilles.
Oh yeah. He's just like that. He just blows up sometimes. It's crazy. Oh yeah, we're about to go back home, and we're about to.
I got tired, I swear. I gotta run back. I got bad cardio.
I gotta run home. Oh, you do? Okay, you can shower mine if you want. If you have clothes. You got your clothes.
I don't have a car. I brought this.
Oh, you have a car?
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Because you're right there near him.
Yeah, we're only 4 minutes away. Oh, all right, perfect. All right, you can drive back home.
so quick.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Well, on that note, chat, we're gonna be done for today. Thank you so much for all the money we raised today. For the Palestinian charity, we raised like $95,000, I think.
It's a good dude right here.
And then also, yeah, we had dudes who straight up flew from Palestine at my house, like with his whole family. They're up for an Oscar. And then we had the Crash Dummies podcast, which is, of course, much more significant guest.
No, that's it.
No,
Yeah.
don't say that. Don't say that. Crash Dummies podcast. Ain't nobody does it like them.
No, don't say that either.
We're doing another Fear and collab.
Yes. Bro, I gotta tell you about the massage I got today, bro.
Right after what I just said, Mike explains exactly why they're such a valuable.
I think Mike got milk today, so we're not doing that. No, that shit was crazy. I'll talk about it on the pod, man.
Anyway, we'll talk about it on the pod. Love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we got the 3-on-3. It's gonna be the team that you saw today, me, that handsome gentleman, and that handsome. We're gonna play 3v3. We're playing actually against pro ball players. I'll also reveal who that is on the podcast as well. But there's a really funny person that we're gonna be matching up against. But I'll be streaming that, and then after that I got Noah Colwin, who will also be on the broadcast tomorrow. So